Welcome to Ketab Podcast. Today, we're kicking off something pretty heavy. It might just change how you see a lot of recent history. This is Episode 1 of our deep dive into One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2 by Whitney Webb.
It's a huge shift from the first volume.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time on that historical groundwork, right? Going back almost a century, looking at the intersection of organized crime and intelligence.
Absolutely. And if you haven't caught our coverage of Volume 1 or you want to check out the book, the link is right there in the description.
But Volume 2, this is where the camera zooms all the way in.
Right. Volume 1 was the big map. This is the close-up. We're finally looking at the man at the center of this modern storm, Jeffrey Epstein. But we're not doing the tabloid version or this sensationalized Netflix doc version. We are looking at the forensic accounting of how this man was, how he was built.
Built is exactly the right word, because the basic question Webb is asking here is, how does a college dropout from Brooklyn, a guy with no credentials, no family money, and this history of really disturbing behavior, how does he become a power broker so untouchable that a U.S. cabinet member is told to just back off?
And I think we have to start right there, because that's the hook that pulls you into this whole book. It's 2019, Epstein gets arrested, the media goes wild, and Alex Acosta, who's the Secretary of Labor for Trump at the time, is getting absolutely grilled.
Yeah, people wanted to know why he gave Epstein that infamous sweetheart deal back when he was a U.S. attorney in Florida.
The deal of the century for a predator. Non-prosecution, almost no jail time, work release. I mean, it was just unheard of.
And Acosta's explanation is not, oh, I made a bad call or I was incompetent.
No. He reportedly tells the Trump transition team something incredible. He says he was told to back off. He claims he was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and was, quote, above his pay grade.
I mean, a statement like that, it just stops you cold. If you take that at face value, it completely changes the genre of the story. Yeah. It's not a true crime story about some wealthy pervert anymore. It becomes a story about state-sponsored operations. It implies Epstein wasn't hiding from the government. He was working for parts of it.
And that really is the thesis Webb puts forward. She's arguing Epstein wasn't some lone wolf, not a glitch in the system. He was the result of a very long, very sordid marriage between organized crime and intelligence. And the currency of that marriage, sexual blackmail.
Exactly. And to even begin to understand how he got to that level where he's above the pay grade of a federal prosecutor, we have to go all the way back. Because that lone wolf genius story, it just falls apart the second you look at his actual resume.
Okay, so let's get into the data. We're covering the intro in Chapter 11, the rise of Jeffrey Epstein. And his rise starts, well, pretty humbly.
Very humbly. Born in 1953, Brooklyn. His father was a groundskeeper for the Parks Department. It was a pretty standard working-class Jewish upbringing. His parents really saw education as the way out, the way up the ladder.
But then you hit this weird point in his timeline. It's 1967. Epstein is only 14, and he gets into the Interlochen Center for the Arts.
In Michigan. Yeah. And you have to understand, this isn't just some summer camp. It's a hugely prestigious, really elite institution for the arts.
And he's there on a scholarship for playing the bassoon.
The bassoon. It sounds almost funny, doesn't it? Especially when you find out that later in life, Epstein tried to build this myth that he was a musical prodigy.
Oh, right. He'd tell people he was a concert pianist who played for Jacqueline Dupre.
The famous cellist who was a patron of Queen Elizabeth. But his own family is on record saying that was just total nonsense. He had no real musical talent.
So if he wasn't a prodigy, why is he at this elite camp, halfway across the country? Is this just a random detail, or does Webb think it's important?
It's important because of the pattern. Years later, Epstein becomes a massive donor to Interlochen. He builds a lodge there. And then, tragically, he uses the school as a hunting ground. He recruited young female musicians from there for his trafficking rings.
Okay, so he comes back to the scene of the crime, so to speak. But what about his time there as a kid?
Webb asks a really tough, but I think necessary question. In these networks of abuse, you so often see this cycle where perpetrators were once victims. So she suggests, we have to at least consider if Interlochen was where Epstein himself was first spotted.
You mean groomed?
Was he groomed there? Did someone see this young, malleable kid from Brooklyn with no connections and think, we can use him?
That's a chilling thought. That the predator was maybe created in the exact same place he later found his victims. It kind of reframes his entire psychology.
It's a theory, but it fits the profile of how these sorts of assets are developed. They're often compromised early, but if you want something more concrete, you just have to look at his teaching career.
The Dalton School mystery. I mean, this is one of those details that if you saw it in a movie, you'd say it's too on the nose.
It really is. So, Epstein's college years are a complete mess. He bounces from Cooper Union to NYU. He drops out, never gets a degree. And yet, in 1974, at 21 years old, he gets hired to teach math and physics at the Dalton School in Manhattan.
And for anyone listening who doesn't know the New York private school scene, Dalton isn't just a school. It is the school for the American ruling class. The children of the absolute elite go there.
Exactly. You literally cannot teach at a public high school without a college degree. But somehow, a dropout with no credentials lands a job teaching the kids of millionaires. It doesn't make any sense.
Unless you look at who hired him.
Donald Barr, the headmaster.
Barr, that name is going to be ringing a very loud bell for a lot of people listening right now.
As it should. Donald Barr is the father of William Barr.
Wait, the William Barr, the attorney general who was running the Department of Justice when Jeffrey Epstein died in his jail cell?
The very same. But the connection is even tighter. Donald Barr wasn't just some educator. He was a veteran of the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services.
The precursor to the CIA.
Right. The World War II intelligence agency that became the CIA.
So an ex-spy headmaster hires an unqualified 21-year-old dropout. That's already raising alarms. But what about the son, William Barr? Where's he in 1974?
And this is the real kicker. From 1971 to 1977, which is the exact window when his father hires Epstein, William Barr was working for the CIA.
I mean, come on. You have the father, the ex-OSS guy, hiring Epstein while the son is an active CIA employee. It feels less like a school faculty and more like an induction into a family business.
It absolutely raises the question, was Donald Barr hiring a math teacher, or was he spotting talent for intelligence work? And there's another really disturbing layer to Donald Barr.
You're talking about his book.
His book. After he left Galton, Donald Barr wrote this bizarre science fiction novel called Space Relations.
I've read the summaries. It's hard to believe it's a real book.
Yeah. Oh, it's very real. The central theme is an intergalactic empire built on slavery, specifically sexual slavery. The plot is about kidnapping and breaking humans to be used as sex slaves for an alien elite.
So let me get this straight. The man who gives Jeffrey Epstein his first big break, the man whose son later oversees the investigation into Epstein's death, writes a novel about a massive sex trafficking operation.
It really suggests that the environment Epstein was walking into was not normal, and his behavior there reflected that. He wasn't exactly hiding who he was.
What do you mean?
Even back then, in the mid-70s, he was directing what was called persistent attention toward teenage girls. He was showing up at student parties. He was blurring all the lines.
So it wasn't a secret?
Not really, no. It was talked about. He was eventually let go for poor performance, but the rumors about his conduct with the students were already flying around.
You'd think getting fired from a top prep school for being creepy with students would be a career ender. But not for Epstein. He fails upward. He walks out of the classroom and straight onto Wall Street.
And not just any firm. He lands a job at Bear Stearns in 1976.
One of the biggest investment banks on the planet. Again, you have to ask how. He still has no degree. He has no financial experience. He's a disgraced math teacher.
It's the same pattern as Dalton. A powerful person opens the door for him. In this case, it was Alan Ace Greenberg, the CEO of Bear Stearns, an absolute legend on the street.
And how do they even meet?
The stories conflict, which is always a red flag, right? One version says Epstein tutored Greenberg's son. Another says Greenberg's daughter recommended him. But whatever the reason, Greenberg takes him under his wing. He becomes his mentor.
And Epstein's career just takes off.
Like a rocket. It's totally unprecedented. He becomes a limited partner by 1980. That's 4 years from the mailroom to partner, essentially. And here's where, you have to admit, Epstein had a very specific kind of genius.
But it wasn't about picking stocks, was it?
No, not at all. His real edge wasn't predicting the market. It was tax codes. He had this savant-level understanding of tax shelters and how the ultra-wealthy could avoid paying the government.
And that's a very specific, very dangerous skill to have.
Why dangerous?
Because if you're the guy structuring the tax shelters for billionaires, you know exactly where all their money's hidden. You're not just their accountant, you're their secret keeper. That's leverage.
Huge leverage. So by 1980, he's a partner, he's rich, he's made it. But then in 81, another mystery. He just leaves Bear Stearns. Abruptly.
The official story he told was that he wanted to start his own business, right? Be his own boss.
Yeah, which sounds plausible. But the internal rumors were very different. People at the firm were whispering about illegal operations. And when Webb dug into the SEC records from that exact time, she found the smoking gun.
This is where we pivot from banking to, well, to crime.
The SEC was deep into a massive investigation of insider trading, and it all centered on the Seagram Company.
Seagram, the liquor company.
Yep. Owned by the Bronfman family. Now, you have to remember the Bronfmans. Webb calls them the Rothschilds of the New World. One of the most powerful families in North America with deep, deep ties to intelligence and this thing called the Mega Group.
So what was the scam?
Seagram was trying to buy a company called St. Joe Minerals. And a whole network of insiders knew about the deal before it was public, so they bought up stock to make a guaranteed profit. It's classic insider trading.
And Epstein was part of this network.
Webb's research strongly suggests he was. The key players were people like Giuseppe Tome, a close friend of Edgar Bronfman, and a specialist named Dennis Levine.
But Epstein was never charged with anything.
No, he wasn't. And this is where Webb's analysis gets really interesting. She suggests his sudden resignation wasn't about starting a business. It was about being the fall guy.
The fall guy. To protect who?
His mentor, Ace Greenberg, the CEO. If Epstein, his protege, gets busted for insider trading, the investigation goes straight to the top. But if Epstein just resigns, if he quietly disappears, the investigation hits a wall. Greenberg is shielded.
So he sacrifices his career at Bear Stearns to protect his boss. That buys a lot of loyalty. And it probably puts the Bronfmans in his debt.
Exactly. It shows that by 1981, he's already deep in the orbit of the Bronfman family. He's right there at the nexus of high finance, organized crime, and intelligence.
So now he's 28 years old, out of a job, but he's got these massive connections, and he starts his own firm, Intercontinental Assets Group.
A very grand name for a company that didn't seem to do much. A legitimate business.
Yeah.
This is when Epstein completely rebrands himself. He stops being Jeffrey the tax guy and starts telling people he's a bounty hunter.
A bounty hunter? What does that even mean?
A financial bounty hunter. He claimed he recovered looted money for foreign governments or helped dictators hide their stolen cash.
Okay, that is a huge leap. We went from tax codes to hiding money for dictators in the space of a year.
And he started playing the part. He got a concealed carry license, started carrying a handgun. There's this one bizarre story where he shows up at a British arms dealer's house with a gift.
A bottle of scotch.
A New York police issue riot gun.
Who gives a riot gun as a housewarming present?
Someone who's sending a message. And this brings us to the man he was visiting, Sir Douglas Leese.
Okay, we need to talk about Leese. This is where the intelligence part of the story really solidifies. Who was this guy?
Leese was a mysterious British defense contractor, an arms dealer. And Stephen Hoffenberg, who later became Epstein's business partner, claimed that Douglas Leese was Epstein's mentor right after he left Bear Stearns.
So he trades one mentor, the banker, for a new one, the arms dealer.
And Leese opens the door to the biggest fish of all, Adnan Khashoggi.
Khashoggi, now that's a name everyone knows. Iran-Contra, richest man in the world at one point.
He was the ultimate middleman, the ultimate arms dealer. He was a known asset for the CIA, for Saudi intelligence, for the Mossad. He was the intersection of every global black market.
And the allegation is that Epstein went to work for him.
The allegation from Hoffenberg is that Leese and Khashoggi trained Epstein. They taught him the business. They taught him how to move money for illegal arms deals.
That bounty hunter line suddenly makes a lot more sense. If you're moving cash for arms deals, you're not using Citibank. You're laundering it.
Exactly. And think about the skill set Epstein had from Bear Stearns. Offshore accounts, shell companies, hiding assets. It's the exact resume an international arms dealer would be looking for.
So let's just recap here. We've got a kid who goes to a camp where he might have been groomed, gets hired by an OSS spy whose son is in the CIA, learns tax evasion on Wall Street, gets tied up in an insider trading ring with the Bronfmans, and then pivots to laundering money for CIA-connected arms dealers.
And this all happens before he's even 35 years old.
It just completely demolishes the idea that he was just some money manager who got lucky.
It makes Alex Acosta's claim he belonged to intelligence sound a lot more credible. If Epstein was moving money for Adnan Khashoggi in 1982, he was an intelligence asset for decades.
It also explains why he was so dangerous and why he had to be controlled. If he knew where the arms money was buried, he knew everything.
Knowledge is leverage, but there's still a missing piece of the puzzle.
He's got the skills, the dark connections, but he doesn't have the visible billions yet. The townhouse, the island, the private jet.
For that, he needs a patron, a front man. Someone to give him a veneer of legitimacy and an ocean of cash to swim in.
Enter Leslie Wexner,
the billionaire behind Victoria's Secret.
And next time, that's where we're going. We're going to dive into maybe the strangest financial relationship in modern history. How does a developer with no cash suddenly hand over total control of his billions to Jeffrey Epstein?
It's a story that just gets stranger and larger the deeper you go.
We are just getting started with this book. If you like this episode, kindly consider liking and sharing the video. And if you haven't yet, subscribe for more. This is a story that really needs to be heard.
It really does.
Thanks for listening to Ketab Podcast. We'll see you in the next deep dive. Welcome back to the Ketab Podcast. We are diving right back into the deep end today. This is episode 2 of our series covering One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2 by Whitney Webb. And frankly, if you thought the first deep dive was a wild ride, you should probably buckle up.
It definitely gets darker from here. Yeah. In the last one, we charted Jeffrey Epstein's mysterious beginnings, that bizarre teaching post at the Dalton School where he was totally unqualified, then his meteoric rise at Bear Stearns, and that really abrupt exit amid the insider trading scandal with the Bronfmans.
Right. And usually the story goes that after Wall Street, Epstein just kind of floated around. He was a financial consultant or something before he met Leslie Wexner.
Yeah.
But the source material we're looking at today, specifically pages 26 through 33 of Webb's book, it just blows that whole narrative out of the water. It poses this central question that really haunts this entire chapter. After leaving Wall Street, did Jeffrey Epstein simply become a bounty hunter for the rich? Or was he being initiated into a much, much darker world of international espionage and massive financial fraud?
That really is the million-dollar question. Because these wilderness years, right, between 1981 and roughly 1987, they're usually just glossed over. But when you actually look at the details, this is the foundation. This is where he learns the tradecraft.
So let's set the scene. It's the early 80s. Epstein is out of a job at Bear Stearns. He's young, ambitious, and he starts telling people he's a bounty hunter.
Yeah.
Now, immediately I'm picturing him, kicking down doors in a leather jacket, but that's not quite it, is it?
Yeah, not exactly, no.
Oh, no.
He marketed himself as a financial bounty hunter. He told associates he was in the business of recovering stolen money for the wealthy, or, and this is a really crucial detail, helping African dictators and other shady figures hide their looted funds. It's a very specific, and I mean very dangerous skill set.
And he wasn't just sitting behind a desk.
No, not at all. He was physically moving through these circles. The sources mention he was actually carrying a concealed weapon during this time.
There's that one anecdote that just sounds like fiction. He reportedly showed up at a British arms dealer's home carrying a riot gun. A riot gun. This is the guy who was trading options at Bear Stearns, like a year before.
It just shows you how quickly he transitioned, and that British arms dealer is the key to this whole era. We have to talk about Sir Douglas Leese.
Sir Douglas Leese. It sounds like a character out of a Bond movie. Who was he?
Well, he was a heavyweight in the world of defense contracting, a true British aristocrat on the surface, but deeply, deeply embedded in the international arms trade. Leese becomes a sort of mentor figure to Epstein, and this isn't just about business. Leese is introducing Epstein to the machinery of the covert world.
Specifically, off-the-books arms trafficking.
Exactly. And this leads us to a massive allegation found in the research from Stephen Hoffenberg, who becomes a major player later in our story. He claimed that Leese, Epstein, and the infamous Saudi arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi were running a parallel Iran-Contra operation around 1983.
All right, so we all know about Iran-Contra, the U.S. government secretly selling arms to Iran. But this claim is that there was a private network doing the same thing, but for profit.
For profit, and maybe to help intelligence agencies keep their hands clean. They were allegedly moving Chinese weapons from a company called Norinco through British and Saudi networks straight into Iran.
Moving Chinese weapons to Iran. I mean, that is high-stakes, treason-level stuff. And Epstein, this failed math teacher turned traitor, is supposedly right in the middle of it all.
According to Hoffenberg, yes. And it makes sense why he needed that bounty hunter persona. He's operating in the shadows, moving between jurisdictions, dealing with people who kill for a living. And it connects him directly to Adnan Khashoggi.
Khashoggi, a legend in that world. But what stands out to me in Webb's research is the company Khashoggi kept. He was surrounded by fixers like Roy Cohn and Robert Keith Gray.
And that's such a critical connection. Roy Cohn was. I mean, for those who don't know, he was a lawyer with deep ties to both the mob and U.S. intelligence, a true dark artist. And Robert Keith Gray was a PR executive and lobbyist with similar connections to CIA Director Bill Casey. These men operated at the intersection of organized crime, intelligence, and, this is important, Sexual blackmail.
That's the disturbing part, isn't it?
Mm.
The research suggests that sexual blackmail wasn't something Epstein invented later on. It was the house style of the people he was learning from in the early 80s.
Exactly. We often think of Epstein's operation as this, unique monstrosity he created from scratch. But here we see him entering a network where sexual compromise is just a standard tool of the trade. Intelligence agencies use it. The mob uses it. He's basically going to graduate school for blackmail.
And speaking of graduate school for criminals, we have to talk about the bank that was facilitating all of this. BCCI, the Bank of Credit and Commerce International.
The dirtiest bank of them all. You literally cannot tell the story of 1980s covert ops without BCCI. It was the engine room. It moved money for the CIA, for the Medellin cartel, for Abu Nidal, for everyone. It was the preferred bank for those Chinese arms sales to Iran we mentioned.
But it wasn't just money laundering. The research highlights a much darker side to BCCI that feels, well, eerily relevant to Epstein.
Yes. There were persistent investigations and allegations that BCCI was also involved in the sex trafficking of minors. So look at the convergence here. You have financial fraud, international arms dealing, and the sexual exploitation of minors all happening in the same ecosystem that Epstein has just joined.
It's a terrifying alignment. And amidst all this, Epstein isn't keeping his mouth shut. He's actually going around claiming he works for the CIA. Now, usually when someone says that at a party, you roll your eyes. But in this context, is there fire behind that smoke?
Well, we have the testimony of a former Israeli spy, Ari Ben-Menashe. He states quite explicitly that between 1983 and 1985, the media mogul Robert Maxwell introduced Epstein to Israeli intelligence in London. Ben-Menashe claims Epstein was approved by the higher-ups to be part of their operations.
Robert Maxwell. You can't just gloss over that. This is Ghislaine Maxwell's father.
The very same. And this changes the timeline significantly. The popular story is that Epstein met Ghislaine in the early 90s, and that connected him to the family. But Ben-Menashe is placing Epstein with the father, Robert Maxwell, in the early 80s. This suggests Maxwell was the original handler or mentor, and Ghislaine came later.
So we have claims of CIA ties, Israeli intelligence ties, arms dealing, and it sounds like a spy thriller. But unlike a novel, we actually have a physical object, a piece of hard evidence that was found in Epstein's safe after his arrest, the Austrian passport.
This is the smoking gun. It really is. In the 1980s, Epstein obtained a fake Austrian passport. It had his photo but a false name, and it listed his residence as Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, bringing it right back to the Khashoggi connection.
Exactly. Now, normal financiers don't have fake passports with Saudi addresses. Spies do. Gun runners do.
So how does a guy from Brooklyn get a high-quality fake Austrian passport in the 1980s? The research lays out three theories, right?
It does. Theory one involves Ronald Lauder. He was the U.S. ambassador to Austria at the time and had significant ties to Israeli intelligence. So that's one possibility. Theory two points to Felix Bloch, Lauder's deputy. Now, Bloch is a fascinating character. He was later investigated for being a KGB spy.
And the Bloch story is wild on its own. He was apparently honey-trapped by a dominatrix in Paris, wasn't he?
He was. I mean, it fits the theme perfectly. Sex, espionage, and compromise. But Webb argues that the third theory is actually the most likely.
Which brings us back to Robert Maxwell.
Yes. Robert Maxwell had deep, deep ties to the Soviet bloc and the KGB. He was incredibly close with leaders like Vladimir Kryuchkov and Yuri Andropov. He had the capability to secure Austrian documents because Vienna was, the hub of Cold War espionage. If Maxwell provided that passport, it just reinforces the idea that Epstein was an operational asset moving through Maxwell's world.
It's the physical proof that he was in the game. He needed to travel anonymously, probably move money or arrange deals.
It creates a consistent picture. He wasn't just a consultant. He was an operative.
Okay, so he's running guns and fake passports in the early 80s. But then, in 1987, the mission seems to change. Douglas Leese, the mentor, introduces Epstein to a man named Stephen Jude Hoffenberg. And this kicks off one of the biggest financial crimes in history.
This is the pivot. Leese realizes that Epstein's lack of morality isn't just useful for arms deals, it's perfect for corporate fraud. Hoffenberg was the founder of Towers Financial Corporation.
And the introduction Leese gave is just chilling. He tells Hoffenberg that Epstein is a genius with no moral compass.
And Hoffenberg, he loved it. He admits in the book that he himself was a schemer. He needed a partner who could manipulate numbers and execute these complex frauds without losing any sleep over it. Epstein was the missing piece of his puzzle.
So let's unpack Towers Financial, because on the surface, it looked like a debt collection agency or an insurance company. But it was Really a massive Ponzi scheme. Can you explain how it worked?
Okay, so imagine Towers Financial is a bucket. Hoffenberg and Epstein go out and buy these failing insurance companies and healthcare providers. Now, these companies have cash reserves money set aside to pay, grandma's medical bills.
Okay, so they have a pot of cash.
Right. But instead of keeping that cash safe, Epstein and Hoffenberg take it out of the bucket. They use it to fund these expensive, aggressive attempts to take over other huge companies, like Pan Am Airways. They are gambling with other people's safety nets.
So the bucket is leaking, the money's gone. How do they hide that from regulators?
That's where the Ponzi part comes in. To fill the hole, they start selling bonds and promissory notes to regular people. They tell these investors, hey, give us your money, we're super profitable, we'll pay you high interest. But they're not profitable. They're just using the new money from investor B to pay off investor A, all while skimming millions for themselves.
And when we say regular people, we aren't talking about Wall Street billionaires.
No, not at all. They were targeting retirees, widows, disabled people, people of modest means who thought they were making a safe investment. They sold hundreds of millions of dollars in worthless paper.
And Epstein is right there in the control room for all of this.
Hoffenberg testified later that Epstein was the architect, the technical wizard. He was the one manipulating the stock prices, moving the money around this labyrinth of shell accounts to fool the regulators. He was building the entire illusion.
And getting paid handsomely for it, I imagine.
$25,000 a month, which was a lot in the late 80s, plus a $2 million loan that was, of course, never paid back. It was stolen money, pure and simple.
So you have this massive fraud. Eventually, the math just stops working. The scheme collapses around 1993. Hoffenberg gets arrested. He goes to prison for 20 years. But what happens to the technical wizard? What happens to Epstein?
He vanishes. He just vanishes from the indictment. It is one of the great legal mysteries of this whole story. Despite Hoffenberg singing like a canary to the grand jury, implicating Epstein as the ringleader, Epstein is never charged. He walks away completely clean.
That is the moment that just makes you stop and stare at the wall. How? How does the architect of a $500 million Ponzi scheme just walk away while his partner rots in jail?
Well, this brings us right back to the intelligence ties we discussed earlier. The implication in Webb's research is stark. He was protected. If you are an intelligence asset, if you are helping move money for the good guys in the shadows, you get a get-out-of-jail-free card. The system protects its own assets.
It's terrifying. He destroys the lives of thousands of retirees, and not only does he avoid jail, he basically gets a promotion.
A massive promotion. Because before Hoffenberg goes down, he sets Epstein up in a new office.
The Villard houses.
The Villard houses.
Yeah.
An incredibly prestigious location in Manhattan, part of the Helmsley Hotel complex. It's a palace. And he shares this space with a woman named Evangeline Gouletas.
And she's not just some random office maid.
No, she's deeply linked to real estate corruption and political circles in her own right. Sharing that office space is the bridge. Epstein moves from the collapsing, dirty world of Towers Financial into the world of high-end real estate. The Villard houses become the launch pad for the Epstein we all eventually came to know.
So let's just step back and look at the picture we've painted today. It is overwhelming. We have a young Epstein leaving Wall Street to work for British arms dealers. We have allegations of him moving Chinese weapons to Iran in a parallel Iran-Contra scheme.
We have ties to BCCI, the Bank of Terrorists and Traffickers. We have a fake Austrian passport, likely provided by Robert Maxwell's KGB connections.
And finally, we have him architecting one of the largest Ponzi schemes in U.S. history at Towers Financial, stealing millions from widows and retirees, only to be shielded from prosecution while his partner takes the fall.
It completely destroys the lone wolf theory. Epstein wasn't just some guy who got lucky. He was a creation. He was built at the intersection of intelligence, organized crime, and high finance. He was useful to powerful people. And because he was useful, he was untouchable.
And the scary part is, he was just getting started. This whole era, the 80s and early 90s, was just his apprenticeship.
Exactly. He had learned the trade. Money laundering, blackmail, evading the law. Now he was about to apply those skills on the biggest stage imaginable.
Which leads us directly to our next deep dive. We've mentioned him a few times today, but next time, we're going to focus entirely on the man who effectively handed Epstein the keys to the kingdom, Leslie Wexner.
That relationship is the holy grail of this story. How does a retail billionaire hand over power of attorney to a failed bounty hunter? We're going to Wexner next time, and trust me, it's even stranger than the arms dealing.
You won't want to miss it. Thank you for listening to the Ketab podcast. This has been a deep dive into One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2. We'll see you in the next one.
Welcome back to the Ketab podcast. It is great to have you with us as we continue our journey through these hidden mechanisms of history.
It's good to be back.
Today, we are officially diving into Episode 3 of our series on Whitney Webb's One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2.
And if you thought the financial trickery and, the Ponzi schemes we talked about last time were wild, just wait.
Oh, I believe it.
We are about to see how those exact same games spill over into the physical world. We're talking skyscrapers, luxury apartments, and the people who supposedly own them.
Exactly. And just a quick recap for everyone. In our last deep dive, we saw Jeffrey Epstein basically transform. He went from a financial mercenary at Bear Stearns to the so-called technical wizard of that massive Towers financial Ponzi scheme.
And the craziest part, of course, was how his name was just scrubbed, wiped from the investigations, while his partner, Stephen Hoffenberg, took the fall.
That's the key. That's the context to keep in mind. Epstein walks away completely clean. And then right around 1987, he pivots.
A huge pivot. He stops being just a financial guy and starts calling himself a property developer.
Right. And he starts sharing an office with a major real estate magnate. So the question for this deep dive is pretty simple. Was this a real career change?
Was he suddenly interested in bricks and mortar?
Or was he just moving deeper into that nexus where high finance, organized crime, and political corruption all come together?
As we get into Chapter 12, which is titled The Property Developer, I think you'll see that in this world, real estate is, well, it's rarely just about building.
As a code word for something else.
It's usually about laundering money and building intelligence networks.
So let's start unpacking this. The chapter kicks off with a family that, they sound like they're straight out of a movie script, the Gouletas clan.
Oh, absolutely. You've got the brothers, Victor and Nicholas, and their sister Evangeline. They ran this enormous company called American Invesco.
And who were they? What was their story?
They were absolute titans of the Chicago real estate scene, especially in the late 70s and 80s. The biggest condo converters in the country, they were called.
Okay, but what's so fascinating is the timeline, right?
That's the thing. If you look at the early 70s, they were selling, unremarkable units. Nothing special at all. They were small players. And then suddenly, between 1976 and 1978, their wealth just explodes.
Literally explodes.
They start dominating the entire Chicago condo market. We were talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that seemed to appear out of nowhere. They went from small time to owning the skyline almost overnight.
That is always a red flag in these stories. When the money taps turn on that fast, you have to ask.
Where's the water coming from?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And at the time, rumors were flying. Some people said it was Greek shipping money, maybe from someone like Aristotle Onassis.
Okay.
Others speculated about huge inflows from the Middle East. But there was a much darker theory floating around Washington.
And the source material points to an anonymous report.
That's right. A report sent to a congressional subcommittee. And this report traced American Invesco's seed money, the cash that built their empire, directly back to Greek mobsters in Chicago.
Wow.
And it wasn't a one-off either. There was a confidential intelligence bulletin from the LA District Attorney's Office that linked their company to something called Breyer Management.
And what was Breyer Management?
It was known to law enforcement as a specific vehicle for organized crime to infiltrate the real estate market. So right from the start, the foundation of this empire looks like it's built on laundered mob money.
So, okay, we have a sudden explosion of wealth, reports linking it to the mob. But in these operations, it's never just the money. It's the people managing it. Who is steering the ship?
You have to look at that management layer. For a long time, the president of American Invesco was a man named Douglas Crocker II.
And Crocker wasn't working in a vacuum, I take it.
Not at all. He had business partners. One was Sam Zell, a huge name in real estate. But the crucial partner, the one that really matters for our story, was Burton Cantor.
Okay, now that name should be ringing some serious bells for our listeners who followed our deep dive on Volume 1. Burton Cantor is not your average tax attorney.
Far from it. Burton Cantor was a well-known mob-linked attorney who famously partnered with the CIA banker Paul Helliwell.
And together they formed Castle Bank and Trust in the Bahamas.
The legendary hub for tax evasion and a slush fund for covert intelligence operations. It was the place where the CIA and the mob pooled their money to fund off-the-books activities.
So by having Cantor in the mix with the Gouletas management, you're drawing a straight line.
You have a direct lineage. It connects this so-called real estate empire to that exact same shadow network of intelligence and organized crime we've been talking about.
That is a massive connection. It goes from the CIA mob banking of Castle Bank right into the boardroom of the Gouletas empire.
Precisely. And that becomes incredibly important when the Gouletas decide that, well, owning condos just isn't enough for them anymore.
They want to get into the banking game themselves.
This brings us to the 1980s. They buy a savings and loan, or an S&L. They purchase a company called Imperial Core, or Imperial Savings, through their holding company.
And this is where we walk right into the middle of the savings and loan crisis.
A massive scandal of widespread fraud.
Yeah.
So the Gouletas buy Imperial, and almost immediately Imperial gets deeply integrated into the junk bond pipeline, the one run by Michael Milken at Drexel Burnham Lambert.
Michael Milken, the junk bond king, his name just pops up everywhere in these circles.
Imperial starts loading up on Drexel's junk bonds. They're essentially buying bad debt to prop up other parts of this network. They were tapping other Milken clients for financing too. But the real mechanism you need to get your head around, the thing that makes this a crime and not just bad business, is what's known as the daisy chain.
The daisy chain. It sounds so innocent.
It's anything but. It's a fraud scheme, plain and simple. Imagine you have a group of banks, a group of S&Ls. Bank A lends money to Bank B.
Okay.
Bank B then lends to Bank C, and Bank C lends right back to Bank A. Or maybe they swap assets.
So they're just passing the same bad money around in a circle.
Exactly. On paper, it looks like everyone's doing great business. Look, we just issued a $10 million loan. But in reality, they're just creating the illusion of liquidity and profit where none exists. It allows them to loot the institutions while fooling the regulators.
A house of cards built on circular fraud. So who is in this specific daisy chain with the Gouletas' Imperial Savings? The list of names is staggering.
It really is a who's who of 80s financial corruption. You had MDC Holdings, run by a guy named Larry Mizell. You had Lincoln Savings, run by Charles Keating.
The face of the S&L scandal. He went to prison.
He did. Then there was Southmark, which was linked to Herman Beebe, known as a mobster banker.
And there's one more name in this chain that reaches into the highest levels of political power.
Right. Silverado Savings. And Silverado was famous because a key member of its board of directors was Neil Bush.
Neil Bush.
The brother of the sitting vice president, George H.W. Bush. Correct. So just let's pause and look at this picture. The Gouletas family, which seems to be funded by Greek mob money, buys a bank. That bank then enters into a fraudulent daisy chain scheme with mobster bankers and the brother of the vice president of the United States.
It's incredible. They weren't just buying condos anymore. They were integral players in a massive fraudulent network that fused the Bush family, organized crime, and Wall Street.
And of course, it all collapsed.
Yeah.
But amid all these characters, there's one guy who seems to be the legal glue holding it all together. A lawyer named Alan Tesler.
Alan Tesler. Okay, this is a new name we need to focus on.
He is the linchpin. If you remember one name from today besides Epstein, it should be his. He was the attorney for the Gouletas family. When their S&L started to fail, he even stepped in briefly as CEO to try and restructure it.
But his background is what's really interesting here.
It's everything. He worked for a law firm called Shea & Gould, and this firm was, well, it was deeply connected. On the one hand, they represented the mob, specifically Carmine DiSapio, the old boss of Tammany Hall.
And on the other hand,
the firm's co-founders were the personal lawyers and close friends of William Casey.
Wait, William Casey as in Reagan's CIA director?
The very same.
Yeah.
So Tesler is operating out of a firm that straddles the line between the mob and the director of the CIA. But there's an even more specific connection that is just mind-blowing.
Okay.
Alan Tesler was the longtime lawyer for a man named Dr. Earl Bryan.
Earl Bryan, wait a second, from the Promise software scandal.
Yes, this is a critical connection. For anyone who doesn't know, the Promise scandal involved a piece of powerful surveillance software that was stolen by the U.S. government. They put a backdoor in it and then sold it to foreign governments to spy on them.
The ultimate Trojan horse.
Exactly. And Dr. Earl Bryan, a Reagan crony, was one of the main architects of that theft. Alan Tesler was not just his lawyer. He was involved in Bryan's business affairs while this whole theft was going on.
That is a huge aha moment. So the Gouletas lawyer is directly tied to the guy stealing software for global espionage.
And it goes deeper. Tesler also connects to the Cabazon Indian Reservation. This was a site in California where the CIA and the Wackenhut Corporation were illegally testing and manufacturing weapons to send to the Contras in Nicaragua.
This is Iran-Contra.
It's the Iran-Contra affair. And guess who was seen there attending weapons demonstrations with Contra leaders?
Tesler's client, Earl Bryan.
You got it. So Alan Tesler is 1 degree of separation from Iran-Contra arms deals and the Promise spy software. And he's the guy handling the Gouletas family's business.
He's the bridge. He's the bridge between gritty mob real estate and high-level CIA black ops.
Exactly. And this brings us to the convergence. The year 1987, this is the year all these threads, Epstein, the Gouletas, Wexner, Tesler, they all get tied into one knot.
1987. We said at the top of the show this was the pivotal year for Epstein.
It is. In 1987, Jeffrey Epstein joined Stephen Hoffenberg at Towers Financial, the Ponzi scheme. In 1987, Epstein becomes the financial advisor to the billionaire Leslie Wexner. And also in 1987, Alan Tesler joins the board of Wexner's company, The Limited.
Okay, stop. Let me make sure I have this straight. The lawyer for the mob-linked Gouletas family, who is also the lawyer for the architect of the Promise spy software scandal, joins the board of Leslie Wexner's company at the exact same time Jeffrey Epstein becomes Wexner's most trusted advisor.
That is the fact pattern. It wasn't a coincidence. It suggests very strongly that Epstein and Tesler were part of the same network, entering Wexner's orbit at the same time. And just to put a cherry on top, Alan Tesler's name and numbers show up in Epstein's little black book.
That just completely changes the story from Epstein was a lucky financial genius. He was moving as part of a coordinated team.
A coordinated infiltration, you could say.
Now let's follow the Gouletas to New York, because this is where Epstein physically crosses their path.
Right. Evangeline Gouletas, the sister, she moved to New York and marries the governor, Hugh Carey.
A real power couple.
Absolutely. And Governor Carey's fundraising circles were already linked to people like Edgar Bronfman and figures from that Silverado SNL scandal. But Evangeline wasn't just playing First Lady. She was running a merchant banking subsidiary called IMB Capital.
And where did she set up this IMB Capital?
She set up the offices at 457 Madison Avenue, a very famous building called the Villard Houses.
And that address is significant because
that is the exact office that Jeffrey Epstein shared with her. We have confirmation that Epstein and Evangeline Gouletas Carey shared that specific office space. So this isn't just a connection on paper. They were sitting in the same room.
Physical proximity implies operational proximity. So what was IMB Capital doing? Was it just real estate deals?
No, and this is where it gets really strange. IMB Capital acquired a company called ERA, and with it, a software program with the name Remote Mortgage Origination. They bought this from a company called Control Data Corp.
Control Data Corp. Why does that sound familiar?
They were a massive defense contractor. Deep, deep ties to the U.S. Navy and to the covert intelligence networks of Edwin Wilson, the rogue CIA agent.
Okay, let's step back for a second. A real estate merchant bank run by a woman linked to mob money and SNL fraud is buying software from a military defense contractor.
While sharing an office with Jeffrey Epstein, yes. The pattern is almost identical to the Promise scandal. Using financial software for intelligence or data gathering purposes, it makes you ask, was this real estate office actually an intelligence front?
It certainly makes the title property developer feel like a very thin cover story.
Yeah.
And you know, speaking of real estate in New York in 1987, we can't ignore the biggest name on the skyline, Donald Trump.
You have to bring him in because that is the context of the property developer persona Epstein was adopting. 1987 connects Epstein to Hoffenberg, to the Gouletas, to Wexner, and to Donald Trump.
And we should be careful here to stick to what the source material actually says. What's the connection?
The book positions Trump as a key figure in the ecosystem Epstein was entering. New York and Palm Beach real estate have historically functioned as hubs for money laundering.
It's the nature of the business, right? Huge amounts of cash, opaque LLCs.
Exactly. And the forces note that Trump has long faced accusations of allowing this in his properties, specifically regarding Russian mobsters who were linked to the Robert Maxwell network.
Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father. That name just looms over this entire story.
It does. The point isn't that Trump and Epstein partnered on a specific building, but that Epstein's move into real estate wasn't about construction. It was about entering a specific ecosystem, a kind of laundromat where intelligence and organized crime meet to move money. That's the world Trump lived in, and that's the world Epstein moved into.
So it redefines what being a developer even means in that time and place. It's less about construction crews.
And more about the flow of funds. When you look at the Gouletas, you look at Tesla, you look at the SNL daisy chains, you realize property developer is just a cover story for financial operator for the underground economy.
Okay, let's try to pull all of these threads together because it is an incredibly complex web. We started with the Gouletas family overnight wealth, likely from Greek mob money. They get involved in massive S&L fraud with the Bush family and mob bankers.
Then you have their lawyer, Alan Tesler. He's not just any lawyer. He is practically a nexus point for intelligence scandals like Promise and Iran-Contra. He's the bridge between the mob and the spies.
And in 1987, this exact lawyer joins the board of Leslie Wexner's company at the exact moment Epstein becomes Wexner's right-hand man.
It really looks like a coordinated move. And then to top it all off, Epstein ends up physically sharing an office in the Villard houses with Evangeline Gouletas, while her company is buying software from defense contractors.
When you lay it all out like that, the idea that Epstein was just some financial advisor who got lucky seems, well, it seems completely impossible.
It shows a pattern of placement. Epstein wasn't acting alone. He was being placed into these networks. He was surrounded by people who were already deeply enmeshed in organized crime and intelligence money laundering. He fits perfectly into their puzzle. He didn't build the puzzle himself.
It really makes you wonder about the work he was doing for Leslie Wexner. If the guy on Wexner's board, Alan Tesler, is linked to the theft of spy software, what exactly was Epstein advising Wexner on?
That is the billion-dollar question, isn't it? It suggests that maybe Wexner's retail empire was serving a dual purpose, just like the Gouletas' real estate empire was. Was it really just about clothing, or was it a logistics network for something else entirely?
Which is the perfect setup for our next deep dive. We've mentioned his name a dozen times, but next time we're going deep into the world of Leslie Wexner himself.
We have to. How does a retail clothing mogul from Ohio end up surrounded by this exact cast of characters? Spies, mobsters, and fraudsters. We're going to dig in.
It is going to be a fascinating conversation. But before we go, here's a final thought for you to chew on. If Epstein was sharing an office with a family tied to the CIA, the mob, and massive financial fraud, and their lawyer just joined the board of Epstein's main benefactor, can we really believe anyone in that circle was unaware of what Epstein was doing?
Or was what he was doing exactly what they needed him to do? I think the answer is becoming terrifyingly clear.
Thank you for listening to this deep dive on the Ketab podcast. We will see you next time for the Wexner Connection. Stay curious. Welcome back to the Ketab Podcast Deep Dive. If you've been with us, you know we're really trying to get underneath the surface of things here.
We certainly are. And for anyone just joining, we should probably set the stage. This is Episode 4 of our deep dive into One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2 by Whitney Webb.
Episode 4. And that's a pretty important heads up. If you haven't listened to the first 3, especially the last one, you might want to hit pause.
I'd say so. The context is, well, it's essential.
It really is. Last time we saw Jeffrey Epstein's first Ponzi scheme implode, only for him to sort of magically reappear as a property developer.
A reinvention that, on paper, made absolutely no sense. But it opened some very, very powerful doors for him.
And that's really the hook for today. We're in Chapter 12, The Property Developer, pages 47 to 54. And the thing I couldn't get out of my head reading this was the absurdity of the numbers.
You mean the $1 real estate deals?
Exactly. Buying and selling mansions for $1. For $10. I mean, was this just some weird quirk of a rich guy?
Or was property developer just a cover story for a much darker operation? A web involving intelligence, blackmail, and, well, the most powerful people in the world.
That's the question. So today we're going to unpack his early relationship with Donald Trump, look at this bizarre corporate nerve center in Ohio, and trace a line from a trafficking hub in Manhattan straight to Elon Musk's suppliers.
It's quite a path.
It is. Okay, so let's start with a name everyone knows, Donald Trump. The book puts the beginning of their relationship around 1987.
That's right, 1987. And a year later, in '88, Trump buys the Plaza Hotel in New York. Now, usually the story there is all about the debt he took on.
Right, the business deal.
But Whitney Webb points to the history of the building itself. What happened inside the plaza before Trump ever owned it?
A legacy. What do you mean?
I mean, it was already a notorious site for sexual blackmail parties. These weren't just parties, they were operations run by people like Roy Cohn and Louis Rosenstiel.
Wait, Roy Cohn, Trump's mentor, the lawyer for Joseph McCarthy.
The very same. Cohn was a master of using leverage and dirt. So the plaza already had this reputation and infrastructure for what you might call strategic hospitality.
So Trump wasn't just buying a hotel, he was buying a pre-existing venue for this kind of activity. It sets a precedent.
It does. And right into this world comes Epstein. The author Michael Wolff even had a name for the little group that formed. He called Trump, Epstein, and Tom Barrack the Nightlife Musketeers.
The Nightlife Musketeers. It sounds almost charming.
Almost. But this was the late 80s, early 90s. They were reportedly inseparable on the social scene.
And there's that infamous video from 1992 at Mar-a-Lago, right? I think a lot of people have seen clips.
Mm-hmm. The two of them laughing, pointing at women. It doesn't look like a casual business relationship. It looks like a real close friendship.
It goes beyond just partying, though. The book brings up an allegation from a man named George Heiress.
Right, a Florida businessman who organized events. He claims that in 1992, he put together a calendar girl competition at Mar-a-Lago.
Okay, a beauty pageant. That sounds very on brand.
Yes, but here's the detail. There was no public audience.
So, who was the audience? Who was judging?
Just two people, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Heiress says it was basically a private viewing, and he eventually told Trump he wouldn't do any more events if Epstein was involved.
That's a huge red flag. And Trump himself was pretty open about Epstein's tastes, wasn't he? There's that famous quote from 2002.
The one from New York Magazine, yeah.
Okay.
Trump said, "It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side."
On the younger side. Knowing everything we know now, that phrase is just chilling. It's like an open secret.
It suggests that within that circle, it wasn't a secret at all. It was a known feature. But while this is all happening in New York and Florida, Epstein is building his corporate machine somewhere else entirely.
Columbus, Ohio.
Exactly, Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, walk me through this because it feels so random. You think of global finance, you think London, New York, Geneva. Why Ohio?
One reason. Leslie Wexner, the billionaire behind Victoria's Secret. We know he was Epstein's key patron. And a police document from a totally unrelated murder investigation in Columbus accidentally gives us a look at their setup.
So the police are looking into a murder, and they stumble on what?
A corporate nerve center. It's on the 37th floor of the Huntington Center. You have all these entities, the Wexner Investment Company, PFI Leasing, all sharing the same office space, the same phone numbers, with Epstein listed as an officer.
Okay, but to play devil's advocate, rich guys share office space. Maybe it's just efficient, right?
Maybe. But it's about the network. You have to look at who owned the building. The landlord of the Huntington Center was a developer named Gerald D. Hines.
And who is he?
A huge Houston developer. But his business history is deeply tied to the Bush family's Zapata Petroleum, and to take of Adnan Khashoggi.
We've talked about Khashoggi, the arms dealer.
The arms dealer, the intelligence asset from Iran-Contra. So suddenly the map looks different. It's not just an office in Ohio. It's a hub in a building owned by a man connected to the Bush dynasty and global intelligence networks.
It feels like every time we look under a rock in this story, the same few names are always there.
It reinforces the theme that Epstein wasn't just some solo operator. He was part of an existing infrastructure. And that infrastructure had another key location in New York. We have to talk about 301 East 66th Street.
The apartment building?
A big apartment building, yeah. Officially, it was owned by a company called ASA Properties.
Which was run by Jeffrey's brother, Mark Epstein.
Correct. And ASA was listed as an affiliate of J. Epstein & Co. So it's all the same operation. But this wasn't just a normal rental building.
No, the book describes it more like a dormitory.
That's the perfect word. It was a holding facility. This building housed underage girls brought in from South America, from Europe, from the former Soviet Union. It was a key piece of the trafficking operation.
And this isn't some hidden warehouse. This is a big building in Manhattan with very high-profile visitors.
Very. Neighbors and security staff reported frequently seeing Ehud Barak.
We need to pause on that name. Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel.
And former head of Israeli military intelligence. He wasn't just seen there once. People saw his security detail waiting outside. You have to ask, why is a former intelligence chief and head of state visiting a building used to house trafficked girls?
It's a chilling question. And this is where the story takes a turn that, I'll be honest, really surprised me. It goes from 66th Street to Elon Musk.
I know, it sounds like a stretch.
It really does. It sounds like someone playing 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. Is there a real substantial link here?
Well, let's be careful. But the link presented in the book is financial, and it's pretty direct. It starts with a man named Jonathan Barrett.
Okay, who's he?
Barrett was the vice president of ASA Properties, the company that owned the 66th Street trafficking hub. So he's an Epstein insider.
Deeply embedded.
Later, Barrett becomes a director at a hedge fund called Luminous Management, which is an affiliate of a company called LS Power.
Okay.
LS Power is a major supplier to Tesla.
To Elon Musk's Tesla.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it gets more specific. Luminous Management, the fund where the Epstein VP is a director, was the largest shareholder in a company called Heiress. In 2020, Heiress sold $650 million worth of oil rigs to SpaceX.
SpaceX bought oil rigs. What for?
To convert them into floating launch pads for their rockets. So the chain is there. An Epstein real estate VP goes to a fund that becomes the top shareholder in a company selling critical, high-value assets to SpaceX.
That's a lot tighter than I thought. It's a major business pipeline. But what about personal links? Did Epstein and Musk ever actually interact?
Well, the book cites reports that Epstein introduced a woman, one who lived at the 66th Street building, to Elon's brother, Kimball Musk.
So Epstein was providing girlfriends for the Musk family from his trafficking hub.
That's the allegation. There are also reports Epstein toured a SpaceX facility, and Epstein himself apparently claimed he was secretly advising Tesla.
Advising them on what?
It's a mystery, but it fits. His MO of positioning himself as a discreet problem solver for billionaires.
Speaking of discrete problem solving, we need to talk about Forexter.
Yes.
The book gets a little technical here. It's an electronic foreign currency trading network. Can you just break that down for me? Why would Epstein's network need something like this?
Okay, think of it this way. If you want to move millions of dollars internationally, you have to use the public highway, the banking system. It has tolls, police, cameras, everyone sees you.
Right.
Forexter was like a private tunnel built underneath that highway. It was white-labeled to clients at Bear Stearns, Epstein's old firm. So the clients thought they were dealing with the bank, but behind the scenes, Epstein could be the one actually moving the money.
He's the facilitator in the dark.
He's the liquidity provider. It creates a black box where money goes in one currency and comes out another, without the usual paper trail. And the company was co-founded by a guy who worked for John Deuce, the oil trader, who employed Ted Shackley's private CIA network.
So again, the tool for moving dark money is linked directly back to the world of intelligence.
Every single time.
Okay, let's go back to the real estate because we have to talk about the crown jewel. The mansion at 9 East 71st Street.
The largest private residence in Manhattan. A palace.
And how he got it is just, it's so strange.
It is. Officially in 1989, Leslie Wexner buys it for $13.2 million. But the paperwork shows Epstein was the president of the corporation that owned it from day one.
So Wexner wrote the check, but it was always Epstein's house.
It certainly appears that way. And the renovations tell you everything you need to know about what the house was for. It wasn't just for living in.
This is where the stories of the bizarre decor come from, but it's more than that.
Much more. The crucial detail is the wiring. The entire mansion was systematically wired for hidden surveillance cameras.
In the bedroom?
Bedrooms, bathrooms, private areas. Everywhere.
So it wasn't a home, it was a factory.
It was a blackmail factory.
Yeah.
You build a facility like that for one reason. To capture compromising material on your powerful guests. Politicians, scientists, royals. The house itself was the trap.
It's the same playbook as the Plaza Hotel you mentioned earlier, just taken to a high-tech industrial level.
Exactly. And somehow that isn't even the strangest real estate deal in the chapter.
No. We have to talk about the third mansion. I think most people have no idea this even existed.
I had to read this section twice. Starting in 1992, Epstein rents a different mansion on East 69th Street. Huge place.
Okay, another mansion. Who was the landlord?
The United States State Department.
I'm sorry, what? You're saying the U.S. government was Jeffrey Epstein's landlord?
Yes. The State Department was collecting rent checks from him. And this was under Secretary of State James Baker III, who has his own strange, unexplained ties to this network.
That's just, I don't have words for that.
But it gets weirder. Epstein rents the place, but then he sublets it.
To who?
To a lawyer named Ivan Fisher, a guy famous for representing some of those notorious organized crime figures. We're talking the French Connection and Pizza Connection cases.
Let me get this straight. The U.S. State Department rents a mansion to Jeffrey Epstein, who turns around and gives the keys to a top mob lawyer.
And here's the kicker. The State Department had refused to rent directly to Ivan Fisher. They wouldn't deal with him. But they let Epstein hold the lease for him.
How is that even possible? It makes no sense
unless Epstein had some kind of special status. It suggests he was useful, that he had a level of protection that allowed him to bend rules that applied to everyone else. You don't get that kind of favor unless you're an asset.
That one story just shatters the whole narrative that he was just some lone wolf who tricked a bunch of rich people.
It really does. And when you put it all together, the partying with Trump, the Ohio Nerve Center, the trafficking hub that leads to Musk's orbit, the blackmail factory, and a government landlord, the property developer title just falls apart.
It's a mask?
It's a cover for a massive intelligence-linked operation designed to compromise the global elite.
It's absolutely dizzying, and it raises a question that I think we should leave the listener with. We always ask how Epstein got so powerful.
Right.
But if his homes are wired for blackmail, if his offices are shared with intelligence-linked billionaires, and his landlord is the U.S. government, was he ever really a developer?
Or was he just a custodian? Was he the spider? Or just the guy paid to maintain the web for someone else?
That's a thought that is going to stick with me, and we're not done. Next time, we're going to focus on the man who made so much of this possible, Leslie Wexner.
The Merlin to Epstein's Sorcerer's Apprentice. We're going to dive into the dark side of his empire and his philanthropy. It goes very deep.
You will not want to miss that one. For now, thank you for listening to this deep dive into One Nation Under Blackmail on the Ketab podcast. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back to the Ketab podcast. It is fantastic to have you with us today.
Great to be back.
You know, we're actually marking a bit of a milestone on this journey. This is officially, what, episode 5?
Episode 5, yeah. Oh. We're really getting into the thick of it now, unpacking Whitney Webb's One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2.
We certainly are. And for anyone who's just joining us, let's do a quick reset. In our last deep dive, we spent a lot of time on the where.
Right, the geography of the operation.
Exactly. We looked at Jeffrey Epstein's dirty real estate, the apartments used for trafficking, those mansions just wired for blackmail, and that really bizarre rental agreement he had with the U.S. State Department.
Which really established a key idea. Epstein wasn't some lone wolf. He had institutional cover.
Right. But today we're pivoting from the where to the who, and more specifically, the money. You hear this name constantly in any story about Epstein, the primary benefactor, Leslie Wexner.
The guy behind Victoria's Secret, The Limited. The retail billionaire who gave Epstein power of attorney, funding.
Handed him the keys to the castle, basically.
Yeah.
And that's usually where the mainstream story just stops.
Right. They paint him as this, brilliant but maybe naive old businessman who got taken for a ride by a con man.
And that is the hook for today. We have to ask the question that gets glossed over. Who is Leslie Wexner, really? How does a guy from Ohio selling sportswear end up bankrolling one of history's most notorious intelligence assets?
To answer that, we're diving straight into Chapter 13. It's called The World of Leslie Wexner, pages 62 through 69. And the goal here for you is to see that this isn't just a biography. It's about mapping the old boy's network that groomed him.
So the argument is that he didn't just stumble into this. He was chosen.
He was selected, and he was molded by a network that sits at a very strange intersection of organized crime, intelligence, and high-stakes geopolitics.
Okay, so let's start at the beginning, joining the club, as it were. Wexner's from Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah, born to Russian immigrants, Harry and Bella. And honestly, the early story is like the classic American dream. He drops out of law school, goes to work at his parents' store, Leslie's.
But he has bigger ideas.
He does. He clashes with them. They want to sell everything, a general store. He has this vision to focus just on sportswear. He sees that specialization is the future.
Niche marketing before it was a thing.
Totally. So he borrows money from his aunt, starts The Limited in 1963, and it just explodes. By 65, he's a phenomenon. And that's when he gets on the radar.
Of the big players.
The biggest. First, a retail baron named Milton Petrie. He tries to buy Wexner out. Wexner says no, which is a gutsy move. But Petrie, instead of crushing him, he sort of mentors him, opens the door to this exclusive circle.
So Petrie is the entry point.
He's the entry point, but the real mentor, the one who changes everything, is a man named A. Alfred Taubman.
The shopping mall king.
Yeah.
I found this part of the source material just fascinating. Taubman wasn't just in retail. He basically invented the modern mall experience.
He did. And the story of how they met is, well, it's something else. It's such a power move. Taubman basically summons Wexner to Detroit.
Right. And Wexner gets there, probably all nervous, ready for a big meeting, and Taubman just, puts him in a hell of a
Doesn't even say hello, just points to the chopper.
Wow.
And they fly around looking at shopping centers. Wexner has no idea what's going on. They land, and then Taubman finally speaks.
And the very first thing he says is basically an insult.
Your stores are a blight on my shopping centers.
That's a rough start to a beautiful friendship.
Yeah.
You're ruining my aesthetic.
But it was a test, a lesson in standards.
Yeah.
And despite that, Taubman takes him under his wing, teaches him that retail isn't about clothes, it's about real estate, the environment. Wexner later called their relationship intimate, like father and son.
So Taubman, the real estate titan, is his new mentor. But this is where the source makes a very hard pivot. Because through Taubman, Wexner meets the real center of gravity in this network, a man named Max Fisher.
And this is where the story stops being about selling sweaters and starts being about pure power. Max Fisher is. He's really the key to all of this. He was a Detroit industrialist, an oil man, but Fortune magazine called him...
The Nexus, right?
Exactly. The nexus of the nation's oldest of the old boys networks.
The Nexus. I mean, that word alone tells you he's the connection point for everything.
He was. And his public image was spotless. The media loved this rags to riches story, you know, hauling ice blocks to pay for college. He was presented as this pillar of the community.
But the source material suggests a very different story lurking in the shadows.
A very long shadow. There were persistent allegations, ones that just wouldn't go away, about Fisher's past ties to the Purple Gang in Detroit.
Okay, let's pause on that. The Purple Gang sounds like something out of a comic book, but for anyone who doesn't know their Prohibition history, they were not to be trifled with.
Not at all. The Purple Gang was terrifying. They were a mostly Jewish mob that ran the liquor trade from Canada into Detroit. They were incredibly violent, very efficient, and they ran the city's underworld.
So linking a respectable guy like Fisher to them, that implies his startup capital might have come from a very dark place.
It suggests a different origin story, for sure. So Fisher builds his fortune in oil or gasoline, but then he sort of retires from business to become a quote-unquote statesman.
A power broker.
A much better word for it. He becomes an intimate insider for Presidents Eisenhower, Nixon, Ford. And you have to understand, he wasn't just a donor. He was a primary diplomatic liaison between U.S. foreign policy and the State of Israel.
That sounds huge, but liaison can be a vague term. Is there a concrete example of that power?
There is, a major one. The source points to the 1973 Yom Kippur War. It was a crisis moment. Israel was under attack. The Nixon administration was hesitating.
Balancing Cold War politics.
Right. And the source credits Max Fisher as the man who was the driving force behind Nixon's decision to launch the massive U.S. arms airlift to Israel.
Wait, a private citizen from Detroit essentially dictates U.S. military logistics in the middle of a war.
That's the level of influence we're talking about. This isn't just about money, it's geopolitical leverage. He could get on the phone and change the course of a conflict. And this is the man mentoring Leslie Wexner.
Okay, so let's put the pieces on the board.
Yeah.
Wexner's being taught by Taubman, the mall king, who is best friends with Fisher, the geopolitical power broker.
And now their worlds start to merge in business. This brings us to 1975 and a company called United Brands.
This is a really crucial part of the story.
It is. In 1975, Max Fisher becomes chairman of United Brands. Now, that name sounds harmless, but its old name was United Fruit.
Ah, the original Banana Republic company.
The very one. And we need to be crystal clear here. United Fruit was never just about fruit. It has a long, documented history as a commercial front for the CIA.
Right. It was involved in the 1954 Guatemalan coup, supplied ships for the Bay of Pigs.
It was a U.S. intelligence asset that just happened to sell bananas. So when Fisher takes over, he's not just running a food distributor, he's taking the helm of an arm of U.S. covert operations.
And the way he got the job was pretty grim.
Very. The previous head, Eli Black, had committed suicide, smashed a window, and jumped from the Pan Am building in New York.
A tragic story. And there's a connection there for you to keep in mind. Eli Black had a son.
A son named Leon Black, who years later would become a billionaire and one of Jeffrey Epstein's closest, most important financial associates.
It's eerie. It's like a baton being passed from one generation to the next.
It really is. So Fisher is running this CIA-linked company, but the network expands again in 1977 with the Irvine Ranch deal.
This deal is like the Rosetta Stone for this whole network.
It is. A consortium buys the Irvine Ranch in California. It's a huge piece of land, one of the biggest private real estate deals ever. But just look at who's in the group.
Who's at the table?
You've got Max Fisher, his buddy A. Alfred Taubman. You have Henry Ford II, so industrial royalty. And then you have a new name, the Allen brothers, Charles and Herbert Allen.
And the source highlights them as a critical link. If Fisher is the link to intelligence, the Allen brothers are the link to what?
The underworld. Plain and simple. Their investment bank was the bridge between the boardroom and the mob. Charles Allen was an initial investor in the Grand Bahama Development Company.
Grand Bahama, that name keeps popping up.
As it should. That deal connects them directly to a man named Louis Chesler, who was a known frontman for the one and only Meyer Lansky.
Lansky. The mob's accountant.
The mob's accountant. The Allen brothers were key players in Freeport, Grand Bahama, which was basically built from the ground up to be an offshore hub for organized crime to launder money and run gambling operations, far from U.S. law.
I just want to let that sink in for a second. You have Max Fisher, advisor to presidents, Taubman, the mall mogul, Henry Ford II, and the Allen brothers, business partners of Meyer Lansky's frontman, all in business together.
And this is the world Leslie Wexner is being brought into. He's not just learning about retail. He's watching how this tier of power works, a tier where intelligence, organized crime, and big business are all just blended together.
Which brings us to 1983. And this feels like Wexner's final exam, the acquisition of Sotheby's.
This is it. This is the moment he's formally brought into the inner circle. The Fisher-Taubman-Ford group decides to buy Sotheby's, the famous auction house, and they bring Les Wexner in as a partner.
So why an auction house? I get the prestige, but what's the function for a group like this?
An auction house is incredibly useful if you need to move a lot of money around without a lot of questions. The value of art is subjective. A painting can be worth $10 million or $100 million. It's a perfect vehicle for financial maneuvering.
High-class laundromat.
You could say that.
Yeah.
And there were other figures in this deal, too, like a man named David Murdoch.
And who was he connected to?
A very close friend of Armand Hammer. And Armand Hammer is another one of these nexus figures. Deep ties to Soviet intelligence, organized crime, and a reputation for financially blackmailing politicians. It's just the same pattern over and over again.
Now, the Sotheby's story eventually goes south. Wexner is on the board, but Taubman is running things. And it all blows up.
It does. Years later, a massive price-fixing scandal breaks. Taubman and his counterpart at Christie's were caught rigging commissions, stealing millions from their clients. It's a huge deal. Taubman is convicted and sent to prison.
And most people in Wexner's position would run a mile from that kind of PR disaster.
But Wexner didn't. He wrote a letter to the judge supporting Taubman. He called the convicted felon the best person I know.
The best person I know. That says everything about his loyalties, doesn't it? But there is an even darker connection to the Epstein story buried in this Sotheby's era.
Yes. This is the intersection that should give you chills. During this exact period, while Taubman was in charge, while Wexner was on the board, Ghislaine Maxwell was a constant presence at Sotheby's and Christie's.
And she wasn't just there admiring the art.
No. The source alleges she was using these high society events as her personal recruiting ground. She was looking for gallerinas, young women working in the art world, to pull into Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking operation.
It's just a horrifying thought. This veneer of high culture, black tie events, champagne. And underneath, it's a hunting ground. And the man on the board, Wexner, is the patron of the man the girls are being trafficked to.
It shows you how these institutions provide the perfect cover. It's camouflage. The predators aren't hiding in the shadows. They're hiding in plain sight, protected by the best people.
We've covered the mentors, the deals, the cover. But there's one final piece of this chapter that takes us right back to the world of spies. The Iran-Contra connection.
This brings it all full circle back to Max Fisher and United Brands. In 1984, Fisher sells his stock in the company. He's moving on.
Who buys it?
A man named Carl Lindner Jr.
And why is that name significant?
Because of what Lindner does almost immediately after he buys the company. He starts making huge grants and donations to Oliver North's network.
Oliver North. We are talking about the absolute dead center of the Iran-Contra scandal.
The very same. The illegal arms for hostages deal that funded the Contra rebels. So you have the corporate asset passing from Fisher to Lindner, and then money flowing directly from that company into one of the biggest covert operations scandals in American history.
It's an unbelievable chain of connections. You have the legacy of the Purple Gang, a CIA front company, Meyer Lansky's associates, and now Iran-Contra. And learning the ropes in the middle of it all is Leslie Wexner.
It completely shatters that myth of the lucky retailer from Ohio. Wexner was groomed by men who saw no difference between business, intelligence, and crime. They were all just tools in the toolbox.
So when a guy like Jeffrey Epstein comes into Wexner's life, he's not some strange new phenomenon.
He's a familiar type. Epstein fit perfectly into the world Wexner was raised in, a world where blackmail, covert money, and liaisons were just how things got done. Wexner knew the game because he learned it from the grandmasters.
It completely reframes the question. It's not, how did Epstein fool Wexner? It's, how did Wexner's world create the perfect environment for an Epstein to flourish?
That's the real takeaway. Epstein wasn't a bug in the system. He was a feature.
And we are going to have to leave it there for today. We've established that the world of Leslie Wexner is infinitely more complicated and frankly more dangerous than the business pages ever led on.
It's a network built on influence, not just profits, and a network that protects its own.
Which is a perfect lead into our next deep dive. We are going to look at the philanthropy of these figures, because if you think their business deals were a web, just wait until you see how they used charity to launder their reputations and extend their influence.
It's how they sanitized it all. It's a disturbing but critical layer to understand.
So here's something for you to think about until then. If this network of mentors spent decades building this infrastructure and they picked Wexner to carry it forward, who's being picked right now to carry it into the next generation?
That is a very unsettling question. The network doesn't die, it just finds a new face.
If you liked this episode, kindly consider liking and sharing the video, and if you haven't yet, subscribe for more.
Thanks for listening to the Ketab podcast. We'll see you next time. Welcome back to the Ketab podcast. Today we are on episode 6 of our deep dive into Whitney Webb's One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2.
It is good to be back.
Yeah.
And this is a chapter I've been really waiting to get into.
I can absolutely see why. Last time, we sort of set the stage, right? We talked about Leslie Wexner's mentors, this whole circle of corporate raiders, organized crime figures, intelligence guys. It was dense.
Very dense. But today, it gets a lot more cinematic.
Yeah, it feels less like a business filing and more like a scene straight out of a mob movie.
It really does. We're zeroing in on Chapter 13, specifically pages 70 to 77, and it all revolves around one single incredibly violent event.
Right. So I just want to pose a question for everyone listening. What happens when the personal lawyer for one of the wealthiest men in America is gunned down, mob-style, literally the day before he's supposed to testify to a grand jury?
And then what if the local police chief looks at the investigation file and decides it's too scandalous to exist and just orders it destroyed?
That is the story we're unpacking today. The murder of Arthur Shapiro, the cover-up, and this is the crucial part, how that one act of violence seems to have kicked the door wide open for Jeffrey Epstein to walk straight into Leslie Wexner's world.
It's the pivot. You really can't get the whole Wexner-Epstein story without understanding the blood that was spilled right at the very beginning.
Okay, so paint the picture for us. Where are we? What's the year?
We're in Columbus, Ohio.
Okay.
It's March 1985. And the man at the center of this is Arthur Shapiro.
And he's a lawyer for?
He's a senior partner at a big firm, but more importantly, he's one of the key lawyers for Leslie Wexner's company, The Limited.
So he's an insider. He knows where the money is, where the deals are made.
Exactly. He knows everything. And on the morning of March 6th, he's sitting in his car, supposedly having breakfast with another man.
That's a little strange on its own, right? A breakfast meeting in a car.
It suggests a conversation you didn't want anyone to overhear. But then something goes horribly wrong.
What happens?
Shapiro just bolts from the car. He starts running toward a condo nearby, pounding on the door, screaming for help. But the other man chases him.
And this wasn't like a robbery or something random.
No, not at all. Witnesses said the attacker was dressed all in black. He catches up to Shapiro and shoots him. Twice. Point-blank range to the head.
Wow.
Then he just calmly walks back to Shapiro's car and drives away in it.
That is clinical.
It is. The police get there, and right away they're calling it a professional hit.
And the car?
They find it the next day in a mall parking lot. And here's the detail that just seals it. The car had been completely wiped clean. No fingerprints, no fibers, nothing.
Okay, so a professional execution. The first question you have to ask is, who was he about to talk to?
And that's where the timing is just. It's impossible to ignore. Arthur Shapiro was scheduled to testify to a federal grand jury the very next day.
The next day? You couldn't write that.
You couldn't. And the grand jury was looking into a big tax fraud case. Shapiro was actually named as an unindicted co-conspirator. The main target was one of his clients, an accountant named Barry L. Kessler.
Okay, so let's play devil's advocate for a second. The most obvious answer is that Kessler, the accountant, did it to shut Shapiro up.
Right. And that's what the police thought at first. Kessler was the #1 suspect. He's a shady guy. He eventually got convicted on related charges. But the Kessler did it theory starts to break down pretty fast.
Why?
Well, think about the resources. Kessler's an accountant. Criminal one, sure. But he's not a mafia don. Does he have the connections to hire a killer this clean? And more importantly,
does he have the power to make the investigation just disappear?
Exactly. The cover-up suggests someone with way more power than an accountant. And there's a history here. This wasn't the first time people around Kessler and Shapiro ended up dead.
What do you mean?
Back in 1970, Kessler's business partner, a man named Frank Yasinoff, was murdered, along with his fiancée.
And Shapiro was involved how?
He was the executor of Yasinoff's will. So these guys had been connected to unsolved murders for 15 years.
Okay.
But here's the real kicker. When the police in '85 are investigating the Shapiro murder, they think, hey, let's go pull the files on that old 1970 double murder, see if there's a connection.
Makes sense. What did they find?
They found an empty folder. The files were gone. Missing.
Okay, so that's a pattern. Evidence related to this little group has a way of vanishing from police custody in Columbus.
It seems to. But that missing file from the 70s, that's just the warm-up act for what happened with the actual Shapiro murder file.
This is the part of the book that really floored me, because it's not just the suspicion that evidence was destroyed. We know who did it.
We do. A few years later, 1991, the Columbus Police Organized Crime Bureau has this whole detailed report on the Shapiro homicide. They've done their work. And the police chief, James Jackson, gives a direct order to destroy it.
A police chief orders a murder investigation file to be burned. What was his justification?
Well, he got suspended for it. The official charge was improper disposal of a public record. His defense, though, was that the report was scandalous and full of wild speculation about prominent business leaders.
Prominent business leaders, that's code for this report points to people who are too rich and powerful to be investigated.
That's exactly what it sounds like. He was protecting the city's elite. But of course, a copy survived. It came out years later. And when you see what's in it, you understand why the chief wanted it burned.
Because it didn't point to Kessler, the accountant.
No. The police report's own hypothesis, based on their intelligence, was that Leslie Wexner and/or his associates were involved in ordering the hit on Shapiro.
The billionaire, the founder of the Limited, the report actually names him.
It names him as the possible source of the order. The theory was that Shapiro just knew too much about Wexner's business dealings, the questionable ethics and legality of it all. The real fear wasn't that Shapiro would talk about Kessler's tax fraud. It was once he started talking, he wouldn't stop.
Okay, but Wexner sells clothes. He's not a mob boss. If the police thought he was behind it, they must have thought he had access to people who do that kind of work.
And that's where the report gets really specific. It names two men from Wexner's inner circle who had the means to arrange a professional hit. Edward DeBartolo Sr. and Frank Walsh.
DeBartolo, that name is. I mean, if you grew up near a shopping mall, you know that name.
You do. He was the mall king. He and Wexner were extremely close business partners. They built malls together, tried corporate takeovers together. But the police report is explicit. It identifies DeBartolo as an associate of the Genovese LaRocca crime family.
So a billionaire mall developer is a mob associate. How does that even work?
You have to stop thinking about the mob as just guys with guns. I mean, think finance. Think money laundering. The journalist Dan Moldea cites a U.S. Customs report that identified DeBartolo as the successor to Meyer Lansky.
Meyer Lansky. Okay, for anyone who doesn't know, that is not a small name.
No. Lansky was the mob's accountant. He was the financial genius who basically invented modern money laundering. He built the bridge between organized crime and legitimate international banking.
So if DeBartolo is his heir?
He's not just some mob-connected guy. He's the new financial wizard of organized crime.
And he's Leslie Wexner's main business partner.
Right. Wexner's entire real estate empire is being built in partnership with the man.
Sure.
Law enforcement considered the top financier for the mob. That's one of the prominent business leaders.
Okay, so that's the real estate side. Who's the other guy? Frank Walsh.
Frank Walsh.
Yeah.
He owned Walsh Trucking. This is the company that moved the goods for the Limited, all of it.
So he's the supply chain.
He is the supply chain.
Right.
And the police report says Walsh has strong ties to the Genovese crime family. And honestly, strong ties might be an understatement.
How so?
Because we have the paperwork on Walsh. In 1988, he was indicted by a prosecutor you might have heard of, a guy named Samuel Alito Jr.
Wait, Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito?
The very same. He was the U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, and he brought a wire-I-Go case against Walsh. The charge was that Walsh was paying off the Teamsters Union and the Genovese crime family to get these sweetheart contracts.
So he's paying the mob to get an advantage?
It's called labor peace. Yeah, think about it. If your competitors are dealing with strikes and slowdowns, but your trucks always run on time because you're paying off the mob boss who controls the union.
You win.
You win. Alito's indictment even named the boss of the Genovese family, Tony Salerno, as an unindicted co-conspirator. Walsh was part of the whole racket.
So let's just step back. You've got Wexner. His real estate expansion is tied to Meyer Lansky's successor. His entire supply chain is run by a guy paying off the Genovese family.
And his lawyer, Arthur Shapiro, who knows about all of it, is about to testify to the feds. And then he's silenced. Permanently.
It seems like an open and shut case of a mob hit to protect a criminal enterprise.
It does. And then the cover-up makes it even more clear. Wexner had very cozy ties with the Columbus police. A lot of the officers worked off-duty as his personal security.
That's a huge conflict of interest. The cops on your private payroll are supposed to investigate you for murder.
And the police chief burning the file kind of answers that question, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The system protected the prominent business leader. The witness was gone, the file was gone, business as usual.
But there's a problem for Wexner now. Shapiro is gone. The guy who managed all this, who acted as a shield, he's dead. Wexner has to be feeling exposed, paranoid.
This is the key moment. Imagine being him in late 1985. You're richer than ever, but you're also more vulnerable than ever. The old system just got your lawyer killed. You don't need another lawyer. You need a new kind of fixer.
Someone who operates in the shadows.
Someone who is comfortable there. And it is in that exact moment, in the immediate aftermath of this murder and this cover-up, that Jeffrey Epstein walks into his life.
The timing is just, it's chilling. It's not years later. It's right then.
1985. An insurance executive named Robert Meister makes the introduction. And the way Meister tells it, Epstein didn't present himself as some brilliant stock picker. He called himself a financial bounty hunter.
A bounty hunter? What does that even mean?
He told Wexner, people are stealing from you. Which, given the people Wexner was in business with, was probably true. Epstein promised he could find the stolen money and fix the problems.
So he's the new cleaner, the guy to handle the mess left by Shapiro's murder.
And the takeover is immediate and total. Trust that should take years to build is given to Epstein in months. He becomes the sole financial advisor, gets full power of attorney. He starts methodically pushing out everyone in Wexner's old circle.
Including his own mother, right?
Yes, even Bella Wexner, who is the heart of the company. Epstein gets her pushed out, all the old guard. It's a complete regime change. Wexner's whole life changes. His security, his habits, everything.
It's like a capture.
Webb's argument is that it was a capture. Epstein didn't just stumble into a retail fortune. He walked into an active criminal enterprise, one that already involved the highest levels of the mob, murder, and police corruption. He just offered a new, maybe more sophisticated way of managing it all.
That changes the entire story. It's not Epstein the financial whiz. It's Epstein the new fixer for an empire built on mob connections.
Or perhaps Epstein the intelligence asset, who could provide a level of protection that even the Genovese family couldn't. But the ticket in the door, the job opening, was created by 2 bullets in a parking lot in Columbus, Ohio.
A man is executed, a police chief burns the evidence, and the result is the beginning of the Jeffrey Epstein empire.
The events are directly linked. The corruption that allowed the murder to be covered up is the same fertile ground that allowed Epstein's operation to grow for decades.
So we've seen how he got in the door. The next question has to be, what did he do with all that power? What did he build with Wexner's billions?
And that's where we're going next. We've seen the entry point. In our next deep dive, we're going to examine the operation itself, the so-called philanthropy, the web of companies, the intelligence ties, and how it all expanded far beyond Ohio.
It sounds like it's only going to get darker.
It does. But it's a story we have to follow to the end.
Agreed. We'll pick it up there next time. Thank you for listening to the Ketab podcast.
Welcome back to Ketab Podcast. Today, we are buckling up and continuing our journey into this dark, just labyrinthine world of power, intelligence, and corruption.
It really is.
This is officially episode 7 of our series covering One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2 by Whitney Webb.
And if you've been tracking with us for the long haul, you know the picture's getting clearer, but the details are, they're getting significantly more disturbing.
Yeah.
We aren't just looking at a black book of names anymore. We're looking at the architecture of influence itself.
Absolutely. Now, before we open the file on today's session, maybe we should quickly orient ourselves. In our last deep dive, episode 6, we covered a heavy topic.
Oh, yeah. The story of Arthur Shapiro.
Exactly.
Right. And just to recap for you, Shapiro was Leslie Wexner's lawyer.
Right.
He was the man who knew where all the financial skeletons were kept.
Knew everything.
Everything. And he was murdered in 1985, right before he could testify to a grand jury. And the police files we looked at last time pointed directly to a cover-up.
A cover-up, linking that murder to Wexner's ties with the Genovese crime family.
It's just an incredible story.
That was the pivot point. Shapiro dies. The police look the other way.
Yeah.
And right around this time, Wexner hires Jeffrey Epstein. So you have to keep that timeline locked in your head. 1985.
A pivotal year.
It's so pivotal. Shapiro is murdered. Wexner officially becomes a billionaire.
Yeah.
And then he gives an interview.
And not just any interview.
No. This is the hook for today, and frankly, it is one of the strangest things I have ever read in a business profile. In 1985, the very same year his lawyer is killed, Leslie Wexner sits down with New York Magazine and tells the reporter that he is possessed.
Possessed.
He says he's possessed by a malicious demon that compels him to accumulate power. So the question we have to ask you today is this. Why would one of the richest, most influential men in the world say that?
I mean, what's the angle?
Right. Was it a bizarre metaphor? Or was it, confession?
So today, we are conducting a deep dive into Chapter 14, The Dark Side of Wexner's Philanthropy. We're going to explore pages 83 through 91.
And our mission is to really unpack how Wexner used his massive wealth to shape leadership, to influence U.S.-Israel relations, and how Jeffrey Epstein used those exact same channels to infiltrate institutions as prestigious as Harvard University.
It's a masterclass in how philanthropy can be a cover for power building. But honestly, let's start with that demon.
Okay, let's unpack this. The article was a cover story for New York Magazine titled The Bachelor Billionaire.
Right.
Now, usually these profiles are, they're puff pieces. Look at his nice house. Look at his work ethic. Here's the top 5 tips for success. That kind of thing.
Exactly. And there is some of that surface-level gloss in the article, but then it takes this sharp left turn into, well, psychological horror.
It really does. Wexner starts talking about what drives him. He doesn't say market forces. He doesn't say the American dream. He uses a very specific term from Jewish folklore.
He says he's guided by a Dybbuk.
A Dybbuk. Now, for those who didn't grow up with these stories or whose, knowledge of possession is limited to Hollywood movies, what exactly is a Dybbuk?
Well, in Jewish folklore and mysticism, a Dybbuk is typically a disembodied human spirit. And crucially, it's almost always malicious. It's a demon, often the spirit of a sinner, that wanders restlessly until it finds a living person to possess.
So it's not a muse.
No, not at all. It's not a guardian angel. It's a parasitic entity.
And Wexner isn't vague about this. He describes the physical sensation of it. He says the Dybbuk gives him spilks,
which is Yiddish for pins and needles or, extreme nervous anxiety.
Right. He says it makes him feel like he's being pricked by spiritual pins. He says this entity makes him wander from house to house and compels him to, and this is a direct quote, swallow companies larger than his own.
That phrasing is just chilling when you think about his business practices. Swallow companies.
It is.
He's describing a voracious and insatiable hunger that isn't coming from logic, but from this thing inside him. He even says this Dybbuk is an integral part of his genius.
He also claims he's emotionally stunted because the Dybbuk takes up so much space inside his psyche.
It's an incredible admission.
But here is where it gets really interesting. The reporter, who, you have to imagine, is staring at him wide-eyed at this point, asks him a simple question.
Yeah.
She asks, what does the Dybbuk look like?
And Wexner's answer.
He just says, me.
Me? Wow.
So we have a man who's about to become this major player in global geopolitics, explicitly identifying his own ambition with a malicious, demonic entity.
It just raises a profound question about the nature of the philanthropy we're about to discuss. If the man writing the checks believes he is driven by a demon to accumulate and swallow power, what is the ultimate goal of the institutions he builds?
Exactly. Because immediately after this era, Wexner pivots hard into shaping the leadership of the American Jewish community.
Right.
So let's transition to that machinery he built. The origins of the Wexner Foundation. It was set up around, 1983 or 1984?
And on paper, the mission statement sounds great. It says the goal is to assist emerging professional Jewish leaders in North America and mid-career public officials in Israel.
Developing leaders. It sounds so benign. Who could argue with scholarships and training?
Well, nobody. But when you look at the architects of this foundation, the people Wexner brought in to design it, the story gets a lot more complicated.
Okay, so who are we talking about here?
Well, you have Robert Hiller from the Council of Jewish Federations. You have Rabbi Maurice Corson, who was associated with B'nai B'rith, which, as we've discussed in previous deep dives, often functions like a secret society or an intelligence network.
Right.
But The figure we really need to focus on is Rabbi Herbert Friedman.
Friedman. He was the co-founder of the Wexner Heritage Foundation.
Correct. But calling Herbert Friedman just a rabbi is like calling James Bond just a civil servant. I mean, it's technically true, but it misses the entire point.
So what's his story?
Friedman's background creates a direct bridge between Wexner's philanthropy and the world of intelligence and paramilitary operations.
How so? What was his history?
During the pre-state years of Israel, Friedman was a member of the Haganah.
The Haganah. That was the paramilitary precursor to the Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF?
Exactly. And if you recall from Volume 1, the Haganah didn't just fight, they ran logistics. They were heavily armed by organized crime networks in the U.S.
Mobsters.
They were smuggling guns, working with mobsters to secure the state. Friedman was right there in that mix. Later, he becomes the longtime CEO of the United Jewish Appeal, or UJA, raising billions of dollars.
And there's a connection here to Wexner's mentor, Max Fisher, isn't there?
A huge connection. Fisher was heavily involved with the UJA. Wexner follows right in Fisher's footsteps and becomes vice chairman of the UJA.
And he wasn't just a figurehead.
Not at all. Wexner didn't just use this role to cut ribbons or host gala dinners. He used it to hold high-level, closed-door meetings with Israeli government officials.
And the source material mentions these meetings weren't just about charity or, refugee resettlement.
No, they were discussing his business interests. Specifically, there were transcripts and reports of discussions about establishing factories in the Golan Heights.
Wow.
So you see the blurring of lines here. You have philanthropy, you have paramilitary backgrounds, you have big business, and you have state interests all mixing in the same room.
It's vertical integration, but for influence. And speaking of state interests, let's talk about the money flowing out of the Wexner Foundation to specific individuals. This brings us to the Ehud Barak connection.
Yes. This is one of the most controversial line items in the Foundation's entire history. Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister of Israel, former defense minister, a titan of Israeli politics.
But at the time of this specific transaction, he wasn't Prime Minister, right? He was out of office.
That's the key. In 2004, he was a private citizen. Yet the Wexner Foundation gave him a grant totaling $2.3 million.
$2.3 million. That is a heck of a grant. I've applied for research grants before. They usually cover a laptop and some travel expenses.
Right. What was he researching?
Exactly. What was the official line?
The official explanation was research and consulting services, but it was never really specified what that meant. And we have to look at the context. Ehud Barak wasn't just a politician. He was, as we now know, intimately involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
We know Barak visited Epstein's apartment in Manhattan. He visited the private island.
Multiple times. So here you have the Wexner Foundation, which Wexner and Epstein are both involved with, funneling millions of dollars to a powerful figure who is deeply embedded in Epstein's social circle.
It looks less like philanthropy.
And more like a retainer or perhaps funding a network.
It's the network that really matters here.
Yeah.
Wexner wasn't just cutting checks to individuals. He was building a farm team. Let's talk about the Wexner Heritage Program.
This is the flagship. It's an intensive 2-year leadership course for North American Jewish volunteer leaders.
So they're not just picking anyone.
No, they select people who are already successful lawyers, doctors, real estate developers, and they put them through this rigorous program.
And there are over 2,000 alumni of this program now.
Right. And the stated goal is to deepen their understanding of Jewish history and leadership. But critics, and even the source text, suggest it's more about standardizing views.
What do you mean by that?
It's about ensuring that the leadership class of the American Jewish community is on the same page regarding history, Israel, and policy.
And it worked. The influence is, it's staggering. There's a quote from Elliot Brandt, the National Managing Director of AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee.
This quote is essential to understanding the scope of what they built.
What did he say?
Brandt said, and I'm quoting here, most of the AIPAC National Board consists of Wexner Heritage alumni.
Most of the board. Let that sink in for a minute.
Yeah.
Most of the board of one of the most powerful lobbying groups in Washington came through Wexner's program.
And if we connect this to the bigger picture, you have to remember AIPAC's history. This isn't just a lobbying group. Webb points out that AIPAC has been at the center of espionage scandals. In the mid-'80s, and again in 2004, right around the time of that Barak payment, they were implicated in investigations regarding classified U.S. information being passed to Israel.
So, Wexner's foundation, run by a man who claims a demon drives him to swallow companies, is training the people who run the organization that has been investigated for espionage.
Precisely. It's a closed loop, a machine designed to align U.S. Jewish leadership with specific state interests, and standing right next to Wexner while this machine is being built.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Which brings us to the prestigious halls of the Ivy League. Because it wasn't just Jewish leadership they were infiltrating, it was Harvard.
This is a classic example of how money buys legitimacy. I mean, remember, Jeffrey Epstein was a college dropout. He had no academic credentials to speak of.
He lied his way into his first teaching job at Dalton.
Exactly. Yet he became a fixture at Harvard University, so how does a dropout get an office at Harvard?
He needed a gatekeeper. He needed a way in, and that gateway was a man named Henry Rosofsky.
Henry Rosofsky was a titan at Harvard, a prominent economist, dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, and the first Jewish member of the Harvard Corporation, the governing body of the entire university.
A very powerful man.
Immensely. And in 1988, Wexner creates the Wexner Graduate Fellowship. And who does he appoint as its chairman?
Henry Rosofsky.
This establishes the relationship. That was the handshake. Then, around 1991, Wexner introduces Epstein to Rosofsky, and they apparently hit it off. Rosofsky was later described as Epstein's oldest friend at Harvard.
1991. I feel like we keep coming back to that year in this series. It's like a magnetic pole.
It's a critical year. 1991 is the year Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell reportedly began their sexual blackmail operation in earnest. It's the year the mega group, which we'll discuss in later deep dives, was formed. And it's the year Epstein gets his foot in the door at Harvard.
And they cemented this relationship with a building, didn't they?
Of course. Real estate is always part of the game. In 1991, Wexner and Epstein pledged to fund a new student center for Harvard Hillel. And what did they name it?
Rosofsky Hall.
It's a perfect circle of influence. Wexner and Epstein fund the building to honor the man who is their key to the university. It's flattery and bribery wrapped in bricks and mortar.
And Epstein's name was on it.
There was even a plaque on the building listing Epstein as a donor, though interestingly, Hillel officials later tried to dispute the extent of his involvement after the scandals broke.
But the damage, or I guess the infiltration, was done. Because once Epstein was inside that Harvard network, he spread like a virus.
He did. And the most significant connection he made through this network was Larry Summers.
Larry Summers, the economist, future Treasury Secretary.
Yep. In 1998, Epstein makes his first official donation to Harvard. That same year, he uses his private plane to fly Larry Summers, who was then the Deputy Treasury Secretary.
And Summers would soon become the president of Harvard?
Exactly. And under Summers' presidency, Epstein was given an office at Harvard. He was given unrestricted access. He was treating one of the world's most prestigious universities like his own personal clubhouse.
And it all started with that introduction.
It all started with that introduction from Leslie Wexner to Henry Rosofsky back in 1991.
So what does this all mean? When you step back and look at the map we've drawn today, from the demons in the boardroom, to the diplomats in Jerusalem, to the deans at Harvard, what do you see?
I see a deliberate, systematic construction of a power network. Wexner didn't just donate money to charity. I mean, that's such a naive way to look at it. He built a machine.
A machine that aligned the leadership of the U.S. Jewish community, cultivated high-level contacts in the Israeli government,
including payments to a former prime minister,
and bought access to the intellectual elite at Harvard.
And sitting in the passenger seat of this machine, or perhaps acting as the mechanic, was Jeffrey Epstein. He used Wexner's money and Wexner's introductions to place himself at the intersection of all these worlds: intelligence, academia, politics.
It brings us all the way back to that interview in 1985, the Dybbuk.
It really does.
Wexner said the Dybbuk drives him to accumulate, to swallow up everything around him. He said, the Dybbuk looks like me.
And here is the provocative thought I want to leave you with today. We know Epstein's primary trade was blackmail, acquiring compromising material on powerful people. That is, in its essence, a form of accumulation.
It's swallowing people.
Exactly.
So if Wexner believed a Dybbuk was driving him to accumulate power,
was Jeffrey Epstein simply another tool the Dybbuk used to acquire what it wanted? Was Epstein the manifestation of that dark drive?
It's a disturbing thought. But as we've seen, a machine like this needs operators. We've seen the money trail to Israel. We've seen the infiltration of Harvard. But there's another half of this equation.
That's right. Next time, we're going to look at the woman who walked into this web and helped Epstein trap his victims, the daughter of another titan who played in these same dark waters.
We are talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. You won't want to miss that deep dive.
See you in the deep end.
Thank you for listening to Ketab Podcast. Welcome back to the Ketab podcast. And today, well, if you're ready to have your view of the world tilted just a few degrees on its axis, I think you're in the right place.
Yeah, tilted might be putting it mildly. If you've been following along, this is where the web starts to get really, really tight.
It really is. This is deep dive number 8 of our series covering Whitney Webb's Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2. So before we jump into the deep end, let's just get our bearings. Last time, we spent a lot of time on Leslie Wexner, the retail billionaire behind Victoria's Secret.
Right. But we weren't talking about retail. We were looking at the massive philanthropic empire he built.
An empire that, on the surface, was about supporting Jewish leadership.
But which, in reality, became the vehicle to bring Jeffrey Epstein into the fold at the absolute highest levels of society.
We established Epstein wasn't just some hanger-on. Wexner gave him the keys to the castle, power of attorney, control over his fortune, everything.
And that's the perfect setup for today.
It is. I want you to imagine this scenario. It sounds like something from a spy thriller, but the footnotes in this book are very real. What if the most powerful billionaires didn't just donate to charities for a tax write-off?
What if they formed a secret club, a private club, to actually direct global policy?
And what if the members of that club were deeply tied to, well, to both espionage and organized crime?
It sounds like fiction. But today we are digging into Chapter 14, The Dark Side of Wexner's Philanthropy. We're focusing on pages 92 through 100, and our mission is to map this intersection of high finance, elite education, and state-sponsored espionage.
Okay, so let's start in a place that just screams respectability, Harvard University. The section is called Developing Young Global Leaders. That phrase might ring a bell for some of you.
It definitely should. We're looking at the Harvard Kennedy School's Center for Public Leadership, or CPL. It's framed as this premier training ground for the next generation of leaders. But if you look at who paid for it, it was basically bankrolled by Leslie Wexner.
And we're not talking about a small donation here.
No. Wexner poured over $42 million into this center.
That much money doesn't just buy you a plaque on the wall.
It buys influence, it buys control over who gets hired, what gets taught, and the director of the CPL was David Gergen.
David Gergen. For anyone who doesn't know the name, he is the ultimate DC insider.
I mean, he advised Nixon, Ford, Reagan, and Clinton.
He's the guy who stays in the room no matter who wins the election. He's the permanent state.
Exactly. He represents continuity. But here's the key. According to Webb, Wexner's money opened the door for Jeffrey Epstein.
So Epstein wasn't just showing up to the fundraising galas.
No, he was on the board. He had his own office on campus.
An office at Harvard.
At Harvard. In fact, his defense lawyers later claimed, and this is in actual court filings, that Epstein was part of the original group that conceived the Clinton Global Initiative.
Hold on, I want to pause on that because that's a huge claim. The Clinton Global Initiative is one of the biggest, most high-profile gatherings of world leaders.
And Epstein's team said he helped architect it. And it fits. Because in 2006, this Wexner-funded center at Harvard formally partnered with the World Economic Forum's Young Global Leaders Program.
The WEF. And that, of course, brings us to Klaus Schwab.
It does, and we have to address a quote that gets thrown around a lot, sometimes without the right context. But here it's absolutely vital. Klaus Schwab was speaking at the Harvard Kennedy School at this very center funded by Wexner when he made his famous boast about the program. He said, and I'm quoting, "We penetrate the cabinets."
Penetrate the cabinets. It's such an aggressive choice of words. It's not we inspire leaders or we educate.
It's operational language. He was boasting that graduates of this program, people like Justin Trudeau and cabinet members all over the world, were nodes in a network.
So the analysis here is that Wexner and Epstein weren't just funding scholarships.
They were funding a pipeline. They were industrializing the creation of aligned world leaders and then placing them in governments across the globe.
So you have the factory at Harvard producing the talent. That's the public side. But Webb then pivots back a few years to 1991.
1991 is the hinge point for this whole story. It's the year Leslie Wexner and Charles Bronfman founded what they called the Mega Group.
The Mega Group. I have to say, it sounds like something a comic book villain would name his organization.
A little on the nose, isn't it? The Legion of Doom was taken, I guess.
Right.
But the intent was deadly serious. This was a private, exclusive club of about 20 of the nation's wealthiest and most influential Jewish businessmen.
Okay, so the stated goal was philanthropy, Jewish identity, standard stuff.
But if you look at the member list, the real function was pretty clearly about coordinating high-level policy between Israel and the United States.
Let's talk about that list, because wealthy businessmen is kind of a euphemism here. Who was at the table?
Well, besides Wexner and the Bronfmans, you have Lawrence Tisch, Titan, who took over CBS, but before that, he was a veteran of the OSS.
Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the CIA.
Correct. So you have a media mogul with deep intelligence roots. Then you have Steven Spielberg.
The director. E.T. in Jurassic Park Spielberg. That seems out of place.
Culturally, he's a giant, but look at his mentor, Lew Wasserman. Wasserman ran MCA, the huge talent agency, but he was also the historical bridge between Hollywood and the mob.
Okay, so we've got intelligence, media, and Hollywood mob connections. Who else?
Max Fisher. He was Leslie Wexner's personal mentor. He's a really fascinating figure. They called him a private diplomat.
That term, private diplomat, it's doing a lot of heavy lifting.
It is. It means he wasn't elected, but he advised multiple U.S. presidents on Israeli issues. He could walk into the Oval Office or the Prime Minister's office in Jerusalem, no appointment needed.
So he's conducting foreign policy with zero public accountability.
That's exactly it. And then you have Lester Crown, son of Henry Crown, a key figure in what investigators used to call the supermob.
The supermob.
Yeah, a group of businessmen who sat right at that intersection of legitimate corporate power and organized crime.
So just to recap the mega group.
Yeah.
It's a room full of billionaires representing the merger of intelligence, organized crime, media, and shadow diplomacy.
And there's one more member Webb highlights who really embodies that merger. Michael Steinhardt.
Steinhardt is a Wall Street legend, huge hedge fund guy.
Absolutely. But his origin story is, let's say it's complicated. In his own autobiography, Steinhardt admits his father, Saul Red McGee Steinhardt, was the main jewel fence for Meyer Lansky.
Meyer Lansky, the mob's accountant, the guy who basically turned the mafia into a global business.
The biggest mob financier of the 20th century. And Steinhardt's father moved stolen goods for him, and Michael Steinhardt himself had very deep ties to Mark Rich.
We've talked about Mark Rich, the fugitive commodities trader, right?
The most famous white-collar fugitive in history at the time. He was also a major asset for the Mossad, and Steinhardt not only managed money for him, he lobbied hard for his pardon.
I remember that pardon. It was on Bill Clinton's very last day in office. It was a massive scandal.
A huge scandal. And Webb suggests it wasn't just random. It was a coordinated pressure campaign by Israeli intelligence and members of the mega group, like Steinhardt.
Okay, so let's put it all together. The mega group is founded in '91. It brings all these powerful and, frankly, shadowy figures together. Now, fast forward to 1997.
This is the part of the chapter that's just a bombshell. Webb calls it the mega mystery.
And this isn't speculation. This was reported in the Washington Post.
It was. In 1997, the NSA was doing what it does, spying. They intercepted a phone call between a Mossad officer in Washington, D.C. and his boss back in Tel Aviv.
So they were listening in on an ally.
Oh, always. And in this call, Mossad was trying to get a secret U.S. diplomatic letter about the Hebron Accord. Very sensitive. And the agent in D.C. says to his boss, the ambassador wants me to go to Mega to get a copy of this letter.
Go to Mega.
Imagine the klaxons going off at the NSA. They hear Mega, and they think it's a code name for a mole, a high-level traitor inside the White House handing over classified documents.
So they launched a massive mole hunt.
Tore the place apart, looking for this Mega. And when they confronted Israel, the Israelis came up with a cover story.
Which was?
They claimed Mega was just a code word for the CIA.
Wait, what? That makes zero sense. I need to go to the CIA to get a secret letter that the CIA doesn't want me to have.
It's
laughable.
U.S. intelligence thought so too. They rejected it as total nonsense. But here's the thing. They never found the mole. They never arrested a person code-named Mega.
But Webb proposes a theory that, given everything we've just discussed, seems incredibly plausible.
Her theory is that Mega wasn't a person at all. Mega was the mega group.
The Billionaires Club.
Exactly. Think about it. You have members like Max Fisher, the private diplomat. He has access to the White House. He sees drafts of these accords. If you're Israeli intelligence, why risk recruiting some low-level staffer to steal files?
You just called a billionaire donor who was having dinner with the president last night.
It reframes the whole concept of espionage. It's not cloak and dagger. It's cocktails and networking. The club itself is the intelligence asset.
Which is a chilling thought. Now we have to bring this all back to Jeffrey Epstein. Because as you said, 1991 is such a critical year.
It's the convergence point. 1991, the mega group is founded by Wexner, but 1991 is also the year Jeffrey Epstein's sexual blackmail operation with Ghislaine Maxwell really kicks into high gear.
And let's be crystal clear on the hierarchy here. Who was Epstein's primary patron and boss at this exact time?
Leslie Wexner, the co-founder of the mega group.
So in the same year, Wexner organizes this group of billionaires to coordinate policy. His financial manager starts an operation to entrap powerful men. That is one hell of a coincidence.
Webb argues it's not a coincidence at all. She points to the political climate of the 1990s. There was a huge amount of Israeli espionage targeting the Clinton White House specifically.
This was the Monica Lewinsky era, but there were other stories floating around.
Allegations of wiretapping White House phones through a company called Amdocs for blackmail leverage. But Webb cites a very specific claim from a former Israeli intelligence official, Ari Ben-Menash.
And what was his allegation?
Ben-Menash alleged that Epstein's operation was created specifically to catch and blackmail President Bill Clinton.
Why Clinton?
The fear in Tel Aviv, he claimed, was that Clinton would be another Jimmy Carter, that he'd push too hard for a Palestinian state and pressure Israel into concessions. They needed leverage, an insurance policy.
So the theory is the mega group coordinates the high-level policy, and Epstein's operation provides the enforcement, the blackmail, to ensure compliance. One is the carrot, one is the stick.
That's the argument. And it explains Epstein's unbelievable level of protection and access. He wasn't just a rich pervert. He was a strategic asset, a tool for political control.
And for anyone thinking this was just a 90s thing that ended with Clinton, Webb ends the chapter with a chilling story from 2002.
Yeah, this one is maybe the most disturbing in the book because the stakes were so high. This is in the lead up to the Iraq War.
So what happened?
In 2002, Epstein flies 2 U.S. senators to a specific estate in the U.K.
A Wexner-owned estate, I assume.
A Wexner property, yes. The senators arrive, and they're met by Jeffrey Epstein and 2 attractive young women.
And the timing of this.
This trip happened just days before a crucial vote in the Senate on the Iraq War resolution.
So you have 2 sitting U.S. senators on a private trip with a known blackmailer and young women right before they cast a vote that will reshape the entire Middle East for a generation.
It suggests the network was active, powerful, and directing U.S. foreign policy well into the 2000s. It wasn't about money anymore. It was about the vote. It was about the war.
It's just incredibly heavy when you lay it all out like that. We started at Harvard talking about leadership. We went to a secret billionaires club. We uncovered a spy scandal that stumped the NSA. And we ended on a blackmail operation aimed at the presidency itself.
And the common thread, the engine running through all of it, is that nexus of organized crime, intelligence, and high finance. It's a machine designed to bypass democracy.
It makes the voter almost irrelevant.
It does, because the real decisions are being coerced in these private rooms.
So where does that leave us after all this?
I think the thought to leave you with is this. We tend to see the Epstein story as a crime story that ended when he died. But if this network, the mega group, and everything it built, had the power to access secret diplomatic letters and influence presidents back then, where is that influence today?
The people change. The names of the clubs change.
But does a machine that powerful just switch off? Or has it just evolved into something we can't see yet?
That is definitely a question worth losing some sleep over.
Yeah.
We're going to keep pulling on these threads. Join us for the next deep dive as we continue to unravel this web.
There's still so much more to cover.
Thanks for listening to the Ketab Podcast.
Welcome to the Ketab Podcast. We are back. And honestly, every time we peel back a layer of this onion, it just stings a little more.
It really does.
This is episode 9 of our ongoing series covering One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2 by Whitney Webb.
It's such a dense book, and the deeper we go, the darker it gets. I mean, if you're just joining us now, you might feel a bit like you've walked into the middle of a spy thriller.
Oh, for sure. You might want to loop back to the beginning.
Definitely.
Just to orient everyone, in our last deep dive, we spent a lot of time on the mega group. Right. That was the private billionaire club with some, let's say, very questionable ties to organized crime. And the theory we explored was that these titans of industry were effectively the architects behind the whole blackmail operation.
The one that Jeffrey Epstein eventually became the face of, yeah. We established the money and, the protection. But today, we need to talk about the methodology. We have to talk about the partner. We're
talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. And the question that just haunts this entire chapter 15 is, well, it's pretty straightforward. She was the daughter of a spy, she was his favorite weapon, and she was his chosen successor.
So how did she do it?
How did Ghislaine Maxwell transition from being the heiress of a collapsing espionage empire to the madam of a brand new one?
That is the mission for today. We were covering pages 106 to 118, Heirs to an Espionage Empire. And I think the biggest mistake people made for years was seeing Ghislaine as, a victim or just some socialite who lost her way.
Right.
Webb argues the exact opposite. She paints this portrait of a trained operative who inherited her father's methods, his networks, and, frankly, his ambitions.
To even understand that, you have to look at how she was made. We have to start with Daddy's Girl. Reading about her childhood, it's not exactly The Sound of Music.
No, not at all. Her entry into the world was just marked by tragedy. Just days after she was born, her eldest brother, Michael, was in a catastrophic car accident.
Left him in a coma.
Yeah. The Maxwell household was in chaos from day one.
And the neglect was, it was severe. The book mentions she developed anorexia as a toddler because she was literally starving for attention.
It's awful.
There's this quote from when she was just 3 years old. She actually told her mother, "Mummy, I exist."
That is just heartbreaking. It shows this desperate fundamental need to be seen. But here's the psychological twist. Despite that early neglect, or maybe because of her desperation to please, she becomes Robert Maxwell's absolute favorite. He saw something in her. He explicitly said she was the child most like himself.
But being the favorite of a man like Robert Maxwell isn't a prize I'd want. The discipline that Webb describes in this chapter is terrifying.
It's beyond discipline.
It wasn't just physical, it was psychological. While her brothers got yelled at, Ghislaine received, and this is the term used, prearranged hidings.
That word prearranged is so crucial. It wasn't a crime of passion where a parent loses their temper. It was cold. It was calculated.
And the detail that really got under my skin was that she had to choose her own punishment from a lineup. She literally had to pick between a riding crop with a swish, a straight crop, or a shoehorn.
Just think about the psychological conditioning involved there.
Yeah.
You are making the child complicit in their own torture.
Yeah.
You're teaching them that the anticipation of pain is part of the process and that they have to submit to the authority figure's rules completely. It builds this incredibly high tolerance for stress and a really warped view of loyalty.
He was molding her.
He was conditioning her to operate under extreme pressure. He controlled everything. Banned boyfriends, prevented her from being seen with men publicly. But then
you see this pivot that just feels gross.
Yeah.
In 1985, his own newspaper, The People, runs a front-page story claiming Robert Maxwell is being blackmailed.
And the leverage was what?
Information about Ghislaine's relationship with the Marquis of Granby.
So you have to ask yourself, why would a father who usually hides his daughter's dating life suddenly splash her alleged sexual history on the front page of a paper he owns?
The only way it makes sense is if he was using it.
Exactly. It suggests he saw her sexuality as the useful tool for influence operations. It wasn't a private matter to him, it was collateral. This is the first glimpse we get of Ghislaine, not just as a daughter, but as a deployed asset.
A tactic she would later master herself.
Weaponizing intimacy for leverage.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she wasn't just sitting around being a pawn either. She was active in the family business. She was a director at Oxford United Football Club. She was at the Mirror Group.
And these weren't just no-show jobs.
No. And we have testimony from Ari Ben-Menashe,
the Israeli intelligence operative we've talked about in previous episodes.
Right. He claimed Ghislaine accompanied her father so frequently that she was certainly involved in his intelligence work. She was in the room when the deals were made. She knew how the game was played.
And her personal life reflected that. Between 1986 and 1990, she was in a long-term relationship with Count Gianfranco Sicagna. Now, Count sounds like a fairy tale title, but his background is heavy.
Very heavy. He was a Knight of Malta.
We should probably pause on that, because to the average listener, Knight of Malta might just sound like a charity organization or something. Why does that matter here?
Well, in the context of Cold War intelligence and the network's web tracks, the Knights of Malta often served as this nexus point between the Vatican, Western intelligence agencies like the CIA, and the elite aristocracy.
Okay.
And Sicagna's grandfather was Mussolini's finance minister. So this connects Ghislaine directly to those deep, old-world, fascist-linked power networks we talked about in Volume 1.
The Mavrolian family.
Exactly. She wasn't dating a barista. She was dating into the deep state.
So eventually she splits from the Count and decides to rebrand. She launches the Kit Kat Club. And I have to admit, when I first read that, I was confused. Is it the chocolate bar? Is it the club from Cabaret?
The ambiguity is the point. That's classic tradecraft. She framed it as a feminist salon for women in arts and politics, a safe space. But if you look at who attended and how it functioned, it was really a networking vehicle.
It sounds like a honey trap dry run.
It certainly has that flavor. If anyone questioned it, she could just hide behind the feminist salon label. But in reality, she was collecting contacts, building a Rolodex of powerful people, and learning how to manage an environment where influence is traded.
Speaking of powerful men, she rebounds from the count with the actor George Hamilton. He was 22 years older than her.
Wow.
They were seen everywhere, skiing in Aspen, at the races. It looked like a typical Hollywood romance.
But George Hamilton wasn't just a guy with a great tan. The source material drops a bombshell here. Hamilton was an alleged financial front for the Ferdinand Marcos regime in the Philippines.
Marcos, as in the dictator who looted his entire country's treasury.
The very same. Hamilton was allegedly helping move those looted funds. We're talking about laundering stolen state assets. So notice the pattern here. Even before she meets Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine is circulating in worlds of financial corruption, bounty hunting for assets, and state-level theft. She was already comfortable in the gray zone.
And this brings us to the big move. The Maxwell Empire in the UK is starting to crack, so Robert Maxwell decides to invade New York.
He needed a new playground and fresh capital. He buys Macmillan Publishing in 1988. But he didn't do it alone. This move was engineered by Rothschild, Inc.
The Rothschilds.
Of course.
Specifically to give the Rothschilds a foothold in Wall Street publishing. It's important to remember that Maxwell was often operating as a proxy for larger financial and intelligence interests. He was the front man.
So in 1991, he buys the New York Daily News. He's trying to rival Murdoch. And he brings Ghislaine over. He gives her these titles like Special Projects and Maxwell Corporate Gifts.
Which means absolutely nothing on paper, but means everything in practice.
Right.
Those titles gave her an entree to the power base of the city. She became his ambassador to America. But Robert Maxwell wasn't stupid. He knew he needed help navigating Washington and New York, so he hired a team of advisors.
And the list is pretty impressive. Senators Howard Baker and John Tower. But the name that actually stopped me cold when I was reading was Robert Keith Gray. Ah, yes. Robert Keith Gray.
We talked about him in Volume 1. This is the guy tied to the CIA, tied to the BCCI banking scandals, and deeply involved in the Craig Spence callboy ring.
The sexual blackmail ring that ensnared politicians back in the 80s.
So, let's just get this straight. Robert Maxwell, a man suspected of being a spy for multiple countries, hires the single most notorious figure in sexual blackmail operations to advise him on expanding influence in New York.
It creates a very clear picture, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It suggests that the blackmail strategy didn't start with Epstein.
No.
Robert Maxwell was setting up a similar infrastructure. He brings in Gray, the expert on compromising politicians, right as Ghislaine is setting up shop in New York. That is not a coincidence.
That's a transfer of knowledge.
Exactly. And while they're setting up this network, Robert Maxwell has this very specific, almost medieval dream for his daughter. He didn't just want her to be rich. He wanted a dynasty merger.
He explicitly wanted Ghislaine to marry JFK Jr.
Talk about ambitious. He wanted to bind the Maxwell name to the Kennedy name.
And Ghislaine went for it, full throttle.
She did. She was relentless.
I was looking at the notes on this. She attended the 1990 wedding of Kerry Kennedy and Andrew Cuomo. And there's a photo of her sitting in the grass, just openly flirting with Joe Kennedy II. She was working the room.
She was hunting.
She later claimed, and this is a pretty bold claim, that she had a one-night stand with JFK Jr. She even called him her chief conquest.
Whether that tryst actually happened or was just wishful thinking, the access itself was undeniable. And we have to look at how she got in. She didn't just walk through the front door. She used Mary Richardson, who married RFK Jr., and who was Mary Richardson's ex-boyfriend, Carlos Mavrolian.
The half-brother of Ghislaine's ex, the Count.
It is an incredibly tight circle. Everyone is connected by 1 or 2 degrees of separation in this world of intelligence and aristocracy.
Unbelievable.
But there's another layer to this New York expansion. In 1991, Robert Maxwell was being courted by the Mega Group.
The Billionaire Club, founded by Les Wexner and the Bronfmans.
Correct. The very same year the Mega Group is founded, they are courting Maxwell. This strongly suggests Robert Maxwell was essentially an early unnamed member, or at least a close affiliate.
Wow.
And this is crucial because it explains what happens later. When Robert dies, Ghislaine and Epstein don't just find Les Wexner by accident. They are continuing an alliance that Robert Maxwell had already forged.
But that alliance couldn't save him. Late 1991, the walls are closing in, debts are piling up, the pension fraud is about to be exposed. Robert Maxwell is desperate.
He contacts Jules Kroll,
the head of Kroll Associates, often called the CIA of Wall Street.
Right. Maxwell hires him to investigate a conspiracy to ruin him. It's the last thrashing of a drowning man. He's paranoid, he's broke, and he knows the game is up.
And then, November 1991, the yacht, the Lady Ghislaine, Robert Maxwell goes over the side.
A mysterious death that has been debated for decades. Was it suicide, murder, an accident?
But what happens next is what really matters for our story. Ghislaine flies to the yacht in the Canary Islands with her mother, Betty. And there's this scene described by journalist John Jackson that just plays out like a movie.
It's a chilling, chilling scene.
Jackson witnesses Ghislaine walk into her father's office on the boat. Her father is dead. Her world is collapsing. But she doesn't cry. She doesn't panic.
No.
She walks in and coolly shreds all the incriminating documents in the office.
Just let that image sit with you for a second. The calm in the center of the storm. That is not the reaction of a grieving daughter.
No way.
That is the reaction of a handler cleaning up a compromised site. She knew where the secrets were. She knew what needed to be destroyed to protect the network. She was the one protecting the operation.
Back in New York, though, she puts on a completely different performance. She plays the poor little rich girl.
The whole sackcloth and ashes act.
A detective noted she came in claiming she was destitute, literally pleading poverty, while at the same time recommending the most expensive restaurants in Manhattan to the police officers.
She was circling the wagons. Her brothers, Kevin and Ian, they stayed in London and took the legal heat. They faced the trials for the pension fraud.
Right.
But Ghislaine, she pivoted. She realized the old vessel Maxwell Inc. was sinking, and she needed a new vessel.
And that vessel was Jeffrey Epstein.
The timeline is incredibly tight here, and it completely contradicts the mainstream narrative that they met years later. Robert Maxwell dies in November 1991.
And almost immediately, Ghislaine makes her first public appearance with Jeffrey Epstein.
And you have to look at the location. A tribute dinner for her father at the Plaza Hotel.
The Plaza is so significant. We know from previous episodes that the Plaza was the site of Roy Cohn's blackmail parties.
And it was owned by Donald Trump at the time. It's a symbolic location for these high-stakes power games.
All right.
But the press at the time saw the dynamic immediately. They didn't see a love story. They started comparing Epstein to Robert Maxwell.
They called him Captain Bog Reincorporated.
And they were right. This is the key takeaway from the chapter. Ghislaine didn't just become Epstein's girlfriend. She transferred her father's network, his intelligence connections, and his methods to Epstein.
It's like a corporate merger. Maxwell's software, the blackmail, the spycraft, the access to British royalty was uploaded into Epstein's hardware.
The money, the planes, the Wexner backing. Precisely. She went from being the daughter of one state-sponsored spy to the partner of another. She wasn't a victim of circumstance who fell in with a bad crowd. She was the crowd.
She brought the crowd with her. She brought the tradecraft. It completely flips the script.
It does.
We're used to hearing that Epstein was this mysterious Gatsby figure who corrupted Ghislaine. But Webb is arguing that Ghislaine was the bridge. She was the one with the pedigree.
Epstein had money, or, access to Wexner's money, but he didn't have the social standing to get into the place that they eventually went. Ghislaine had the keys to the castle.
She had the training.
She had the training from her father on how to run a blackmail operation, how to use front companies, how to court political dynasties. They just updated the business model for the 90s.
She wasn't the madam. She was the vice president of operations.
Or the case officer. In many ways, she was the continuity of government for the Maxwell operation. The father died, but the mission continued.
And that leads us to where this machine went next. They have the network, they have the methods, and now they have a new target, a much bigger target than British tabloids.
The Clinton White House.
And that is where this story goes from just shady business to geopolitical crisis. Because in the next deep dive, we are going to look at how this newly formed Maxwell-Epstein machine went fully operational. We're diving into Chapter 16, Crooked Campaigns.
We'll see how they infiltrated the highest office in the land. And if you think the courting of the Kennedys was aggressive, just wait until you see what they did to get to Bill Clinton.
I can't wait to get into that. But before we go, I want to leave everyone with a final thought to chew on. If Ghislaine Maxwell really did shred those documents on the Lady Ghislaine in 1991, What secrets died with Robert Maxwell, and which ones did she memorize and keep in her head to trade later?
That is the ultimate question. In their world, information is the only real currency. And judging by how long she survived at the top, she must have been very, very wealthy in that regard.
We'll see you next time for episode 10 of the Ketab podcast. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Ketab podcast. Today we are continuing our journey through the incredibly dense and complex world of Whitney Webb's One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2.
This is our 10th deep dive, and today we're really moving past just the theory of blackmail.
Yeah, it feels like we're getting into the mechanics of it all.
We're looking at how power actually works in Washington and specifically how the money moves.
Exactly. Now, just to orient everyone, if you're new here, you should definitely check the archives. But the short version is, last time we watched Ghislaine Maxwell basically rise from the ashes of her father's empire.
Right. We saw her at that tribute dinner, publicly debuting her partnership with Jeffrey Epstein. They were, for all intents and purposes, rebranding the family business.
They had the social front all set up. But today we're diving into Chapter 16, which Webb calls Crooked Campaigns.
And we're going to see how they took that social front and walked it right through the front door of the White House.
And that really gets to the core question of this whole deep dive. We have a number to start with. 17.
17.
That's the number of times Jeffrey Epstein visited the Clinton White House in less than 2 years. So were these just, innocent social calls? Was he just a really interested donor?
Or was he a key player in a web of corruption that reached the highest levels of government and maybe even ended in a very suspicious death?
That's the question. And to answer it, we have to start at the beginning. Who opened that door for him?
Well, the very first time Epstein officially logs into the White House, the date is February 25th, 1993. He isn't meeting with some low-level staffer.
The visitor logs are pretty specific here, right? They list him as being invited by Rubin for a meeting in the West Wing.
And in 1993, Rubin can only mean one person, Robert Rubin. At that point, he's the director of the National Economic Council and assistant to the president for economic policy.
The top economic guy. Later becomes Treasury Secretary.
An absolute heavy hitter.
Okay, but on the surface, a wealthy financier meeting with the president's top economic advisor. Why is this specific connection a red flag for Webb?
Well, on the surface, you're right. It looks normal. But you have to look at Rubin's resume before the White House. He was the co-chairman of Goldman Sachs.
Goldman Sachs. Okay, my spidey sense is tingling because we talked about them a lot in Volume 1 with Robert Maxwell.
And your instincts are spot on. This is where history starts to rhyme in a really unsettling way. Remember, Goldman Sachs bore substantial responsibility for enabling Robert Maxwell Ghislaine's father to manipulate the stock market.
They were the bankers who helped him juggle the books right before the empire collapsed, and we found out he'd stolen hundreds of millions from pension funds.
Exactly. So let's just connect the dots here. One of the top bankers from the firm that enabled Robert Maxwell's massive fraud is now sitting in the West Wing.
And this same man, Robert Rubin, is the one who introduces Maxwell's, let's call him his successor, Jeffrey Epstein, to the President of the United States.
Precisely. It's like a seamless transfer of corruption. It's almost like passing the baton. Rubin is the bridge. He knew the Maxwell playbook, and now he's facilitating Epstein's access.
So it signals that Epstein isn't some outsider crashing the party. He's being ushered in by the same establishment.
He's already in the club. And that becomes even clearer when we look at the second visit. Let's fast forward to September 1993.
Right. This time it's a reception for donors to the White House Historical Association. And Epstein didn't just show up. He donated $10,000.
Specifically for White House renovations. And he brought a plus one, Ghislaine Maxwell. There's even a famous photo of them greeting the president at this event.
But this is where Webb really digs in. It's not just that they were there. It's about who else was in the room.
You know the saying, show me your friends.
And I'll show you who you are. So who else was on this guest list?
Well, you had Clark Clifford.
Clark Clifford. That name rings a bell.
It should. He was a key figure in the BCCI scandal.
Oh, right. The Bank of Credit and Commerce International. The Bank of Crooks and Criminals. Wasn't that the nickname?
That was the nickname. And BCCI wasn't really a bank so much as a full-service utility for the global underworld.
Mm-hmm.
Money laundering for cartels, moving cash for intelligence agencies. You name it.
So you have a key player from the biggest banking scandal in history in the room. Who else?
C. Gerald Goldsmith.
Okay, who's he?
A Palm Beach businessman. But his resume is let's just say it's colorful. He was a director at Cosmos Bank, which was based in Zurich.
Zurich is usually a code word in these stories.
It implies secrecy, but here it also implies deep links to the CIA. And on top of that, Goldsmith had documented ties to the Meyer-Lansky organized crime syndicate.
Meyer-Lansky, the mob's accountant.
The very same. So picture the scene. You have the president, you have Epstein and Maxwell, and they're mingling with key figures linking the CIA, global money laundering, and organized crime.
It just destroys the idea that this was a simple donor reception. It sounds more like a board meeting.
It does.
Yeah.
But the context gets significantly darker when you realize when this event actually took place.
September 1993.
Right. And just 2 months before that, in July 1993, the White House was rocked by a death. Vince Foster, the deputy White House counsel, was found dead in Fort Marcy Park.
Okay, so we have to get into this. The Vince Foster case, officially ruled a suicide. But the source material Webb presents, it raises some serious questions.
Questions is putting it mildly.
Yeah.
The official story has Foster leaving the White House and shooting himself in the park. But there are anomalies just everywhere.
Like the fact there are no exit logs showing him leaving the White House.
Exactly. Nothing. Then you have the crime scene itself. Witnesses, even the medical examiner, noted minimal blood at the scene.
Which for a gunshot wound to the head is very strange.
Incredibly strange. And then there's the wound itself. The autopsy report was allegedly altered. Some documents say a mouth-head wound, others say mouth-neck.
And the bullet?
Never found.
And didn't the FBI get involved in a kind of weird way?
They did. Webb reports that the FBI allegedly intimidated witnesses, people who saw cars at the park that didn't fit the official story. They were basically told to keep quiet.
So we have a very, very suspicious death of a top White House official. How does this connect back to Epstein and that donor dinner?
It connects to the so-called suicide note.
Ah, yes, the note.
This note wasn't found with the body. It was discovered 30 hours later and was found in a briefcase that police had previously observed as being empty.
That's convenient.
To say the least.
Yeah.
And to top it all off, 3 separate handwriting experts all judged the note to be a forgery.
Okay, so someone plants a fake suicide note. What did the note say? What was the narrative they were trying to create?
This is the absolute crucial link. The note explicitly mentions HRC, Hillary Rodham Clinton, and the Usher's office. It claims they were plotting to incur excessive costs regarding the renovations.
The renovations. The same renovations that Epstein, Goldsmith, and Clifford were funding at that dinner just 2 months later.
The exact same ones.
So wait, I don't get it. If you're forging a note to cover up a murder, why would you admit to financial mismanagement by the First Lady? Why not just write, "I was depressed"?
Because it's what's known in intelligence circles as a limited hangout.
Can you unpack that for us?
Sure. A limited hangout is when you admit to a smaller, more embarrassing crime to stop people from digging for the really big one. The note creates a narrative. Oh, there was a bureaucratic fight over decoration costs.
Which is a minor scandal, sure, but it's a boring one. It's not murder.
Exactly. It satisfies the press's hunger for a story without exposing the real crime. It suggests Foster may have uncovered something much more serious about that fundraiser Epstein attended, and the forged note was planted to misdirect everyone.
So Epstein enters the scene, writes a check for these very renovations, and basically steps over the body of the man who might have been killed for investigating where that money was coming from.
That is the timeline Webb presents. He is literally funding the project at the center of the cover-up.
You mentioned a bigger crime. This brings us to what Webb calls Fostergate. If the renovation cost story was the cover, what was the real story?
This is where we go into the deep end.
Yeah.
We have to talk about a journalist named James R. Norman.
He was a senior editor at Forbes, right?
Yes. And in 1995, he wrote an explosive story titled Fostergate. But you've probably never read it.
Because Forbes killed it.
It killed it. Webb notes it was under immense pressure from very powerful figures, specifically mentioning Caspar Weinberger.
The former Secretary of Defense. Why would he care about a story on a lawyer's suicide?
Because of what Norman's sources were alleging. These sources, some in the intelligence community, claimed Vince Foster was under CIA surveillance at the time of his death.
CIA surveillance? Why?
The allegation was that Foster was involved in selling U.S. secrets to Israel.
Whoa, what kind of secrets are we talking about?
The highest level, nuclear codes, gold reserves data, and the investigation alleged that Hillary Clinton was his accomplice.
That is a massive, massive accusation. So the theory is Foster and Clinton were selling secrets, the CIA was watching, and Foster ends up dead.
Correct. And Norman's reporting got even more specific. It detailed how the money was being moved. It was laundered through a company called Systematics.
Systematics, that sounds familiar. An Arkansas company.
Yes, owned by Jackson Stevens.
A key billionaire backer of Bill Clinton.
The very same. But Systematics wasn't just some local tech company. It was deeply enmeshed with the NSA and linked to the infamous Promise software scandal.
Promise. Okay, remind us quickly what that was.
Promise was banking software. The U.S. government allegedly modified it with a backdoor and then sold it to foreign banks and governments. It let the NSA spy on the entire world banking transactions.
So if you control the software, you can see every dollar moving around the globe.
And more importantly, you can hide your own transactions. The allegation was that Systematics used this backdoor to launder the proceeds from the espionage. The money from Israel for the nuclear codes moved digitally through the blind spots they controlled.
And Vince Foster was the go-between in all this.
That was the claim in the suppressed story.
Let me just try to zoom out here. We have Epstein visiting the White House with mob-linked bankers. He's funding renovations. The man investigating those renovations turns up dead under very suspicious circumstances. And a suppressed report suggests that man was actually involved in selling nuclear secrets to Israel using NSA-linked banking software.
It's a dizzying web. But when you lay it out, you see why Epstein's presence is so significant. He isn't just a social climber. He is inserting himself directly into the machinery of a massive intelligence and money laundering operation.
And let's not forget, Epstein's own background was in financial software and moving money. He called himself a financial bounty hunter.
Exactly. He would have understood perfectly what a company like Systematics was capable of. He spoke the language. He wasn't just a donor, he was a specialist.
So the killing of the Fostergate story protected everyone. It protected the Clintons, it protected the intelligence figures involved, it protected Israel.
It was a cover-up that served multiple powerful interests, and Epstein walks right into the middle of it all.
It just completely reframes Epstein's rise.
Yeah.
We always hear about the sexual blackmail, the island, the parties, but this is state-level corruption.
It is. And the sexual blackmail that everyone focuses on, think of that as the insurance policy. It's the leverage you need to keep everyone in line when you're running operations this sensitive.
The blackmail ensures the silence required for the financial crimes. That's a chilling thought.
It is. And there's one final link here that sets up where we're going next. Systematics had a sister company called Arkansas Systems.
Okay.
Around the same time, the Clinton Commerce Department helped Arkansas Systems secure a deal with a very interesting client, China's central bank.
China. So we go from allegations of selling secrets to Israel to setting up banking backdoors with China.
Yes. And this deal with Arkansas Systems sets the stage for the next major scandal of the Clinton years, the Chinagate fundraising scandal.
Which was all about foreign money flowing into U.S. campaigns in exchange for technology and access.
Exactly. And who do we find right in the thick of Chinagate? A man named Mark Middleton. A man who met with Jeffrey Epstein in the White House multiple times.
It's like Epstein is the common denominator in every major corruption scandal of the 90s.
He is the Zelig of corruption. Wherever you find that nexus of intelligence, organized crime, and high finance, Jeffrey Epstein is somewhere in the room.
You know, at the start, I asked if those 17 visits were just innocent social calls. I think we can safely say the answer is a resounding no.
Absolutely not. You don't get to hang out with the ghosts of BCCI and the Meyer-Lansky syndicate at a fundraiser linked to a dead White House counsel by accident.
So to sum it all up, we've gone from Robert Rubin opening the door to a room full of mob-linked donors to a dead White House lawyer and a suppressed story about nuclear espionage. It's overwhelming.
It is. But you have to see this ecosystem to understand that Epstein wasn't an anomaly. He was a feature of the system.
Wow. He was a feature of the system. That is a terrifying takeaway.
And that system didn't end with Vince Foster. As we'll see next time, the networks just keep operating. The names might change, but the game stays the same.
Which is exactly where we're heading next. We're going to dive even deeper into the corruption surrounding the Clinton presidency, specifically Chinagate and Mark Middleton.
And we'll see how Epstein continued to leverage all these connections for years to come.
It's history we need to know.
Absolutely.
Before we wrap, I just want to leave you with a thought. We talked about that forged suicide note being a limited hangout designed to control a narrative. In today's world of digital information and deep fakes, how many suicide notes, metaphorically speaking, are we accepting as truth? How many small scandals are we fed just to keep us from looking at the real machinery underneath?
That's something to think about.
On that note, thank you for listening to this deep dive into One Nation Under Blackmail. If you like this, kindly consider liking and sharing the video, and if you haven't yet, subscribe for more. It really does help us get this information out there.
Thanks for listening.
Thanks for listening to the Ketab podcast. We'll see you in the next deep dive. Welcome back to the Ketab podcast. We are continuing our journey through the dense, shadowy, and let's be honest, often terrifying world of Whitney Webb's One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2.
We are indeed. And today we're jumping into episode 11 of our series on this book.
Specifically, chapter 16, which is called Crooked Campaigns.
Exactly. And, if you've been following along, the last few chapters have been really heavy on domestic intelligence scandals. But today, the camera sort of pans out.
Right. We're going international.
We're looking at how foreign money, and more importantly, foreign intelligence, managed to pierce the absolute inner circle of the White House.
Okay, so before we get lost in all the new names and, the new dates, I think we should do a quick reset, just to reorient ourselves.
Good idea.
In our last deep dive, we talked all about Fostergate.
Right. The death of Vince Foster.
Exactly. And we looked at those allegations that surfaced, the ones about Foster and Hillary Clinton potentially selling U.S. secrets to Israel.
And the thing that really connected it to our broader story was the timing with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes. That was a key takeaway for me. His very first appearances at the White House seemed to be directly tied to the sort of damage control around those intelligence breaches.
It established a really crucial pattern. I mean, Epstein wasn't just a socialite dropping by for a drink. He would appear when there was a mess that needed cleaning up, or a specific operation that was in motion.
But this chapter, Webb presents data that suggests Epstein wasn't just a cleaner or a fixer, he was a fixture.
Let's just look at the raw numbers. The visitor logs show Epstein visited the Clinton White House 17 times.
17 times. And what's really wild to me is that most of those visits happened in such a short window. It was mostly in 1994.
17 times. I mean, just to put that in perspective, for you senior policy advisors, people who actually work for the government, they don't get that much unscheduled face time.
That is an insane amount of access.
It really is.
So the obvious question is, who was letting him in? Who was the guy at the gate signing him through?
And the logs give us a name. And it's a name that really unlocks this entire chapter. Mark Middleton.
Mark Middleton. Okay, so let's break this guy down. Because at first glance, his title sounds like, standard Washington bureaucracy. Special assistant to the president.
It does sound pretty boring, doesn't it? He was the deputy to Mac McLarty, who was the chief of staff at the time.
So a pretty senior position.
Very. But in practice, Middleton's role was incredibly specific and incredibly powerful. His official job description was all about maintaining contact with prominent business people and contributors to the president.
Right. So in plain English, he was the donor handler.
He was the donor handler, the concierge for the super rich. If you had a lot of money and you wanted the president's ear, or maybe you wanted a favor, you went through Mark Middleton.
He was the gatekeeper.
He was the gatekeeper. And here's the real hook for today's deep dive. Middleton wasn't just holding the door open for Jeffrey Epstein. At the exact same time, he was holding the door open for a completely different, massive scandal. One that involved illegal foreign money, Chinese intelligence fronts, and, believe it or not, Macau organized crime.
This is what we now know as Chinagate.
That's right. People might vaguely remember the headlines from the 90s about, illegal fundraising, but Webb argues that we have to look at the mechanics. The very same man managing Jeffrey Epstein's access, Middleton, was also the primary conduit for these agents of foreign influence.
It just forces you to ask the question, was Epstein's presence there a coincidence?
Or was he just another piece of this much larger, sprawling operation?
To even start to answer that, I guess we have to look at the company he was keeping in Middleton's, waiting room.
Exactly. We have to map out the whole network. So if Middleton is our gatekeeper, we need to introduce the banker.
And that would be John Huang.
John, or Johnny, Huang. He really becomes the public face of the 1996 campaign finance scandal. He was the guy responsible for raising millions and millions of dollars for the DNC.
The Democratic National Committee.
Right. And the problem, as it turned out, was that a huge chunk of that money was illegal. It came from very questionable sources that were tied directly to the Chinese government.
Because Huang didn't just appear out of nowhere in D.C., did he? And this is where the book does that thing I love. It traces the roots all the way back.
And the roots, well, they inevitably lead us back to Arkansas.
It always goes back to Arkansas.
Always. You just cannot understand the mechanics of the Clinton presidency without understanding the Arkansas power structure that, built it.
And specifically, Webb points to this alliance between Jackson Stevens and the Riady family.
Yes. We've talked about Jackson Stevens before. He owned Stevens Inc., the big investment bank, and Systematics. That's the company involved in that banking software scandal we covered a few episodes back.
Right, the Promise software.
Exactly. So Stevens was one of the most powerful men in America, full stop. In the early 80s, he forms a business partnership with a man named Mokhtar Riady.
And Riady was the founder of the Lippo Group,
a massive Indonesian conglomerate. And this wasn't just some casual investment deal between two businessmen.
No. Webb describes this partnership as the absolute hub of political cronyism.
That's the perfect phrase for it. This alliance provided the funding, the connections, the business cover that really helped launch Bill Clinton's political career from the governor's mansion all the way to the White House.
Okay, so where does John Huang fit into this picture?
Huang was their guy. He was their creature. He was a career banker who went to work for the Riadys, and he became the president of their bank in California, Lippo Bank.
So he wasn't just some generic executive.
Not at all. He was the guy the Riadys trusted with their most sensitive operations. I mean, the book even mentions that he personally worked on the negotiations for the Lippo Group's attempt to rescue the collapse of BCCI's Hong Kong branch.
Wow. BCCI. That's a name that should ring some bells for our listeners.
It really should. The Bank of Credit and Commerce International. It was notorious. It was the bank of choice for money launderers, intelligence agencies, arms dealers, you name it.
So if Huang is the guy they send in to clean up that mess, he's clearly operating in the deepest, grayest zones of global finance.
Absolutely. So let's fast forward to 1992. Clinton wins the election. The whole Arkansas machine packs up and moves to Washington.
The Riadys and Stevens now have their man in the Oval Office, so what do they do with their top banker, John Huang?
They want a return on investment. They lobby, and they lobby hard to get Huang a government job. And they succeed.
He gets appointed as the principal deputy assistant secretary at the Commerce Department.
Right, which I know sounds like the kind of job where you just push paper around all day.
It really does. But the placement was very strategic. He was put in the International Trade Administration, the ITA, and most importantly, he was granted a top-secret security clearance.
A top-secret clearance? For what? What was his focus?
His specific portfolio, his area of expertise, was to be Taiwan and China.
Okay, let's just pause and look at that picture for a second.
Yeah.
You have a former top executive of a foreign conglomerate, the Lippo Group, who is now sitting in a high-level U.S. government position. He has top-secret access to classified economic and trade intelligence, all relating to China.
I mean, that alone seems like just a massive conflict of interest. But then Webb drops the detail about the secret office. This part is so brazen you just have to laugh.
Like something out of a bad spy movie, except it was real. While John Huang is supposed to be working for the U.S. taxpayers at the Commerce Department, he was also maintaining a secret office right across the street.
At Stevens Inc.'s D.C. headquarters.
At the Stevens building. So he's literally walking back and forth. The book says he would just step out of the Commerce Department, walk across the street, and conduct his other business there.
Which was what?
Soliciting donations for the DNC and handling Lippo Group business.
All while holding a top-secret clearance.
Precisely. He was blurring the line completely. He's handling classified U.S. trade secrets on one side of the street, and then he's walking across the road to fundraise and manage foreign business interests on the other.
It really suggests the Commerce Department job was just a cover.
It feels like he was an intelligence asset, commercial or otherwise, who was placed inside the system.
And Mark Middleton, our gatekeeper, is the guy coordinating with him on the DNC fundraising side.
Correct. But Hong is just the white-collar side of this coin. He's the banker. The network Middleton was managing had a much grittier, much darker element to it.
So if Hong is the banker, who's next?
We need to introduce the Tri team.
Okay. And this is where we meet Charlie Tri, another friend of Bill from the Little Rock days.
Yeah, Charlie Tri. He owned a Chinese restaurant back in Little Rock called Fu Lin. It was a favorite spot for Governor Clinton. Tri even had a nickname for him, Lao Ki, which means big boss.
It's just amazing how many of these major geopolitical players started out as like local buddies in Little Rock.
It is. So the restaurateur follows a big boss to D.C., but he's not cooking noodles anymore.
No, he reinvents himself. He becomes a major fundraiser.
A major fundraiser. But here's the thing. Charlie Tri didn't have millions of dollars of his own to just give away. He needed a source. He needed a backer.
And this introduces, I think, maybe the shadiest character in this entire chapter, Eng Lepsang.
Eng Lepsang. His story is just wild. He goes from being a peasant in Macau to a multi-millionaire real estate mogul, basically overnight.
It's that classic rags to riches story that sounds a little too good to be true.
And Webb suggests it was too good to be true. The source material indicates his unbelievable rise wasn't due to, brilliant business sense. It was because he was selected to act as a front.
A front for who?
Specifically, a front for municipal and provincial authorities in the People's Republic of China.
So she's basically the wallet for the CCP in Macau.
Essentially. And his entire power base was centered around a place called the Fortuna Hotel.
The Fortuna. Yeah, the book really paints a picture of this place, and it is not a family resort.
Far from it. The Fortuna was a hub, a nexus. You had Chinese Communist Party officials, you had Chinese military officers, and you had triad gangsters all mingling under one roof.
The book explicitly mentions the 14K and Sun Yian triads. I mean, these are very serious, very violent, organized crime syndicates.
Right. And the hotel itself offered, well, let's call them specific amenities.
It did. It explicitly advertised erotic girls from Europe and Russia.
So it was a den of vice, of intelligence gathering and organized crime. And this, unbelievably, was the source of the money that Charlie Try was funneling into the U.S. political system.
So let's follow that money. How did they actually get it from a Macau vice den into the DNC's bank accounts?
Through shell companies. Eng Lepsang wired over $1.5 million in foreign funds through Charlie Try's U.S.-based companies. These places had names like Daihatsu International and Sankin Yep.
Did these companies actually do anything? Like, did they sell cars or real estate?
Nothing. Investigators later found they had zero legitimate business income. They existed for one reason and one reason only.
To act as funnels.
Just funnels. The money went from Eng, through the shell companies, to the DNC, and also to the Clinton Legal Expense Trust.
Okay, so illegal foreign money's pouring in. What were they buying with it?
Access. Unprecedented access. Charlie Try visited the White House 22 times. Eng Lepsang himself visited 10 times.
And who is managing this traffic?
Mark Middleton. Always Mark Middleton. But this is where the story gets really, frankly, criminal. We aren't just talking about wire transfers. The book details that prior to these meetings with Middleton at the White House, Eng Lepsang would import large amounts of cash.
Cash? You mean like physical bills?
Physical cash. We're talking up to $200,000 at a time, literally carried in bags.
Just picture that for a second. You have a Macau crime lord who fronts for Chinese intelligence walking into the White House complex carrying a briefcase with $200,000 in cash.
And then he goes into a meeting with the president's special assistant. The implication is just incredibly strong that cash was being physically handed over. This is bags of cash politics in the most literal sense imaginable.
It's absolutely staggering. And they weren't just buying, handshake photos to hang on the wall of the Fortuna Hotel. They were pushing a specific project.
They were. The business end of this deal was something called the Nam Van Lakes Project. It was a massive real estate development in Macau.
And who owned it?
It was co-owned by our friend Eng Lepsang and a man named Stanley Ho.
Stanley Ho, the king of Macau.
A legendary figure. He held the gambling monopoly in Macau for decades. And as Webb points out, you cannot operate a gambling monopoly in Macau without deep functional ties to the triads. He's widely known for his connections to organized crime.
So let's just connect all these dots. You have Mark Middleton, a White House official, who is actively promoting a real estate project co-owned by triad-linked moguls and Chinese intelligence fronts.
Yes. Not just Middleton. Other Clinton allies, like a man named Ernie Green, were expressing interest in it, writing letters of support, trying to drum up U.S. investment. It was a complete merger of U.S. political influence and Macau organized crime interests.
And this brings us all the way back to where we started, back to the central mystery of this deep dive, Jeffrey Epstein.
It connects everything. Just think about the profile of the people that Middleton is dealing with on a daily basis. On one hand, he's handling John Huang, a guy with top-secret clearance who's leaking info to the rioties and maybe to China.
And on the other hand, he's handling Eng Lepsang, a man bringing actual bags of cash from Macau crime lords.
And on the third hand, so to speak, he's handling Jeffrey Epstein.
17 times.
So if Middleton's primary job was to facilitate this whole ecosystem of illicit funding and foreign influence, why is he spending so much time with Epstein?
That is the $1 million question, isn't it? It strongly suggests Epstein wasn't there to give advice on tax policy.
He was a peer in this group. He was another influence agent. If Deng Lapsang's currency was cash and John Huan's currency was intelligence access, what was Epstein's currency?
Well, based on everything we know now about Epstein's later operations, his currency was blackmail. It was compromise.
Exactly. So if he's meeting with the man who manages the dirty ops for the White House Middleton, it's not a huge leap to speculate that Epstein was offering a service that fits right in with triads and spies.
There's also a detail about Middleton's departure from the White House that I think is really telling. He officially leaves early in 1995, but he doesn't really leave.
No, this is key. Middleton leaves his official post, but he keeps his access. He kept his White House voicemail. He kept using White House business cards.
And he immediately went to work for who?
Directly for the Rioties and the Lippo Group.
So the government official becomes the foreign agent, but the transition is seamless.
There's barely a transition at all. It suggests he was serving those interests while he was inside, and he just continued serving them from the outside, using his retained access to the administration. He was still the gatekeeper, just with a different paycheck.
It really challenges the way we usually hear about these things in the news. You know, we tend to put them in boxes. We say, oh, there's the Epstein scandal, and over here is the Chinagate scandal, and then over there is Whitewater.
But Webb's argument is that these aren't separate events. They're different departments of the same firm. And the firm is a network that trades money for access and access for protection. Mark Middleton was a manager in that firm.
And tragically, as many listeners might know, Mark Middleton died years later under very mysterious circumstances. But in this specific window, 94 to 95, he is the operator connecting all of these different wires.
And the wires go even deeper. So far, we've talked about cash and real estate.
Yeah.
But the ultimate commodity in this trade, the thing that foreign intelligence really wants, wasn't land in Macau.
It was technology.
Technology. And that's the cliffhanger for this chapter. The China connection isn't just about corrupt fundraising, it's about weapons.
So the scandal pivots from bags of cash to ballistic missiles and satellite technology.
That's right. In our next deep dive, we're going to introduce a man named Wang Zhen.
And who is he?
At the time, he was known as China's premier arms dealer. He was the chairman of a company called the Poly Group. And despite being an arms dealer for a major strategic rival, he ended up having coffee with the President of the United States.
Seems the vetting process at the White House was non-existent if you had the right friends.
Or maybe having the right friends was the vetting process.
That is a very chilling thought to leave us with. This has been a deep dive into the mechanics of crooked campaigns. We are peeling back the layers of one nation under blackmail, and it seems like every single layer is just rot.
And there's plenty more to uncover.
Thanks for listening to the Ketab podcast. Verify the sources, read the book, and we will see you next time. Welcome back to the Ketab podcast. We are cracking open the spine of history again today, continuing our journey through Whitney Webb's One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2.
And this is deep dive number 12 in the series.
It is, and I have to say, I'm still processing the last one.
It's a dense book. There's really no way around that.
Dense is an understatement. In our last discussion, we waded through the muck of Chinagate. Just to refresh your memory, that was the scandal where the Clinton administration was basically accused of selling White House access.
Right, to foreign intelligence, specifically Chinese interests, all through illegal campaign donations.
It was dark money, spies, shady middlemen, you name it.
It was the moment the door to the Oval Office was, effectively put up for auction.
Exactly. But today we're looking at the fallout, because you can't run an operation that big without leaving loose ends. We're covering Chapter 16, Crooked Campaigns.
Yeah, the central mystery here, it's not just about money anymore.
No, it's about a body count. Specifically, we have to talk about the sudden, catastrophic death of the man at the very center of that storm. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown.
It is the pivot point of the mid-90s scandals. One moment, Brown is a huge liability about to testify, and the next, he's just gone.
So the hook here is something that sounds like it was ripped straight out of a thriller novel. A plane crash, a cover-up, and a mysterious wound that, well, it doesn't look like an accident.
The question is, was it a tragedy? Or was it a cleanup operation?
To even start to answer that, we have to go back to April 3, 1996.
Okay, so Ron Brown is on a trade mission. He's aboard a USAF CT-43, which is basically a modified Boeing 737.
A military plane.
A military plane. They're flying into Croatia near Dubrovnik. It's a rainy, foggy day. The plane slams into a mountainside, Everyone on board Brown and 34 others is killed.
Okay, tragic accidents happen, especially in the 90s, especially in bad weather. The immediate reaction from the history books is, pilot error.
And that was the immediate official conclusion. Pilot error, combined with a pretty primitive navigation system at the airport. But when you look at the details Webb compiles, that accident theory starts to develop some serious cracks.
What kind of cracks are we talking about?
Well, let's start with the ground support. The head of navigation at the airport, the guy responsible for that specific approach vector the plane was on, was a man named Nico Jerkowicz.
Okay.
3 days after the crash, before the investigation even really gets going, he's found dead.
3 days later.
3 days.
And I'm guessing it wasn't natural causes.
It was ruled a suicide. He was found with a gunshot wound to the chest.
To the chest. Well, it's suspicious, but I'll play devil's advocate. Guilt is a powerful thing. If he thought he caused that crash, maybe.
It's possible. If that were the only anomaly, you might dismiss it. But the real issue wasn't on the ground in Croatia. It was what investigators found on Ron Brown's body.
This is the part of the chapter that genuinely gave me chills.
So a team of U.S. military investigators goes to the site. When they examine Ron Brown, they find a wound on the very top of his skull. But it didn't look like the kind of blunt force trauma you get from a plane crashing into a mountain.
So what did it look like?
It was a perfectly circular hole.
A circle.
A clean circular hole. Steve Cogswell, who was a doctor and a medical examiner for the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, examined it. He didn't use vague language. He noted that the wound was inwardly beveling.
Hang on. Inwardly beveling. I'm not a forensic pathologist. What does that actually mean in plain English?
It's about how bone breaks. If you hit your head on a rock in a crash, the bone shatters or cracks. But when a bullet hits a skull, it punches through. On the entry side, the hole is clean. As it exits the bone into the brain, it pushes the bone inward, creating a cone shape.
Okay.
That inward beveling is the forensic signature of a gunshot wound.
So you have a cabinet secretary found in a plane wreckage with a hole in his head that looks exactly like he was shot.
Cogswell called it an apparent gunshot wound. And he wasn't the only one. But here is where the story shifts from a mystery to, well, a cover-up.
Because if you find a hole like that, the first thing you do is take an X-ray, right? You look for metal.
They did. And this is where the term lead snowstorm comes from.
Lead snowstorm. That sounds incredibly specific.
It is. When a bullet hits bone, it often fragments. Tiny pieces of lead scatter into the tissue. On an X-ray, it looks like a bright white spray of speckles. A snowstorm.
And the initial X-rays of Brown's head showed that.
They showed exactly that. So you have the hole, you have the beveling, you have the metal fragments on X-ray. It seems like case closed, he was shot.
It should have been, but then the irregularities start piling up, those original X-rays, the ones showing the lead snowstorm.
They vanished.
He just got lost.
According to Navy investigators cited in the book, they were deliberately destroyed. Gone.
Wow.
And despite having a body with a potential bullet wound, the decision was made from very high up not to perform an autopsy.
Wait. A cabinet secretary dies in a violent event, there's a hole in his head, and they don't do an autopsy. Is that even legal?
It's highly irregular. Usually in a death like this, an autopsy is mandatory to rule out foul play. By skipping it and destroying the X-rays, they effectively erase the evidence before it could be officially recorded.
But why? I mean, Ron Brown was their guy. He was the DNC chairman. He was a Clinton loyalist. Why would anyone want him dead?
Because loyalties shift when prison time is on the table. You have to look at the timeline. At the exact moment of this crash, Brown was in deep, deep trouble.
This goes back to the legal investigations.
Yes. He was a material witness in the Judicial Watch lawsuit over John Huang, the central figure of Chinagate, but he was also facing an independent counsel probe into his own business dealings.
Right, with Dynamic Energy Resources and the Lum family, the shady partner.
Exactly. And the walls were closing in. Websites in Olanda Hill, a very close business associate of Brown's. According to her, right before that trip to Croatia, Brown had reached a breaking point.
What did he tell her?
She claimed he told her he wasn't going to go down alone. He had decided to cut a deal. He was ready to negotiate a plea agreement with the independent counsel.
Oh, so he was about to flip.
He was about to flip. He knew where the money came from, who signed off on the illegal donations. He was the ultimate loose end. And then he gets sent on a trade mission to Croatia and comes back in a casket with a hole in his head.
That is heavy. It really paints a picture. But Brown was the guy handling the money coming in. For this whole scheme to work, you also need a gatekeeper, someone handling the people coming in.
Precisely. And that brings us to the bridge between the Chinagate scandal and the next phase of this whole operation. Mark Middleton.
Mark Middleton. We've touched on him before, but let's really define his role. He wasn't a household name, but inside the White House, he was the guy with the keys.
He was a special assistant to the Chief of Staff, Mac McLarty. But his real role was facilitator. He was the common link between the Chinagate figures and Jeffrey Epstein.
It's just amazing how all these roads lead back to the same few people.
It is. Middleton is the connective tissue. But before we get to who he let in, we have to talk about what happened to him, because there's a disturbing pattern here.
Ron Brown dies just as he's about to talk.
And Mark Middleton? Well, his story has a very recent and very dark ending.
This was in May 2022, right? I remember seeing headlines, but they vanished pretty quickly.
They did. Middleton was found dead at the Heifer International Ranch in Arkansas. It's a massive property owned by a nonprofit with huge establishment backing.
And the official ruling was suicide.
Suicide. But the details sort of challenged the laws of physics.
This is the part I really struggled with. I read the description 3 times.
Middleton was found hanging from a tree with an extension cord. Okay, clear cause of death. But he also had a shotgun blast to the chest.
I have to push back on this. Is it physically impossible? I mean, people do desperate things. Could he have set something up?
Technically, maybe, if you construct a very elaborate scenario. But just think about the mechanics. A shotgun blast to the chest is a massive, violent event. The recoil alone would knock you back. To fire a shotgun into your own chest and then successfully hang yourself, it just defies logic.
And usually if there's a weird suicide, the police release a report to clear it up. Here's how he did it.
Not this time. An Arkansas judge ordered all photos and records related to the scene to be sealed. We aren't allowed to see the evidence.
Sealed records, just like the missing x-rays.
The pattern is consistent. When the evidence points to something other than the official story, the evidence tends to disappear.
So Middleton takes his secrets to the grave in 2022. But back in the 90s, he was very much alive, and he was busy. He let Jeffrey Epstein into the Clinton White House 17 times.
17 visits between 1993 and 1995. And remember, at this time, Epstein is just supposed to be a money manager for Leslie Wexner. He has no official government role.
But he wasn't showing up alone, was he? And this is where we get into the whole honey trap aspect of the operation. Who is he bringing with him?
He was bringing a roster of women who were very clearly selected for a purpose. Obviously, Ghislaine Maxwell was there. She was his partner in crime. But there were others.
The book mentions Selena Middelfart.
Yes, a 21-year-old Norwegian heiress. Young, wealthy, and incidentally, a former girlfriend of Donald Trump. He also brought a woman named Frances Jardine.
And who was she?
She was a South African model. But in this world, model is often a cover. She later married John Deuce, an oil trader who is deeply connected to the intelligence world, specifically to associates of Mark Rich and the legendary CIA ghost Ted Shackley.
So why bring these women to the White House? It's not just to look cool, right?
No, it's about leverage. In the world of intelligence-linked blackmail, access is everything. By bringing these women into the West Wing, Epstein was demonstrating his utility. He was integrating his operation, which relied on sexual compromise, into the highest seat of power.
So Middleton opens the door, Epstein walks in with the bait, and the network expands. But it wasn't just the White House. The book details how this group infiltrated the fundraising machinery of the DNC itself.
This is the Crooked Campaigns title of the chapter. Epstein's fundraising was running parallel to the Chinagate money. And they were mingling with some truly dangerous characters.
There's a specific fundraiser mentioned, March 1995, at the home of Ron Perelman.
Ron Perelman is a key figure here. He was a corporate raider from the Drexel Burnham Lambert era, the junk bond kings.
The greed is good era.
Exactly. And Perelman wasn't just a donor, he was a fixer. He was the guy who gave a job to Webster Hubbell when Hubbell was under investigation. He gave a job to Monica Lewinsky when she needed to be moved out of the White House.
So his companies were basically holding pens for people who knew too much.
That's the implication. I can't bribe you directly, but I can give you a do-nothing job with a 6-figure salary. And at this fundraiser in 1995, you have this convergence. You have Perelman, the fixer. You have Bob Knuth, ex-CIA. You have Sylvia Hassenfeld linked to the Bronfmans and Leslie Wexner. And you have Jeffrey Epstein.
It's like a networking event for the deep state.
And organized crime. We can't forget the mob element.
This part just blew my mind. The DNC was taking money from people who were literally felons.
They were desperate for cash for the 96 re-election. The vetting process was non-existent. The book highlights Eric Wynn He was a twice-convicted felon associated with the Bonanno crime family.
The Bonanno family. We're talking old-school mafia.
Correct. And he was brought in by Richard Mays, a close friend of Clinton. But it gets even wilder. There was a man named Grigory Luchansky.
Luchansky. Sounds Russian.
A close associate of Robert Maxwell Gisland's father and Mark Rich. Intelligence agencies considered him a major player in the Russian mob. We are talking heavy-duty organized crime.
And he was at these fundraisers.
DNC fundraiser Sam Dom actually tried to get Luchansky seated at a dinner with the President of the United States.
That is insane. Imagine the Secret Service briefing. Mr. President, to your left is the First Lady, and to your right is a suspected leader of the Russian mob.
It just shows you that there was no line they wouldn't cross for funding. The White House had become a nexus where the mob, foreign intelligence, and corporate raiders all met to do business.
And Epstein was swimming right in the middle of it all. But there's one document in this chapter that really sums up his role. It's a letter from April 1995.
The Rothschild letter. This is crucial.
It's written by Lynn Forrester Wright, who later became Lynn Forrester de Rothschild.
Yes. She writes to Bill Clinton, thanking him for a meeting, and she explicitly says she used her 15 seconds of access to discuss Jeffrey Epstein and currency stabilization.
Okay, I want to pause on this. Currency stabilization. It sounds very boring. It sounds like something you'd hear on financial news. Why is that a red flag?
Because of who Jeffrey Epstein was. He was a college dropout, a former high school math teacher who got fired from Bear Stearns for a violation. He was not an economist. He had zero legitimate qualifications to advise the president on global monetary policy.
So why were they even talking about it?
Well, think about what currency stabilization actually involves. It means moving massive amounts of capital across borders to balance markets. Now, look at the people Epstein was serving: Wexner, the Bronfmans, potentially intelligence agencies.
If you have a lot of off-the-books money.
Exactly. If you have billions in black market cash from arms deals or whatever else, you need to integrate it into the legitimate financial system. You need to wash it. And you need to do it without crashing a currency or triggering alarms.
So currency stabilization could be a euphemism for high-level money laundering.
It is a very strong possibility. It suggests Epstein wasn't just a sex trafficker. He was a financial architect for this massive underground economy. And Lynn Forrester was the one vouching for him.
And she is a heavy hitter.
Oh, she's the spider in the web.
Mm-hmm.
She was married to Andrew Stein, whose family was tied to Roy Cohn. She introduced Alan Dershowitz to Epstein. She partnered with Edgar Bronfman's son. She has been best friends with the Clintons for decades.
He connects the mob, the banks, the politicians.
And she is the one telling the president, listen to Jeffrey Epstein.
It really changes how you see Epstein. We tend to think of him as this weirdo on an island, but this chapter puts him in the White House discussing global finance, backed by the Rothschilds, while the people who threaten the network end up dead.
It reframes him completely. He wasn't an outsider crashing the party. He was a key functionary in a system that merged government power with organized crime.
And that system protected itself with lethal force.
It certainly appears that way. When Ron Brown threatened to talk, he died. When Mark Middleton became a liability, he died. The message is pretty clear.
Well, on that cheerful note, it's just a lot to process. It makes you realize that the scandals of the 90s weren't mistakes. They were the operating system.
A feature, not a bug.
Exactly. All right, that wraps up our deep dive into Chapter 16. We've gone from the wreckage in Croatia to the sealed files in Arkansas and right into the Oval Office.
And we are only about halfway through the book.
Don't remind me.
Right.
Next time, we're going to see how this network didn't just stay in politics. It moved into technology.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about the rise of the surveillance state.
It gets even more pervasive from here.
I can't wait. Well, I can, but I won't. Thanks for listening to the Ketab podcast. Keep your eyes open, ask questions, and we will catch you on the next deep dive.
Welcome back to the Ketab podcast. You are locked in to another deep dive. We are continuing our journey through this just incredible labyrinth of power and corruption in Whitney Webb's Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2.
It is good to be back, and today we are on Episode 13. We're jumping into Chapter 17, which is titled Epstein's Enterprise.
And just to set the stage for everyone, because this web is getting, really dense, in our last deep dive, we were neck deep in Chinagate. We talked about the sale of access to the Clinton White House.
Right. And that very suspicious death of Commerce Secretary Ron Brown, and of course how Jeffrey Epstein was sort of building this parallel network of fundraisers and, well, fixers.
Exactly. We established he wasn't just some socialite floating around New York. He was rubbing shoulders with intelligence operatives, high-level political aides, and people who just make problems go away.
Right.
So today, we're going to pivot. We're leaving the White House galas behind, the fundraising dinners, and we are going to, of all places, Columbus, Ohio.
Which, I know, it might sound like a bit of a downgrade in excitement, but trust me, it's not.
It really isn't, because here is the hook for today's deep dive. At the exact same time, Jeffrey Epstein is making those famous 17 visits to the Clinton White House, meeting with Mark Middleton. He is simultaneously orchestrating this massive business deal in the Midwest. And on paper, it looks boring. He's just helping his boss, Leslie Wexner, set up a shipping hub.
A shipping hub for the Limited, the parent company for Victoria's Secret, Bath & Body Works. They need to move huge amounts of clothing from Asia to stores in America. It's logistics.
It sounds like completely standard corporate logistics. But here is the question that should be bothering you. If you're just moving boxes of lingerie and sweaters, why do you need to partner with airlines that were legally documented as gun runners for the CIA?
That is the central mystery. Was Epstein just a very diligent employee securing a cargo carrier? Or was this deal the real reason he had so much access to the president? Was he building a bridge between a retail empire and the, quote, enterprise of covert intelligence?
Let's unpack this. We have to go to Rickenbacker Air Industrial Park.
Rickenbacker, yeah. This was a former Air Force base in Columbus. In the early 90s, Leslie Wexner had this vision. He wanted to privatize it, turn it into a major international cargo hub.
A global trade hub in Ohio.
The idea was to bypass the traditional ports like New York or LA, fly goods straight into the heartland.
Okay, to make that work, you need carriers. You need planes.
Precisely. So, starting in 1992, the Limited begins scouting for partners. And the very first company they bring to the table is a Miami-based outfit called Arrow Air.
Arrow Air. Okay. So if you're just looking at a phone book of cargo companies, maybe that looks fine. But you dug into the background of Arrow Air, and it is, well, radioactive is the word that comes to mind.
Radioactive is a good word for it. If Wexner or Epstein had done even the most basic due diligence, or, and this is the key, maybe they did, and that was the whole point, they would have seen the federal court documents from 1991.
This is just 1 year before the deal. What did the documents say?
The documents explicitly identified Arrow Air. I mean, let me be precise here. They described it as a Florida corporation contracted by the NSC, the CIA, and Southern Air Transport to move weapons and equipment as part of the covert Iran-Contra weapons hostage operation.
Okay, let's just pause there. That is not a rumor. That is a federal court filing. It's stating in black and white that this airline was running guns for the National Security Council.
Correct. They were the delivery trucks for the off-the-books war in Nicaragua. But it gets even darker. Arrow Air was involved in this horrific tragedy that many listeners might actually remember.
The crash in Gander.
Yes. December 1985, an Arrow Air flight was carrying U.S. soldiers, the 101st Airborne home from a mission. It crashed in Gander, Newfoundland. 248 soldiers were killed. I mean, just devastating.
But the investigation into that crash, it turned up something that didn't fit the narrative of a simple troop transport flight.
Not at all. Amidst the wreckage, investigators found a duffel bag. It was not standard military kit. It was filled with a massive amount of cash, and that cash was later linked to BCCI.
The Bank of Credit and Commerce International, also known as the Bank of Crooks and Criminals International.
The very same. The bank used by the Medellin cartel, Abu Nidal, and of course the CIA to move dark money. So you look at the profile of Arrow Air, a history of crashing with bags of illicit cash, and a documented contract to run guns for the CIA.
And this is the company that Jeffrey Epstein and Leslie Wexner decide is the perfect partner to ship bras for Victoria's Secret.
It signals intent, doesn't it? It signals they weren't looking for a standard carrier like FedEx. They were looking for a specific capability. Usually you hire these kinds of pilots because you need cargo to move without customs looking too closely.
It suggests the cargo might not have been just textiles. But the plot thickens. Arrow Air was just the opening act. Less than a month after that deal starts, another company shows up at Rickenbacker. Polar Air Cargo.
Polar Air Cargo. And on the surface, they say they're going to fly clothing from Hong Kong for the Limited. But if you look at the personnel, Polar Air was staffed largely by former employees of an airline called Flying Tigers.
Flying Tigers. That's legendary. That name goes way back to World War II. Covert ops in Asia.
Deep, deep intelligence roots. But the real smoking gun with Polar Air isn't just their staff, it's who they were partnered with. They were effectively operating in tandem with a company called Southern Air Transport, SAT.
We have to stop and really define SAT for everyone listening. Because in the world of Black Ops, Southern Air Transport is like a celebrity.
They are the airline. For a long time, SAT was a CIA proprietary.
Explain what proprietary means.
It means the CIA literally owned the company. It wasn't just a contractor. It was a division of the agency hidden behind a corporate shell. They used it to provide air cover for spies, move assets. Eventually, the CIA sold it to take it private in the 80s to avoid scrutiny.
But who did they sell it to?
They sold it to a man named James Bastian, who of course just happened to be a former lawyer for the CIA.
So it's the illusion of distance.
Exactly. And during Iran-Contra, SAT was the primary logistics arm. When Oliver North needed to swap weapons for hostages or fly illegal supplies to the Contras, SAT was the airline he used.
So back to Ohio. You have the limited, you have the local government, and you have Jeffrey Epstein. And they aren't just tolerating this company. They pivot to courting SAT directly. They want the CIA's favorite airline to make Columbus its home base.
They rolled out the red carpet, and this is where we see that, that intersection of corporate interests and state power. The state of Ohio offered SAT a generous package of incentives.
And we're talking taxpayer money here.
Oh, yeah. A $5 million low-interest loan, tax credits, job training grants. They were using public money to lure a company with a documented history of drug and gun running into the heart of the state.
And who was the architect of this deal? Who was in the room making it happen?
Jeffrey Epstein. Local reporting from a journalist named Bob Petrakis identified Epstein as Wexner's Mr. Fix-It for the Rickenbacker project. Epstein was the one smoothing the path, handling negotiations.
But he wasn't doing it alone. And this is the part of the chapter that just completely blew my mind. I want you to tell the listeners who was sitting across the table from Epstein, who was negotiating on behalf of SAT.
This is where it just gets surreal. It wasn't corporate logistics managers. It was basically the Iran-Contra Alumni Association.
Give us the name.
First, you have Alan Fires Jr.
Who is he?
He was the former chief of the CIA's Central American Task Force. He was the guy running the secret war on the ground in Nicaragua for Iran-Contra.
Okay, that's one. Who else?
Major General Richard Secord.
Richard Secord. Okay, now that is a massive name in this history.
He is a titan of covert logistics. Secord ran air logistics for the covert wars in Laos during Vietnam. Then he ran the Enterprise, the illegal Contra resupply network for Oliver North. These are men who specialize in moving illicit military hardware off the books.
So let's just paint this picture for a second. You have Jeffrey Epstein, the mysterious financial fixer. You have Leslie Wexner, the retail king. And they are sitting in a room in Ohio with a CIA task force chief and a Black Ops general. And the stated purpose of this meeting is to discuss shipping logistics for a mall brand.
It creates a cognitive dissonance, doesn't it? Why would General Secord, a man who moved missiles to Iran, be interested in moving seasonal sweaters?
Unless sweaters is a code word for something else.
Or unless the infrastructure you build for one can be used for the other. Logistics is power. If you have a hub in the U.S. heartland where planes can land, unload, and bypass rigorous customs checks, that's a huge asset.
And it seems like the locals in Columbus, they smelled a rat. You mentioned Bob Petrakis earlier. What were people on the ground saying?
Petrakis did some incredible reporting. He found that privately, the Ohio Inspector General and even the local sheriff they were freaking out. They believed Wexner and Epstein had CIA ties. They did not buy the retail story for a second.
They even gave the new flight route a nickname, right?
They did. The new SAT route, running from Hong Kong to Columbus, the locals called it the Meyer-Lansky Run.
The Meyer-Lansky Run.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is evocative.
It's a very specific reference. Meyer-Lansky was the mob's accountant. He was the man who built the bridge between organized crime and intelligence. So by using that name, local law enforcement was saying, we know this isn't just business. This is organized crime and intelligence fused together.
So they believed it was a route for money laundering or contraband, something hidden in plain sight under the cover of legitimate retail.
And just to prove that SAT hadn't exactly cleaned up its act by the time it got to Ohio, tell us about how the company finally collapsed. The timing is just cinematic.
So SAT filed for bankruptcy in 1998. But do you know what else happened on that exact same day?
I do. Tell me.
On the very same day they filed for bankruptcy, the CIA Inspector General finally released a comprehensive report, admitting that SAT had been involved in illicit drug trafficking during the Contra years.
You can't make this up. The government says, okay, yes, our airline ran drugs, and poof, the company vanishes the same afternoon.
It folds. But as we know in this world, nothing ever really dies. It just changes its name. SAT assets morphed into a new company, Southern Air, which was later tied to the Carlyle Group and linked to extraordinary rendition flights.
The same planes, same pilots, just different paint jobs.
Exactly.
So we've established that Epstein is in Ohio building this spook air hub with the architects of Iran-Contra. But we need to zoom out, because at the exact same time, he is in Washington, D.C. meeting with Mark Middleton.
Right. Mark Middleton, the key figure in the Chinagate scandal we discussed last time, the gatekeeper bringing Asian donors to the Clinton White House. So why is Epstein the bridge? Why is he connecting the Iran-Contra guys in Ohio with the China fixers in D.C.?
To understand that, we have to look at China's own military-industrial complex. In 1991, the Washington Post published a massive expose on what it called China's weapons mafia.
China's weapons mafia, what does that refer to?
It refers to state-owned companies like Norinco and Poly Technologies. And these aren't just manufacturers, they are arms of the Chinese state.
Norinco. That name rings a bell. We've talked about them before, way back with Epstein's mentors.
It should. Epstein's mentor, the British arms dealer Douglas Leese, had a joint venture with Norinco. Epstein, Leese, and Aden Khashoggi were all allegedly involved in selling Chinese weapons during the Iran-Iraq War.
So Epstein has a personal history with these Chinese arms manufacturers. He knows the players.
Correct. And in the 90s, these companies, Norinco, Polytech, they were desperate for new markets. They had been using BCCI to finance their operations just like AeroAir had. When BCCI collapsed, they needed a new network, a new way to move goods and money.
It's all the same ecosystem, the same banks, the same pilots, the same fixers.
And this leads us to the so what of this chapter. Why go to all this trouble? Whitney Webb introduces a concept called the GMT plan.
This is the key. What is the GMT plan?
It stands for Geomilitech. It was a strategic plan originally discussed back in the Iran-Contra era by CIA Director Bill Casey and figures from Robert Maxwell's network.
How does it work?
It's a three-way trade designed to bypass U.S. laws. So here's the flow. Step 1, Israel sells high-tech U.S. military technology to China.
Which is illegal, technically.
Very technically.
Okay.
Step 2, China takes that tech, and in return, it sells Soviet bloc weapons things that are untraceable to U.S.-backed covert operations, like the Contras in Nicaragua or the Mujahideen in Afghanistan.
I see. So the U.S. gets to arm its rebels without Congress knowing because the guns are coming from China. China gets advanced technology they couldn't otherwise buy, and Israel brokers the deal.
Everyone wins, except, the public and the rule of law. It's the definition of a deep state operation. It is a self-funding, off-the-books foreign policy loop.
And the theory here is that in the 90s under Clinton, Epstein and his whole network were trying to revive this exact plan.
That is the heavy implication. Look at the pieces on the board. You have Epstein, mentored by arms dealers. He's setting up an air cargo hub in Ohio with the actual architects of Iran-Contra logistics Secord and Fires. And at the same time, he is meeting with Mark Middleton, who is handling the Chinese accounts for the White House.
They weren't just fundraising. They were rebuilding the enterprise.
It certainly looks that way. They were building a logistics network that could move anything. Weapons, drugs, technology, cash, under the perfect cover of commercial trade. The limited importing clothes from Hong Kong is the best cover you could ask for.
If you're a customs agent, you're going to inspect a military transport. You're probably not going to look too closely at a 747 filled with Victoria's Secret catalogs coming into a private hub in Ohio.
Exactly. It suggests the retail empire was, in part, a dual-use vehicle, a front for moving national security assets.
This really reframes our understanding of Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, in the mainstream, he's this pervert who managed money. But in this context, he looks like a logistician for the underworld.
A logistician for the state's dirty laundry. And that explains his protection. If you are the guy who knows how to move the assets that intelligence agencies need moved, you are untouchable. You are part of the machinery.
Until, of course, the machinery decides you are liability.
Which, as we know, eventually happened.
It is a terrifying picture. We started this talking about a boring business deal in Ohio, and we've ended up uncovering a potential global arms trafficking network.
It shows that the financial crimes and the sexual crimes are often just the leverage to protect the operational crimes. The planes, the pilots, the cargo, that's the heartbeat of the system. That's where the real power is.
I want to leave our listeners with one final thought to mull over. We often hear about the deep state as this abstract, shadowy thing. But here, it's concrete. It's an airline. It's a warehouse. It's a deal signed in a boardroom in Columbus with tax incentives.
It is frighteningly mundane.
So ask yourself this. If this logistics network was set up by gun runners and spies, if the planes were flown by CIA pilots, were they really just carrying lingerie? Or was the limited a cover for something much, much darker?
And if that network was successful, what else came into the country through Rickenbacker Air Base? That is the question that should keep us up at night.
Next time, we are moving to Chapter 18, Predators. We're going to look at the dark machinery of blackmail that ran alongside this logistics enterprise. We're getting into the victims, the traps, and how they ensured silence.
It's going to be a heavy one, but, we have to go through it to understand the full scope of what was happening.
Thank you for tuning in to the Ketab Podcast Deep Dive. Keep asking questions.
And watch the skies.
Welcome back to the Ketab Podcast. It is great to have you with us again as we continue what has been, quite honestly, a marathon of a series.
It's definitely a marathon.
We are digging through One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2 by Whitney Webb. And if you've been following along, you know we aren't just skimming the surface here. We are trying to understand the architecture of a very dark world.
Understatement of the year. We are on episode 14 now, covering chapter 18, which Webb has titled Predators.
And just to orient everyone, because I know we've covered a massive amount of ground, let's just quickly look in the rearview mirror.
Good idea.
In the last deep dive, we were operating at a very high altitude. We were talking about the strategic level.
Right, that was the macro view, the geopolitical chess game. We looked at Epstein's visits to the White House, those intelligence-linked airlines, and this whole attempt to revive a covert network involving the U.S., Israel, and China.
It was all state, actors, spies, billionaires. Very cloak and dagger stuff. But today, we have to land the plane. We have to look at the ground game. Because the question that keeps coming up for me, and I think for a lot of listeners, is simply, how?
How does the machinery actually work?
Precisely. We know about the powerful men, the blackmail potential. But how did this operation actually function day to day? How do you procure people on what seems to be an industrial scale? How do you move them, house them, manage them, and not get caught for decades?
Well, it creates a serious cognitive dissonance, doesn't it? When you think of crimes like this, you think of chaos, back alley affairs, disorganized criminals hiding in the shadows.
Right.
But the source material here paints a completely different picture. Webb argues that this wasn't just a series of crimes, it was a corporate structure.
That was the light bulb moment for me reading this chapter. This operation had an HR department.
It had logistics.
Housing managers.
Yeah.
Talent scouts. It was run like a Fortune 500 company.
It was vertically integrated. And I think that's what makes Chapter 18 so chilling. We're looking at the banality of the infrastructure that allowed all of this to happen.
So today, we're going to look at that machinery. The modeling agencies, the office staff who scheduled encounters like they were dentist appointments, and of course, the specific role of Ghislaine Maxwell.
And we should say, even though we're keeping this SFW and focusing on the logistics, the subject matter is inherently heavy. We're talking about a system designed to exploit people.
Absolutely. We're stripping away the sensationalism to look at the mechanics of how human beings were turned into commodities.
So where do we start?
Let's start at the beginning of the supply chain. If you're running an operation like this, your first problem is sourcing. You need a steady stream of people. How do they solve that?
Through the illusion of opportunity. The first pillar of this corporate structure is something that seems glamorous on the surface: the modeling industry. Webb details how this was the primary lure. If you look at the demographics they targeted, especially early on, it was young women, often from Eastern Europe, South America, or difficult financial situations in the U.S., all looking for a way out or a way up.
And the modeling industry is the perfect cover. I mean, it inherently involves travel, vague contracts, meeting wealthy benefactors. It normalizes the weirdness.
Exactly.
If a stranger asks you to fly to New York, you say no. If a scout for a modeling agency asks you, you pack your bags.
Right. But here's the key insight from the chapter. Epstein didn't just pretend to have connections, he actually had them. This is where the Victoria's Secret connection we've talked about becomes a tactical weapon.
Leslie Wexner.
Yeah.
the owner of the limited and Victoria's Secret, and his deep financial ties to Epstein. Now we see how that relationship was used on the ground.
The source material details how recruiters would approach targets using Victoria's Secret catalogs.
Yeah.
It wasn't just, I know a guy. It was, I work with the man who owns this company.
It legitimized the entire approach.
It's a mechanism of trust building. It completely bypasses the stranger danger instinct. If someone shows you a catalog, shows you legitimate business connections to one of the most famous brands in the world,
the power dynamic just flips. You don't feel like you're being preyed upon. You feel like you're being chosen, special.
Exactly.
But Epstein couldn't do all this scouting himself. A middle-aged financier walking around shopping malls.
Oh.
Well, it's suspicious.
So he needed a pipeline, a middleman.
And this is where Jean-Luc Brunel comes in.
Enter Jean-Luc Brunel. If Epstein was the CEO, Brunel was the vice president of logistics, a major figure in the fashion world, founder of Corinne Models and MC2. The book describes him not just as an associate, but as a pipeline.
A pipeline for people.
Allegedly, yes. The sources describe a system where Brunel was responsible for moving young women from Europe and South America to the United States. And the transaction described is just. It's cold and corporate. Brunel was allegedly promised funding for his modeling agencies in exchange for this access.
So it's a symbiotic relationship, a legitimate business front and an illicit procurement operation all rolled into one.
It blurs the line until it vanishes. A young woman thinks she's being flown to New York for her big break. She has a visa from a legitimate agency, a plane ticket, but she's walking into a trap.
And the people setting the trap aren't who you'd expect. This is the part of the scout system that I found most disturbing. The scouts weren't usually men.
No. They were often other women, industry professionals, photographers, agents. Sometimes they were even former victims who had been turned into recruiters themselves.
Why women? Is it just about access?
It's about lowering defenses. Think about the psychology. A man approaches a young girl, the guard goes up immediately. But if a stylish, professional woman approaches you and says, "You have a great look, I can help your career,"
it feels safe. It feels maternal or sisterly. It's a psychological tactic to bypass all your instinctual warnings.
Which brings us to the ultimate buffer, the ultimate normalizer in this entire operation.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell. Chapter 18 really focuses on her role, not just as a partner, but as the operational manager.
So what does a normalizer do in a criminal conspiracy? Let's unpack that.
Okay, so imagine you're a young woman brought into this overwhelming world. Immense wealth, private jets, mansions, famous people. It's disorienting. It's designed to be.
Sure.
Maxwell's role was to anchor that experience, to make it feel safe. She would act as the best friend.
The sources mentioned she would take them shopping, buy them clothes. It sounds like a scene from a movie, you know, the rich friend taking care of the poor friend.
Exactly that. She'd go shopping with them, listen to their problems, help with financial struggles. She eroded boundaries slowly. By acting as a female confidant, she made Epstein's presence seem less threatening. She would frame him as the solution to their problem.
My boyfriend can help you.
Right. He can get you that visa, or you can pay for your school, or he can help your father with his debts. She actively recruited based on vulnerability. But the normalizer part is even more insidious. When outrageous behavior occurred.
Things that should have sent them running to the police.
Yes. But if a sophisticated, high society woman like Maxwell acts like it's just a standard procedure, the victim starts to question their own sanity rather than the situation.
It's gaslighting on an industrial scale.
It is. She made the unacceptable seem like the price of admission to high society, a veneer of respectability over something truly rotten.
So you have the supply chain from the modeling agencies, you have the psychological management from Maxwell, but then you have the day-to-day administration. And this part really blew my mind, the office dynamic.
It really strips away the movie villain image, doesn't it? This wasn't a dungeon, it was a bureaucracy.
A bureaucracy.
The book names specific figures: Sarah Kellen, Leslie Groff, Adriana Ross. These were the women who ran the logistics. They were essentially the middle management of the trafficking ring.
And they had typical office titles.
Hello.
Assistants, schedulers.
Yes. And their duties were so mundane, which is what makes them horrifying. The sources say they managed the schedule. They booked the massages, the euphemism for the encounters. They organized travel, booked flights, managed visas.
It sounds like they were running a dental practice, just moving appointments around on a calendar.
That's the banality of evil Hannah aren't talked about. These women ensured compliance. They gave reassurance or applied pressure when needed. They kept the conveyor belt moving so Epstein and Maxwell didn't have to deal with the messy details. They depersonalized everything into calendar slots.
So we have the staff, but where do you put all these people? If you're bringing people in from overseas, you can't just have 20 people staying in the main house all the time without raising eyebrows.
You need infrastructure. You need, well, warehousing. The book highlights a specific entity called Ossa Properties.
And this connects back to the family, right?
The book draws a connection to Epstein's brother, Mark. Ossa Properties owned apartments on East 66th Street in New York. These were used as housing for the women and girls, particularly those flown in from abroad who had nowhere else to go.
Which creates this terrifying dependency. If your housing, your visa, your income, if it's all tied to this one network, you can't just leave. You were trapped by your own survival needs.
It's a total control mechanism. And the sources mention high levels of surveillance within those properties. It wasn't a free apartment. It was a monitored environment. But there's another location mentioned in this chapter that I found incredibly jarring because it's so wholesome on the surface.
You're talking about Interlochen.
The Interlochen Center for the Arts in Michigan, a prestigious arts camp. High school kids, band camp, theater.
What on earth was Epstein doing at a band camp in Michigan? That feels like such a left turn from the Manhattan modeling scene.
He was a donor, a major one. He actually had his own lodge on the campus, the Jeffrey Epstein Scholarship Lodge.
That is just chilling.
He used his status as a donor to access a different demographic. While the Brunel pipeline focused on the fashion world, Interlochen gave him access to talented young musicians and artists. It was another pool for recruitment.
It just shows the versatility of the operation. He wasn't fishing in just one pond. He had the modeling world, the art world, the music world.
And this brings us to what I think is the most important takeaway from this chapter. The insight that changes how we view this whole thing. Not everyone recruited into this network was treated the same way. Webb argues there was a hierarchy.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because usually when we hear this story, it's painted with a very broad brush. Everyone is just a victim. But Webb argues there were two distinct tiers, and the difference really matters.
Correct. And understanding this distinction explains the why behind the operation. We can think of it as Tier 1 and Tier 2.
Walk us through Tier 1 first.
Tier 1 consisted of the exploited victims. These are often the girls from difficult backgrounds, broken homes, foreign countries, the ones housed in the Ossa apartments. In the eyes of the network, they were expendable, used primarily for abuse and gratification. They were dependent, and once they served their purpose, they were discarded or paid off.
But then there's Tier 2, and this is where it gets into spy novel territory.
The high-level assets. These were women who were often recruited out of college or higher education. They were ambitious, career-driven. And they weren't just used, they were groomed.
Groomed for what, exactly?
To be placed in the world, to be embedded. Epstein funded their degrees in some cases. He helped them get prestigious jobs. They were placed in the orbits of powerful men.
The book gives some specific examples here that are fascinating. Let's talk about Melanie Walker.
A prime example. Melanie Walker was recruited just after college, around 1992. The book says Epstein offered her a modeling job. There's that lure again. But she ended up staying in the orbit. But she didn't just stay in an apartment. Epstein funded her medical education.
And she didn't just become a doctor, she became a neurosurgeon.
A neurosurgeon. That is a high-status, high-trust profession. And here's the connection. She later became very close to Prince Andrew. She was seen at events with the royal family. She wasn't hidden away. She was integrated into high society.
So the operation creates a neurosurgeon who is indebted to Epstein and then places her right next to a prince. That's strategic.
Precisely. Then you have Frances Jardine, a former model from South Africa. But she wasn't just kept in the modeling world. She accompanied Epstein to the Clinton White House.
To the White House.
Yes. Along with another key figure, Eva Anderson Dubin.
Who was a former Miss Sweden. Right?
Former Miss Sweden, and also a doctor. She maintained a very long-term connection with Epstein and Maxwell. She was a bridge between the social elite, the respectable world, and the illicit operation.
So what does this all mean? Why go to the trouble of funding medical school and cultivating these high-level careers? If you just want to abuse people, you don't need a neurosurgeon.
This is the so what of the chapter, the crucial point. If this were simply for gratification, you wouldn't need neurosurgeons visiting the White House. The existence of this second tier suggests that the network was really about influence operations.
It's the honey trap.
It's the honey trap evolved. It's about placing loyal, sophisticated assets in the orbits of powerful men royals, presidents, business leaders. It allows the network to gather information, exert influence, or maybe capture compromising material. It turns a trafficking operation into an intelligence operation.
That distinction really changes everything. It shifts it from rich guys behaving badly to state-level espionage tactics.
It does. When you see women like Jardine or Walker appearing in flight logs next to heads of state or walking into the West Wing, you have to ask, what were they doing there? They weren't there to discuss policy. They were part of a mechanism of control.
And that mechanism required that corporate structure we talked about. You can't run an intelligence operation on that scale without structure. You need HR, you need scouts, and you need the specialized grooming from Maxwell to cultivate the Tier 2 assets.
And you need the infrastructure, the apartments, the camps, the planes to move them all around. It was a fully integrated system.
It's terrifyingly efficient. I think what sticks with me from this chapter is just how normalized they made it feel for everyone inside it.
Well, that's how systematic abuse sustains itself. You fragment the responsibility. The scheduler isn't the recruiter isn't the abuser. Everyone can tell themselves they're just playing a small part in a business. It allows people to turn a blind eye
to the monstrosity of the whole thing.
An engine that fed on vulnerability but produced influence. That is the key takeaway here. This wasn't a hobby for Epstein. It was a business model.
So we've unpacked the logistics. We've looked at the machine, the recruiters, the schedulers, the property managers, all of it. We see that Epstein and Maxwell didn't act alone. They stood on top of a pyramid of personnel.
And we understand now that this system was designed to source two things: victims for abuse and assets for influence.
Which sets us up perfectly for where we're going next. Because if you build a machine this complex, you build it for a reason.
Yeah.
You build it to catch big game.
Exactly. Now that we understand the machine, we need to look at the targets. Who was this machine built to trap?
Next time, in episode 15, we are tackling Chapter 19, The Prince and the President.
We're going to look at how this procurement network was deployed against two of the most powerful men in the world, Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton.
That is going to be a big one. We're talking flight logs, specific trips, the implications. You do not want to miss it.
There is a lot more to uncover.
If you found this deep dive valuable, if it helped you see the structure behind the scandal, kindly consider liking and sharing the video. It really helps us get this information out there. And if you haven't yet, please subscribe for more.
We'll see you next time.
Thanks for listening to Ketab Podcast. We'll see you in the next deep dive.
Hello and welcome back to The Deep Dive. I'm your host, and today we are continuing our journey through Whitney Webb's monumental work, One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2.
It's great to be back. And for anyone who might be jumping in on this one, our last deep dive was all about the playbook.
The playbook, yeah.
We really got into the mechanics of the Epstein-Maxwell ring. I mean, the grooming, the abuse, how they tiered victims. It was heavy stuff, but, absolutely essential context for what we're about to discuss.
Absolutely. Because last time was the how. Today is about the who. We understand the methods, the trap itself. Now we have to ask who walked into it. And we're not talking about minor players here.
Not at all. We're talking about two massive figures on the world stage. First, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, and then former U.S. President Bill Clinton.
It's a huge escalation. And our mission for this deep dive is to really unpack how this intelligence-linked blackmail operation managed to ensnare a British royal and then embed itself into the post-presidency of an American leader.
And all of it, right, was under this guise of friendship and philanthropy.
So let's start with the prince. The tabloids called him Randy Andy. But the key to this whole story seems to be the timeline, because that's where the official narrative just falls apart.
It really does. So Prince Andrew has claimed, in that famous interview and elsewhere, that he met Jeffrey Epstein in 1999. That's the official story.
Okay, 1999.
But the source material, specifically testimony from Stephen Hoffenberg, Epstein's old mentor, it just doesn't support that. Hoffenberg claims Epstein was bragging about his relationship with Andrew way back in 1991.
1991? That's what, 8 years earlier? Now, we do have to be cautious with Hoffenberg, right? He was a convicted fraudster.
That's a very fair point, and it's something you always have to weigh. But it's what he said about the nature of the relationship that's so telling. He said Epstein called the prince his Super Bowl trophy.
His Super Bowl trophy, wow.
Yeah, and not like a friend, more like
an asset, something he'd acquired.
Yeah. Exactly. An asset. And Hoffenberg was explicit. This was from the beginning a blackmail plot designed to sell secrets to Israeli intelligence. That was his claim.
That language really frames it as a handler talking about an asset, not two buddies hanging out. So let's jump forward to when it all goes public. February 2000, Webb calls their interactions bizarrely public.
Which is the paradox, right? Because you'd think a blackmail op would be in the shadows. But no, suddenly Andrew is everywhere with Ghislaine Maxwell. They're at Mar-a-Lago.
Right.
They're in New York at Ralph Lauren's headquarters, looking at models. The Daily Mail, the Evening Standard, they're running photos of them, holding hands, playing games with the paparazzi.
So the media just saw a new royal romance, but you're saying there's evidence it was something else entirely. Because he was dating someone else at the time, wasn't he?
He was, a PR executive named Emma Gibbs. But the real proof comes from their own circle. There's this incredible article in the Evening Standard from January 2001.
And what did it say?
It quotes friends of Maxwell on the record talking about it. One friend said the relationship was, quote, very premeditated and was probably being done for Epstein.
Done for Epstein. They just said it out loud to a reporter.
Right. Another source said, Ghislaine is manipulating him and he's too naive to realize it. It's all out in the open. The social circle knew who was pulling the strings.
That's astonishing. So it wasn't a secret. It was an open secret.
It was. But there's another detail in that same 2001 article that's even more disturbing. It's about the massages.
Ah, yes. The massages. The article said Andrew was getting them from a girl and even traveled with his own massage mattress, which, I mean, who does that?
It sounds totally bizarre, but it was reported. He supposedly took it to Thailand, other places. But here's why the detail is so critically important. The date.
January 2001.
Exactly. Virginia Giuffre, who is the most well-known survivor to accuse Andrew, she says she was trafficked to him starting in March of 2001.
So 2 months after this article came out?
Precisely. So if the media is already reporting on these quote-unquote massages with girls in January, it strongly suggests that there were other victims involved with Andrew before Virginia Giuffre ever came into the picture.
That is a chilling thought.
Yeah.
It points to an established pattern. But let's get to the why. Why Andrew? I mean, he's a royal, yes, but he can't pass laws. What was his value to Epstein?
He opens doors that no one else can. And at that time, Andrew had a very specific, very powerful role. He was the UK Special Representative for International Trade and Investment.
So he was a global deal maker for Britain.
A global deal maker, particularly for the arms industry. The book details accusations that he was opening doors for companies like BAE Systems, specifically on deals in Indonesia. Now, do you remember Douglas Leese from earlier deep dives?
Of course. The defense contractor, Epstein's other mentor.
The very same.
Yeah.
Deeply connected to the international arms trade. So if Epstein has leverage over Andrew, and Andrew is the point man for British arms deals, well, suddenly Epstein has a seat at the table in the global defense industry.
It's not just about sex tapes, it's about military contracts.
It's industrial and military influence. And on top of that, you get the protection of royalty. You know, the police are going to be very, very hesitant to investigate a member of the royal family.
So Andrew was the key to state secrets and the military-industrial complex. But Epstein wasn't satisfied with just the British aristocracy. He wanted the heart of American power. And that, of course, brings us to Bill Clinton.
And this relationship, it just kicks into high gear almost the second Clinton leaves office in 2001. The media was even calling Clinton Epstein's latest prized addition.
Another addition to the collection. But this wasn't just about partying on an island. Webb's research suggests Epstein was involved in building the very architecture of Clinton's post-presidency.
But that's the crucial point. He wasn't just another donor writing a check. He was a conceptual architect. We have to talk about Philanthropy 2.0 and the Clinton Global Initiative, the CGI.
Okay, explain that. Because to most people, the Clinton Foundation is just a huge charity.
Well, this venture philanthropy model, it blurs the lines. It blurs the lines between nonprofit work, for-profit business, and political influence peddling. And Epstein's own lawyers later claimed in court that he was part of the original group that conceived the CGI.
So the argument is that Epstein was literally in the room helping design this massive global influence machine.
He was. And he wasn't just in the boardroom. He was on the plane. The flight logs from 2002, 2003, they tell an incredible story. And there are 2 trips we absolutely have to break down.
Let's start with the first one. Asia, May 2002, billed as a humanitarian trip.
Ostensibly, yes.
Yeah.
But you just have to look at who was on the plane. You have Bill Clinton, you have Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, you have Sarah Kellen, who we know was a key recruiter for Epstein,
Yeah.
and you have Clinton's top aide, Doug Band.
And then there are 2 other names on the manifest that they jump off the page. Janice and Jessica.
No last names. The book identifies them as suspected victims, so just pause and think about that. The former president of the United States is on a private jet with a known trafficker, his madam, and 2 young women with no last names flying all over Asia.
It's a Secret Service nightmare waiting to happen. Where did this humanitarian mission go?
They went to Japan, Hong Kong, Shenzhen in China, and Singapore. And the Singapore stop is really interesting because of who was there.
Okay.
There's a photo of the group at a dinner with the prime minister, but also with the U.S. ambassador at the time, a man named Stephen Green.
Stephen Green. That name rings a bell from the 90s.
It should. He's connected to the Chinagate network. That was the huge campaign finance scandal from '96, where there were allegations of Chinese intelligence money flowing into the Clinton-Gore campaign.
So by bringing Epstein into that specific circle, he's being plugged into a much older, pre-existing network of foreign influence.
Exactly. It shows a continuity. But then the trip takes an even stranger turn, one that is just impossible to explain away with the humanitarian cover story. They fly to Brunei.
To meet the Sultan of Brunei. Now, to play devil's advocate, the Sultan is one of the richest men on Earth. If you're building a global foundation, isn't he someone you'd have to meet?
That's the argument, sure. But you have to look at the Sultan's very specific, very public reputation. He and his brother were notorious for allegedly holding women, including an American Miss USA winner, as, quote, virtual prisoners and sex slaves.
So, on a so-called philanthropic mission, you have a former president, a sex trafficker, his madam, and 2 young women visiting a ruler who is famous for sex slavery.
You see the problem. I mean, what possible synergy could there be? If your goal is empowering women, why are you and your entourage meeting with the Sultan of Brunei?
No.
Webb argues it suggests their operations were, let's say, compatible.
A deeply disturbing thought. Okay, let's move to the second big trip. September 2002, this time to Africa, the big democratization and AIDS tour.
Right. And the cast of characters gets even wider now. You still have Clinton, Epstein, and Maxwell, but now Hollywood joins the party. Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker are on the plane.
Which, knowing what we know now about the allegations against Kevin Spacey, adds a whole other layer of darkness to this.
It absolutely does. But for this deep dive, I want to focus on the money guys who were on that trip. Ron Burkle and Casey Wasserman.
Ron Burkle, the billionaire Clinton donor, I know that name, but Casey Wasserman, who is he?
Casey Wasserman is the grandson of Lew Wasserman. And you really can't understand the nexus of Hollywood, organized crime, and politics without knowing Lew Wasserman. He ran MCA and was the kingpin of what was called the supermob.
The supermob? What was that?
It was a network of outwardly legitimate businessmen, studio heads, lawyers, politicians, who had deep, deep connections to organized crime, but operated in the so-called legitimate world. Lew Wasserman basically created Ronald Reagan's political career.
So having his grandson, Casey, on that plane, it's like a generational passing of the torch?
It's exactly that. It reinforces the whole thesis of the book, that these powerful political and philanthropic machines are often built on older foundations of intelligence and organized crime. Right. They're not separate worlds. They're all interwoven.
And what about the actual policy from that Africa trip? It was focused on HIVs. What was Epstein's role? He's not a doctor.
He's not. But Bill Clinton himself credited Epstein with providing key insights for his HIV/AIDS initiatives. And this is where the bridge gets built to another massive foundation.
The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Precisely. Because the Clinton Foundation and the Gates Foundation worked hand in glove on these global health initiatives, and Epstein was standing right there at the nexus, connecting them. He wasn't just a passenger. He was shaping global health policy.
So let's try to tie this all together. With Prince Andrew, it was about access to the arms trade and the protection of the crown. With Bill Clinton, it was about helping to build a global philanthropic empire from the ground up.
It completely shatters the narrative that Epstein was just some lone pervert. He was a structural component. He embedded himself in the trade deals of the British royals and the charitable infrastructure of the American political class.
Which forces you to ask a really uncomfortable question. If an intelligence-linked blackmailer helped design these massive global organizations, what is their true purpose?
And that's the big so what of this whole chapter. If the very foundations that shape global policy were co-created by a man whose currency was sexual compromise, are they really about charity? Or are they ultimately about leverage and control?
It's a question that really changes how you see the world.
Yeah.
And we're not even close to being done.
Not even close.
Next time, We're going to follow this network as it spreads into big tech and what you might call big science. We'll be looking at how Epstein and his associates targeted Microsoft and the world of genetics.
Yeah, we'll see how he courted the biology wizards and the computer wizards. It's a whole new frontier for this operation.
If you found this deep dive valuable, kindly consider liking and sharing the episode. And if you haven't yet, please subscribe for more. Thank you for listening to this deep dive on the Ketab podcast.
Welcome back to the Ketab podcast. We are jumping straight back into the deep end today. This is deep dive number 16 in our series on One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2 by Whitney Webb.
Yeah, and if you thought the last one was heavy, with Epstein and the Clintons on their quote-unquote humanitarian trip.
Right, building the Clinton Foundation and trapping a prince.
Today we pivot. We're leaving the world of diplomacy and heading straight for Silicon Valley.
Exactly. Today is all about Chapter 20, Epstein, Edge, and Big Tech. And I want to start with a question for you, because if you ask almost anyone, when did Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein first meet? You get one answer.
2011. That's the mainstream story. It's repeated everywhere.
It is. They met in 2011. It was about philanthropy, and Gates supposedly regretted it after the fact. A brief, unfortunate meeting.
A lapse in judgment, I think is the official term.
A lapse in judgment. Okay.
Yeah.
But what if that timeline is just completely false? What if there's a newspaper article in print from 2001 that talks about their business links?
And not just social links. Business.
Mm-hmm. And what if those links don't just point to a random meeting, but trace all the way back to the Maxwell family and their, multi-generational history in espionage software?
Well, that's the whole thing, isn't it? Because if the relationship didn't start in 2011, then the whole philanthropy excuse just falls apart. You have to ask, what were they really doing together for all those years?
Okay, so let's get into the evidence, because this can sound like a wild claim until you see the sourcing. Webb brings up a very specific piece from the Evening Standard, January 2001.
Yeah, by a journalist named Nigel Rosser, and the date is so important here. This is years before Epstein's first arrest in Florida.
So he's not a known criminal at this point?
Not publicly, no. He's just this mysterious, super wealthy financier. There's no big scandal attached to his name, so there's no reason for a reporter to, invent or sensationalize his connections. This is just a profile piece.
So what does the article actually say?
It's incredibly direct. It's profiling Epstein's wealth, and it says, and this is a direct quote, that he has made many millions out of his business links with the likes of Bill Gates, Donald Trump, and Ohio billionaire Leslie Wexner.
Wait, hold on. Business links. In 2001.
Plural.
Right, links. And it says he's already made many millions. That's not a first meeting? That implies a history. A successful one.
A profitable one.
Yeah.
And look at the company he's keeping in that sentence. Wexner was his main patron, the source of his fortune. Trump was a close associate. To put Bill Gates in that same group, it completely shatters the 2011 narrative.
And Webb points out it's not just this one article. There's other testimony that pushes the timeline back even further.
Right, from Maria Farmer. People might remember her as one of the first victims who tried to report Epstein to the police. She was in his circle around 1995, 1996.
The mid-90s.
Yeah, and she's on record in legal depositions stating that back then Epstein would talk about Bill Gates all the time, that he was a close friend. She got the impression they were very familiar with each other.
So we're talking about a 15-year gap between reality 1995 and the official story 2011. Why lie about that? If it was legitimate business, why create this fake timeline?
I think that's the central question, because if you admit the relationship started in the 90s, you have to explain what that business was. And in the 90s, this network wasn't building charities. They were building the infrastructure of the internet.
Which brings us to the Maxwells. Not just Ghislaine, but her twin sisters, Christine and Isabel. This is where it goes from, rich guys hanging out to something much more organized.
Well, you have to remember the context. Their father, the media mogul and super spy Robert Maxwell, dies in 1991. The family empire just implodes in scandal, fraud, looted pensions, espionage. It's a total disaster.
Most families would just disappear after something like that.
They did the opposite. Isabel Maxwell is quoted saying that the sisters wanted to circle the wagons and, more importantly, recreate a bit of their father's legacy.
Let's pause on that phrase. Recreate their father's legacy. Because Robert Maxwell's real legacy, as we've discussed, wasn't newspapers. It was the Promise software scandal.
It was selling bugged software to governments for Israeli intelligence.
That was the family business. Information control. espionage.
Exactly. So when they say legacy, that's the lens you have to see this through. So just months after their father's death, in early 1992, they start a tech company, the McKinley Group.
And this is the very early days of the web. This is pre-Google, pre-everything.
Right. They created an internet directory and search engine called Magellan. And here's a detail that often gets missed. Ghislaine Maxwell had a substantial interest in McKinley. She was a financial stakeholder from the start.
Okay, so the sisters, with Ghislaine's money in the mix, are building a search engine. How does Microsoft get pulled into this?
The timeline is perfect. In 1995, the same year Maria Farmer says Epstein is bragging about knowing Gates, the McKinley Group announces a major alliance with Microsoft.
A major alliance. What did that mean?
Microsoft was launching its big new thing, the Microsoft Network, or MSN. They needed a search function to power it. And they chose the Maxwell search engine, Magellan.
And who negotiated that deal?
Isabel Maxwell. She was in the room, cutting the deal directly with Microsoft. So while Epstein is telling people he's friends with Gates, his partner's sister is literally signing contracts to build a core piece of Microsoft's new platform.
It provides the business link the 2001 article was talking about.
It absolutely does. It closes the circle. Now, McKinley itself eventually failed and was sold to another company, Excite, in 1996.
Yeah.
But the sisters walked away with millions, and more importantly, they now had serious credibility and connections deep inside Silicon Valley.
But that was just the opening act. The next company, ComTouch, is where that Maxwell legacy really snaps into focus.
Yeah, ComTouch it's really the smoking gun of this chapter. After selling McKinley, Isabel Maxwell becomes the president of an Israeli tech company called ComTouch. On paper, they did email software, kind of boring back-end stuff.
But when you look at who was funding it,
that's where it all unravels. Webb traces the money. ComTouch was funded by a group called Gemini Israel Ventures. Gemini was the very first venture capital fund created by something called the Yozma program.
And Yozma sounds like just another corporate name, but it wasn't. It was an Israeli government program.
It was more than that. Yozma was a strategic state initiative. Its specific goal was to take the technology being developed inside Israel's military intelligence sector, specifically Unit 8200, and spin it out into commercial private companies.
For anyone who doesn't know, Unit 8200 is basically Israel's version of the NSA.
Exactly. Signals intelligence, cyber warfare, surveillance. That's their job. So ComTouch wasn't just some startup. It was born from a government program designed to weaponize and commercialize military-grade spy tech.
So you have Robert Maxwell's daughter running a company funded by the state's premier intelligence unit. And it gets even more direct, doesn't it, with the Beard Foundation?
It gets much tighter. The head of Gemini, the fund backing ComTouch, a man named Ed Malawski. He was also connected to the Byrd Foundation. Now, Byrd sounds harmless. The Israel-U.S. Binational Industrial Research and Development Foundation.
But it came under investigation, didn't it?
It came under heavy scrutiny in the U.S. for its role in the Jonathan Pollard spy affair.
Pollard, the U.S. naval intelligence analyst who stole a massive amount of classified documents for Israel. It's one of the most damaging espionage cases in American history.
Correct. And do you know who Jonathan Pollard's handler was? The spy master who ran him.
Rafi Eitan.
Rafi Eitan, the very same man who was the architect of the Promise software scandal. The intelligence chief who used Robert Maxwell to sell that bug software around the world.
It's a closed loop. It's not just a similar network. It is the same network.
It's the same people. It directly connects Robert Maxwell's old intelligence work to his daughter's new Silicon Valley ventures. They just swapped one technology for another.
And Isabel Maxwell was pretty open about this, wasn't she? She didn't really hide the family mission.
Not at all. She called her decision to join ComTouch an affair of the heart. She said it was her way of continuing her father's involvement in Israel.
That's a bizarre way to talk about running an email software company.
It gets weirder. She said that when she was younger and working with her father, she felt like she was at the White House. Think about that mindset. She saw the family business as operating at the level of statecraft.
She saw herself as an operative, not a CEO.
Well, she explicitly rejected the spy label for her father, but admitted he operated in back business and political channels, and she saw her work as being in that same patriotic tradition.
Which brings us to the crisis. Because for all its high-level connections, ComTouch was, as a business, a complete failure.
It was a disaster. By the late 90s, it was hemorrhaging cash. It had never turned a profit. Its big IPO was on the brink of total collapse. By every normal business metric, it should have died.
But it didn't, because just in the nick of time, the cavalry arrived.
In 1999, right as the company was about to go under, a massive investment came in from firms linked to Paul Allen.
The co-founder of Microsoft.
Yep. His investment arms, Vulcan and GoToNet, injected the cash it needed to stay alive, and then, just a little while later, Microsoft itself doubled down.
What did they do?
Microsoft announced a major deal to use ComTouch's email services for all its MSN partners. And on top of that, they invested $20 million directly into the company.
$20 million into a failing company run by the daughter of a notorious spy, a company funded by Israeli intelligence vehicles.
And the result was immediate. ComTouch stock went from around $11 to almost $50 a share practically overnight. Microsoft and its founders personally saved the Maxwell legacy.
You just have to ask why. Why would Bill Gates and Paul Allen, arguably the smartest tech visionaries of their era, rescue this specific money-losing company?
There were hundreds of tech companies to invest in 1999. Why this one? Why the one with these specific intelligence ties? It strongly suggests they weren't just buying email software.
It feels like history repeating itself. Robert Maxwell sold promise to create backdoors into government systems. Now his daughters are selling the next generation of communication software.
And the biggest software company in the world is buying it. That's the pattern Webb lays out. Was Microsoft buying the product, or were they buying the access that came with the product? Or perhaps they were being leveraged into the deal by Epstein, who we know was the master of that game.
It certainly recontextualizes that Business Links quote from 2001. If Epstein made millions from Gates, maybe this was his fee for brokering these kinds of deals. He was the fixer connecting the tech world to the intelligence world.
It makes perfect sense of his role. The Maxwell sisters provide the legitimate-looking tech front, and Epstein works the back channels, applying the pressure and making the introductions.
The thing that's so chilling is that this wasn't all some secret plot. I mean, these were public investments, press releases, IPOs. It was all happening out in the open, but nobody connected the names.
We were all looking at the glamour, at the parties and the private jets. We weren't looking at the plumbing. But the real power, then and now, is in the plumbing of the internet. If you control search and you control email, you control the flow of information.
And the titans of big tech paid to have this specific intelligence-linked family build a core piece of that plumbing. That's the takeaway.
It really destroys the myth of these companies as just, neutral platforms that sprung up out of nowhere. Their foundations are deeply entangled with these networks.
So I think we have to leave our listeners with a final thought on this. We've established the official 2011 meeting is a fiction. The relationship goes back to the mid-90s, and it's built on business that integrated the Maxwell's intelligence-linked companies into the heart of Microsoft.
A very uncomfortable reality.
It is. So here's the question to mull over. If the Maxwell family legacy was defined by selling compromised software like Promise software with a built-in backdoor for spies, and Microsoft paid millions to rescue and integrate the Maxwell's next-generation tech into its own network, what were they actually paying for?
Were they just buying an email service, or were they buying the key to the back door?
That's the question. And it's the perfect lead-in for where we're going next time, because this network didn't just stop with email, it evolved.
Oh, yeah. Next time, we move from the history of promise to the future of surveillance. We're going to look at how these same players and networks connect to Palantir and the modern data mining state.
You are not going to want to miss that. Thank you for listening to this deep dive. We'll see you on the next one.
Hello and welcome back to the Ketab podcast. We are back in the trenches with One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2 by Whitney Webb.
We are indeed. This is our 17th deep dive, and we're cracking open Chapter 20, Epstein, Edge, and Big Tech.
And if you thought the last one on the Maxwell family and Microsoft was a tangled web, this chapter really takes it to another level.
It really does. Last time, we sort of established the bridge, right? The connection between the Epstein-Maxwell network and the tech world, built through Isabel Maxwell, her dealings with Bill Gates.
Right.
But today we see the traffic that's actually crossing that bridge. And it is some very heavy, very strange traffic.
It is strange. I was looking over the notes, and it feels like 3 different stories mashed together. We've got a Russian nuclear facility, a secret dining club for billionaires, and this bizarre sci-fi plan to seed the human race.
It sounds completely disjointed, doesn't it?
What's the connection?
Well, The argument Webb makes here is that these aren't random hobbies of some eccentric rich guy. They're calculated entry points. This is the story of how Jeffrey Epstein moved from being a financial guy to, embedding himself into the very infrastructure of the future, big tech and celebrity science.
Okay, so let's start with maybe the weirdest entry point. Russia. I mean, when I think Silicon Valley, Russian nuclear bunkers aren't exactly the first thing that comes to mind.
No, not at all. But the source material puts a huge emphasis on one man, Nathan Myhrvold.
And who was he exactly?
Nathan Myhrvold was a giant in the tech world. In the 90s, he was the first ever chief technology officer, the CTO at Microsoft.
Okay, so a top guy.
One of the top guys. He was one of Bill Gates' closest advisors. They even co-authored Gates' big book, The Road Ahead. He is the definition of a Silicon Valley insider.
So how does an insider like that get connected to Epstein?
Well, the flight logs show Myhrvold was already traveling on Epstein's plane with Ghislaine Maxwell back in 96 and 97, so the relationship was there early on. But the really critical event happens in 1998. They take a trip together to Russia. And this was not, a tourist trip to Moscow. They went to a place called Sarov.
Sarov. I've never heard of it.
And most people haven't. That's by design. Sarov is a closed city. It's the home of the Russian Federal Nuclear Center.
A closed nuclear city.
It's essentially the Russian equivalent of Los Alamos. It's the birthplace of the Soviet atomic bomb. Super, super sensitive.
And Jeffrey Epstein, a financial advisor from New York, is just taking a tour.
With the CTO of Microsoft, there's even a photo web references of Epstein standing inside a classroom full of teenagers at this facility.
That's unsettling.
It gets worse, because you need the context. Right before this visit, Sarov was at the very center of a massive international scandal.
What kind of scandal?
A tech transfer scandal. The facility had been caught illegally importing supercomputers from a U.S. company, Silicon Graphics.
Supercomputers? Why would they need those?
To simulate nuclear explosions. See, this was during the era of the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. So if you had the computers, you could keep developing your weapons program without anyone seeing a mushroom cloud. It was a huge deal.
Okay, let me get this straight. This Russian nuclear facility gets busted for smuggling U.S. tech to simulate nukes. A deal that, by the way, involved the Clinton Commerce Department. And then a few months later, Epstein and Microsoft's top tech guy just stroll in for a friendly visit.
That is exactly what happened. Myhrvold was supposedly there to look at post-Soviet science opportunities. But for Epstein to be there, a man with all these ties to intelligence that we've been talking about, it's a massive, massive red flag.
It just completely shatters the money manager cover story. That's an operative's itinerary. You don't take your accountant to a nuclear black site.
You absolutely do not. And this Russia trip really sets the stage. It shows how Epstein operated, using these high-level connections to get access to places no normal person should ever be.
So while he's touring Russian bunkers, he's also buying his way into Silicon Valley's social scene back home. Which brings us to this thing called The Edge.
Yes, the Edge Foundation.
The book calls it a salon, which sounds a bit old-fashioned. What was it, really?
Think of it as an extremely exclusive club for the self-proclaimed smartest people in the room. It was founded by a literary agent named John Brockman. His whole thing was bringing together the computer wizards and the biology wizards to figure out the future.
And the main event was this billionaire's dinner.
That's right. Once a year, Brockman hosted this dinner, and the guest list is just staggering. Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Sergey Brin, Larry Page from Google.
So the guys who invented the modern world.
Pretty much. Brockman was very open about it. He called it an elitist gathering. He wanted the titans of industry all in one room, hashing things out.
Okay, so you've got the founders of Google, Amazon, Microsoft at a table. I'm guessing they can afford their own steak. Where does Jeffrey Epstein fit into this?
That is the million-dollar question, isn't it? The primary financial backer of Edge was Jeffrey Epstein.
The primary backer.
For several years, between 2001 and 2017, he was the only donor listed for the foundation. He essentially paid for the entire clubhouse.
Wait, why? If you're Jeff Bezos, why on earth do you need Jeffrey Epstein to buy you dinner? That's what I don't get.
And that's the key. Webb argues that Edge was, for all intents and purposes, an influence operation for Epstein. By funding the whole thing, he bought proximity. He wasn't just another guest, he was the patron. It let him sit at the table with the people who literally control the global flow of information.
And he kept going to these dinners even after his first conviction as a sex offender.
He did, which is the part that's so hard to square. These are all people who are obsessed with public image. Why risk breaking bread with a known convicted sex offender?
There has to be more to it than just the money.
Webb suggests it goes darker. It normalized him in that circle. It laundered his reputation. But more importantly, it gave him access to targets. And this is where the story shifts from just social climbing to, well, active blackmail.
Right, because for a while he tried to rebrand himself as a tech investor, especially before his 2019 arrest.
Exactly. But if you look at a conversation he had with the journalist James Stewart, which Webb cites here, Epstein wasn't just bragging about knowing these people. He was hinting that he had leverage.
What kind of leverage?
He told Stewart flat out that he had potentially damaging or embarrassing information on Silicon Valley's elite. He had dirt.
Specific dirt.
Very specific. He talked about their drug use. He talked about their sexual proclivities. He claimed he had personally witnessed prominent tech figures taking drugs and arranging for sex.
This feels like an evolution of his MO. We know about the cameras in the bedrooms and the tapes of politicians, but threatening the architects of big tech, that feels different.
It is a massive shift. The argument here is that Epstein's operation was moving from just sexual blackmail, which is personal, to what you might call data blackmail.
What do you mean by that?
Well, think about it. If you compromise the guy who runs Google or Microsoft, you don't just own the man himself. You potentially gain a backdoor into their systems. You get access to the data that they control.
That is a terrifying thought. It's one thing to blackmail a politician for a vote. It's another to blackmail a tech CEO for user data or a backdoor access to a server.
Exactly. You're talking about compromising the very infrastructure of the internet. It fits the whole theme of this book, One Nation Under Blackmail. It's about controlling infrastructure. If intelligence agencies wanted to weigh in, compromising the CEOs through Epstein would be a pretty direct route.
And speaking of control, this gets even weirder because he wasn't just interested in computer code. He was obsessed with genetic code, the weird science part.
And this part, I have to say, it reads like a bad sci-fi movie. He was funding eugenics research.
Yeah, let's unpack that. He was pouring money into places like Harvard, specifically to scientists like George Church.
Right, scientists whose work often bordered on, or was explicitly about, eugenics. But Epstein's own plan was the most disturbing part.
The Seed the Human Race plan.
He told scientists in the early 2000s that he wanted to seed the human race with his DNA.
What does that practically even mean? It sounds completely insane.
It sounds insane, but he had a whole plan for it. He wanted to use his Zorro Ranch in New Mexico to impregnate 20 women at a time. He genuinely believed his DNA was superior and that it was his, duty to propagate it.
Narcissism on a biological level. And the scientists he was funding, they just nodded along with this.
Well, money is a powerful motivator. But Epstein was also feeding their egos. He created this environment where these radical ideas were celebrated. He positioned himself as a visionary, and if you wanted his money, you had to validate his vanity. It's how he operated. He'd find the weak point, greed, lust, intellectual pride, and just exploit it.
Which brings us to maybe the biggest fish he caught. We have to talk about the tale of two Bills.
Bill Clinton and Bill Gates.
We've covered the Clinton connection a lot, but the Gates connection detailed in this chapter it's just incredible. The mainstream story is always, oh, I met him a few times, it was a mistake. But this suggests something much deeper.
It's not a casual dismissal, no. The evidence Webb lays out points to a much deeper, more transactional relationship. Yeah, the Clinton Foundation and the Gates Foundation launching at almost the exact same time, around 2000, 2001. And Epstein seems to be this secret bridge between them.
What did Gates want from him? I mean, he's the richest man in the world. He doesn't need money.
According to sources in the book, Gates saw Epstein as his ticket to a Nobel Prize.
A Nobel Prize?
The Nobel Peace Prize, yes. It's highly political. It's all about networks and influence. And Epstein sold himself as the ultimate networker, the guy who could whisper in the right ears in Oslo and Stockholm.
So Gates wanted the prestige, and Epstein positioned himself as the broker. Did money move to facilitate this?
It did. Epstein apparently directed Gates to donate $2 million to the MIT Media Lab. This wasn't just Gates picking a charity. He was being told where to put his money by Epstein.
Wow.
And we have the internal emails from the lab's director at the time, Joy Ito. He literally wrote about Epstein. He has a tainted past, but Linda assures me that he's awesome.
He's awesome about a convicted sex offender. That email has not aged well.
It shows you the bubble they were in. But the most damning evidence isn't even the money. It's the people. Webb outlines what she calls a personnel pipeline between Epstein's inner circle and the Gates Foundation.
This was the part that just blew my mind. They weren't just having meetings, they were sharing staff.
Look at a woman named Melanie Walker. She was identified as Epstein's former girlfriend and his science advisor. She was very, very close to him, part of the core group.
Okay. And where did she end up?
She was hired as a senior program officer at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
So Epstein's top science advisor goes to work for Gates. That seems a little too coincidental.
But wait, it gets even closer. It was Melanie Walker who introduced a man named Boris Nikolic to Epstein.
And who is Boris Nikolic?
Boris Nikolic was Bill Gates' chief science advisor, the top science guy for the richest man on the planet.
Okay.
He gets introduced to Epstein, they become friends, and they become so close that when Epstein wrote his will, he named Boris Nikolic as the successor executor.
Hold on, say that again. I want to make sure everyone heard that. Bill Gates' chief science advisor was named the guy to take over Jeffrey Epstein's will.
That's what the legal documents say.
Right.
Now, to be fair, Nikolic declined the role after Epstein died, and he said he was shocked. But think about estate planning. You don't name a casual acquaintance to be the executor of a massive, legally complicated estate.
No. You name the person you trust the most. You name the person who knows where the money is, who knows where all the bodies are buried, so to speak.
Precisely. It implies a level of intimacy and operational trust that just completely contradicts the whole "we barely knew him" narrative that came out later. It suggests that at the highest levels, the Epstein network and the Gates network were deeply intertwined.
So it's not a picture of Epstein as an outsider trying to get in. He was already inside the control room.
That's a perfect way to put it.
Yeah.
He wasn't crashing the party. In some ways, he was staffing it.
So if we zoom out on this chapter, what we're looking at is Epstein isn't just a creep on an island. He's in Russian nuclear bunkers with Microsoft executives. He's paying for the dinners where the heads of Google and Amazon meet. He's threatening to expose their secrets, and his inner circle is running programs at the Gates Foundation.
He embedded himself in the nervous system of the modern world. He went where the powers were going to technology, to data, to genetics.
And that really leaves us with a big question for you, the listener. If Epstein had compromised the men who control the world's data, if he had dirt on the people running Google and Microsoft, what did he actually have access to?
And by extension, what did the people running Epstein, the intelligence agencies, what do they have access to? Do they have a backdoor into all of our digital lives, paid for with the silence of a few tech billionaires?
That is a chilling thought. We worry about hackers in some basement, but maybe the real vulnerability was the CEO sitting at a dinner party in New York.
It makes you rethink the entire concept of user privacy. If the person holding the keys to the kingdom is compromised, the council walls don't really matter, do they?
We are going to leave you with that uncomfortable thought for now, but we're not done. In our next deep dive, we're going to look at the science of blackmail even more closely. We're going to trace how the theft, the promise software, which we touched on way back in Volume 1, evolved into modern surveillance tools like Palantir.
From bug software to predictive policing. The technology changes, but the game stays the same.
You won't want to miss it. Thanks for going down the rabbit hole with us on the deep dive. We'll catch you next time. I want to start today with a question that is probably going to make you look at your smartphone a little differently.
Boy.
We tend to think of blackmail in a very cinematic way, you know? Grainy photos in a manila envelope, hidden cameras, secret affairs, the classic honey trap.
Right. It's the stuff of spy novels. And as we've spent this whole series learning the stuff of reality for a very, very long time.
Exactly. But what if that's all becoming obsolete? What if the future of blackmail isn't about sex tapes at all? What if it's just the data sitting on the phone in your pocket?
And what if the very same people who built those old school blackmail networks are now building the apps you use to, stay safe?
That is the terrifying premise we are looking at today. Welcome back to the Ketab podcast. We have finally arrived at episode 18. This is the finale of our series covering One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2 by Whitney Webb.
It's been quite a journey. We've gone through financial fraud, the intelligence state, the mechanics of Epstein's operation, and now we're really looking at the end game.
In our last deep dive, we talked all about the Promise software scandal, that stolen tracking software from the 80s that was bugged by Israeli intelligence.
It felt like a Cold War story.
It did. But today, in Chapter 21, From Promise to Palantir, Whitney Webb shows us that story never ended. It just evolved.
This isn't just history anymore. This is the infrastructure of the modern world, the digital panopticon, as she calls it.
So let's dive in. I want to start with a company that honestly, on the surface, looks incredibly positive. I was looking into this company, Carbion 911. Have you seen their marketing?
I have, yeah. It's very slick.
It really is. They pitch themselves as a next-generation 911 platform. And the pitch makes total sense. They say the U.S. emergency system is stuck in the landline era. So Carbion says, we can fix this.
Right.
If you call 911, we can give dispatchers your exact location. We can enable live video streaming from your phone. I mean, it sounds like a lifesaver.
It does sound like a necessary upgrade. If you're in a crisis, you want help to find you. But as with everything in this book, you have to look at who's writing the check.
Right. So you start peeling back the layers of this benevolent public safety startup. And who do we find as a key financial backer?
Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, it's just jarring. You have a guy known for sex trafficking, investing in American emergency services. Was he just looking for a good return on investment? Or...
Well, he didn't just stumble upon it. He was tapped to invest.
Yeah.
And the person who brought him in was the company's chairman at the time, Ehud Barak.
Okay, let's remind everyone, we've heard that name before, but who is Ehud Barak in this whole story?
Ehud Barak is a former prime minister of Israel. But before that, and this is probably more relevant, he was the head of AMN, which is Israeli military intelligence. He and Epstein were very, very close.
So you have the former head of Israeli intelligence and Jeffrey Epstein teaming up to fund a 9/11 system. That's already a huge red flag.
And they weren't alone. There's another big name in there. Peter Thiel, the founder of Palantir, a massive figure in Silicon Valley, a big Trump ally. So just look at that group of investors. You have Israeli state intelligence, the Epstein network, and the titan of the U.S. surveillance industry.
All converging on this one little startup. It makes you wonder... why? Why is a 9/11 app so interesting to these people?
Well, that brings us to the people actually building it, because it's not just a bunch of fresh-faced college grads coding in a garage.
No.
Far from it. The leadership of Carbion is basically a who's who of former Israeli intelligence officers.
Yeah.
Specifically from Unit 8200.
We hear Unit 8200 a lot in tech, usually as a badge of honor. What exactly is it?
Think of it as Israel's NSA. The Signals Intelligence Group. They handle wiretapping, cyber warfare, data mining. It's basically the Harvard of spies.
And Carbion is full of them.
It is stacked.
Yeah.
The CEO, Amir Elichai, ex-Unit 8200. A director, Pinchas Bukris. He was the former commander of Unit 8200. Another co-founder, Little Lashem, was also Unit 8200, and then later worked for Black Cube.
Oh, Black Cube. That's the private intelligence firm Harvey Weinstein hired to intimidate his accusers.
Very same. So when you look at that DNA, you have to ask, is this a tech company providing a service? Or is it a privatized intelligence operation?
Well, let's look at what the app actually does, because it's not just routing a call, is it?
Not at all. The capabilities are staggering. When a call interacts with a Carbion system, the software can extract a massive amount of data, not just your location.
What else?
Live video access to your camera, your text messages, and potentially a gateway to everything else on the device.
It's a vacuum cleaner for your phone's data activated by an emergency.
And here's the kicker. It doesn't just look at the now. The software has a component called C records. And this analyzes past calls and events to, and this is a quote, predict future patterns of behavior.
Predict future patterns? That sounds like Minority Report.
It's pre-crime. That's the concept. The idea that if you gather enough data points on a population, you can predict who is likely to commit a crime before they actually do it.
Which just fundamentally changes the relationship between you and the state. You're not being watched because you did something wrong. You're being watched so they can guess if you might.
Precisely. And this is where Webb zooms the lens out. To understand how a 9/11 app ends up with military-grade spy tech, we have to look at the blueprint. And that blueprint goes all the way back to the 1980s.
We're back to promise.
We're back to promise.
Yeah.
In the 80s, during the Iran-Contra affair, figures in the U.S. government used that stolen bugged software to build a secret domestic database.
Main Core.
Main Core. It was a database of Americans considered dissidents or unfriendly. The idea was, in a crisis, they needed a list of people to round up so they wouldn't cause trouble.
So a political enemies list.
Run on stolen foreign bugged software.
Yeah.
But back then, they had to keep it secret. It was illegal. They couldn't just announce it.
So what changed? How do we get from a secret database in a bunker to companies like Palantir running our police departments?
September 11th, 2001. That was the catalyst.
When 9/11 changed everything.
Completely. Before 9/11, you had legal firewalls between the CIA and FBI and preventing the military from spying on Americans.
Oh.
After the towers fell, the argument became, we failed because we couldn't connect the dots.
So the solution was, let us see all the dots. All the time.
And that gave birth to the TIA program. total information awareness.
I remember this. The logo was literally a pyramid with an all-seeing eye looking at the globe. Very subtle.
Not subtle at all. It was a DARPA program. The goal was to build a system that could harvest everything. Credit card data, travel records, emails, medical records, feed it all into a massive algorithm to predict attacks.
And who did they put in charge of this massive invasion of privacy?
John Poindexter.
Wait, the Iran-Contra guy, the guy who was convicted for lying to Congress.
The very same. They brought him back to build the ultimate surveillance state. And his partner in this was a man named Alan Wade, the chief information officer of the CIA.
But TIA didn't last, did it? I remember a huge public uproar.
A huge uproar. The public and Congress freaked out. It was too dystopian. So Congress defunded it. They shut it down. Not even close. This is where the story gets really clever. They learned a lesson. The government can't legally build a panopticon to spy on its own people, but a private company.
That's just business.
That's just a business model. So when TIA was shut down, the software architecture just went private. In 2003, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp launched Palantir.
The company we mentioned earlier.
Right. And Richard Pearl, a major neocon figure, introduces Thiel to Poindexter, basically saying, hey, these guys in Silicon Valley share your vision.
So Palantir's is basically TIA with a stock ticker.
For all intents and purposes. And who was Palantir's first backer?
Let me guess. The government.
In QTEL, the CIA's own venture capital arm. And Alan Wade, the CIA's CIO from the TIA program, personally guided Palantir's development with agency analysts.
So the government outsources the surveillance state to a private company funded by the CIA so they can do exactly what Congress told them they couldn't do.
It's an incredible loophole.
That is... Wow. Okay, I'm following the surveillance thread from Promise to TA to Palantir. But this is a book about the Maxwells and Epstein. Where do they fit into this software timeline?
This is the part of the book that genuinely made me stop and reread the page, because it seems too neat to be true. At the exact same time, Alan Wade, the CIA's tech chief, is helping build Palantir.
Okay.
He co-founds another data mining company called Chiliad.
Chiliad. And who does the chief information officer of the CIA start this company with?
Christine Maxwell.
Wait. Stop. Christine Maxwell, as in Ghislaine Maxwell's sister.
Robert Maxwell's daughter, Ghislaine's sister, yes.
Well, I need to process that. You're telling me the top tech guy at the CIA, while he's midwifing the modern surveillance state, goes into business with the daughter of Robert Maxwell, the Israeli super spy.
Yes. And if you look at the software Chiliad built, it was remarkably similar to Promise and to Palantir. It was designed to connect the dots. And, surprise, surprise, right after 9/11, Chiliad scored major contracts with the FBI.
That is just, it's wild. It suggests this isn't a series of random events. It's a lineage.
It creates a picture of a transgenerational enterprise. The family business wasn't just newspapers. It was intelligence. It was data. The father sells the bug Promise software in the 80s. One daughter builds the successor software in the 2000s with the CIA. And the other daughter
runs the honey trap operation.
It's all one ecosystem. And they didn't stop there. They pivoted. This is the part that affects literally everyone listening. They pivoted to healthcare.
Oh, no.
Alan Wade moved from Chiliad to the board of a company called Darktrace. It's a cyber firm linked to UK intelligence. They secured contracts to protect the National Health Service in the UK.
Which gives them access to private patient data.
Massive amounts of it. And Palantir did the exact same thing. They have huge contracts with the NHS and with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
So these surveillance firms, born from the war on terror to hunt bad guys, are now holding our most private medical records?
They are. And this brings us right back to Jeffrey Epstein, because even he was making this same pivot. In 2012, he founded a company in the U.S. Virgin Islands called Southern Trust.
What was Southern Trust?
It was a DNA data mining company.
DNA mining? Why?
Epstein wanted to sequence genomes. He talked about creating a biomedical Google. He was obsessed with eugenics and transhumanism, with seeding the human race with his own DNA.
So this wasn't about finding your ancestry. He wanted the raw code of human beings.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And from a blackmail perspective, I mean, think about it. DNA is the nuclear option. If you have someone's DNA, you know their health risks, their paternity, their family secrets. It is the ultimate private information.
It's terrifying to think about a man like that holding that kind of database. So let's tie this all together. We've gone from sex tapes in the 90s to AI-driven mass surveillance and DNA mining today. What's the final argument here?
The final argument that Webb makes is that we have to understand that the honey trap, the old method of filming a politician with a prostitute, is becoming obsolete.
It's just too messy, right? You need an island, planes, girls. You need everyone to stay silent.
It is high risk and high maintenance. Why run a complex sex trafficking ring when you can just extract a target's secrets remotely? If you have access to their cloud, their search history, their location data, you already have all the blackmail material you need.
You don't need to manufacture a crime when you can just find the skeletons they already have in their digital closet.
Spot on. In the age of total surveillance, everyone is compromised in some way.
So Epstein and Maxwell, they saw this coming. They were trying to pivot.
They absolutely saw the writing on the wall. That's why Epstein was courting Bill Gates in the tech world, why he was funding Carbine. They understood the game was moving from sex trafficking to data trafficking.
But there's a fatal catch for them in that new world, isn't there?
A fatal catch. In the old system, you needed a Jeffrey Epstein. You needed a Ghislaine Maxwell. You needed a charismatic, connected operator to lure people in.
But in a digital system,
You don't. Software's automated. Algorithms don't need a private jet.
so they became redundant.
Worse,
Yeah.
they became liabilities. That's the argument. In an era of automated surveillance, human operators like Epstein are just loose ends. They know too much, they're messy, and they're replaceable by code. It helps explain why the system that protected them for decades suddenly let them fall.
They weren't essential anymore.
They weren't. They helped build the machine that eventually made them obsolete. And it leaves us with the final warning of the book. The ultimate goal of blackmail isn't just money. It's control.
Control over politicians, over policy.
Yes. But in the past, that control was targeted.
Yeah.
You went after the senator, the CEO. With mass surveillance, with systems like Palantir and Carbine, the tools of blackmail can be deployed against everyone.
One nation under blackmail.
The system no longer just targets the elite. It targets you. It targets me. It targets everyone with a smartphone. If you can be watched, you can be profiled.
Right.
If you can be profiled, you can be manipulated.
So back in the day, they had to lure you to a special hotel room to get dirt on you. Now, I just download a free safety app, click I accept, and I've handed over the keys to my own life.
That's the world we're living in. The panopticon isn't a prison we're forced into. It's a device we line up to buy.
Wow. That's a heavy place to end. It really reframes everything we've covered. We started with mobsters and ended with algorithms.
The methods change, the technology evolves. But the goal, power, and control through leverage remains exactly the same.
Well, that officially wraps our coverage of One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2. What an incredible and incredibly dark book.
It's essential reading for understanding how power really works.
But we aren't quite done with this topic. We're going to take a short break from the book to look at what's happening right now.
That's right. For our next series, we're going to analyze the latest updates and the recently published documents in the Jeffrey Epstein case. There's still new information coming out, and we're going to sift through it.
You will not want to miss that. If you found this deep dive valuable, kindly consider liking and sharing the video, and if you haven't yet, subscribe for more.
Thanks for listening.
Thanks for listening to the Ketab podcast. We'll see you next time.